What is up, guys? Asarai here, of course, with Isaac Plays, and this is I was about to say Asarai of Valor, but no, it's the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019. We are at the group stage for Group A, and of course, this is brought to you by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. It's gonna be a big one, man, and we've already started with Game 1. Immediately, HKA right off the bat destroy Nova Esports, and well, Game 2, well, we'll just have to see what kind of progresses, you know?
Yeah, I'm surprised because we were here ready to watch it and all of that. So we just got here. Uh, we were able to see Nova Esports just get absolutely wrecked by HK in game number one. So I'm thinking of them really trying to pull out something new because what their strategy was in game one just did not work at all.
And it just felt like they really just kind of crumbled a little bit there, and I don't know, the composition for HKA was pretty dang strong. They were able to just kind of kept on ganking on Nova. Now, I'm not 100% remembering on what the heroes were used, but the way that it just transpired was like Nova were kind of just sticking to their lanes for the longest time, right? And
Yep.
HKA, they just like invaded jungle. Nova didn't even try to counter that. When they tried to, it was already too late. And then HKA went in, stole everything, and then just kind of ganked the lanes, which is like a basic straight up strategy to winning the game and not allowing your opponent to mount a comeback, which never really transpired. You know,
Yeah, and
too bad, so
one
sad.
of the one of the things that really transpired in game number one is that HKA had this high octane pacing. They went in, they went guns blazing, and they did not stop from there. Nova Esports had a really hard time keeping up, and they just crumbled as the game went on. Eventually, they got choked out. HKA got everything, actually went back to regenerate and all of that to prepare for the final push, and Nova just never showed up in game number one.
Well, now game number two could be a chance for them to show up. But what was the overall standings for Nova Esports? So they went up against teams such as Team Olympus, which they lost 0-2. But this is actually their second series of the group stage, and going up against HKA, another heavy hitter in the group A. It's gonna be a bit of a doozy to kind of deal with that. And now Nova Esports taking out the Baldoon.
Ooh, this is nice. Well, depends on what you pair it with, but Baldoom as a support is already nice. It's just really, it's just really difficult to have a Baldoom though. If you think about it, Baldoom is one of those supports that you could easily kite. Yeah, he has a dash with the wild charge, but right after that, you could easily kite a Baldoom. So if you use really mobile heroes like let's say a Hayate, Baldoom is not going to be able to do much against you.
Mm, it's gonna be difficult because like we don't see any of the teams actually try to go for a first pick Baldoom. If they don't get the Kha'Zix, if the Kha'Zix or the Zip actually get banhammered in a particular game, you always see them either prioritize a Lindis, we see them prioritizing Florentino, or even the Hayate. But a Baldoom at the very start just kind of shows that maybe Grizzly Q isn't known for his support roles, and they're afraid that Baldoom might be banned in the second rotation, and they just kind of want to make sure that Grizzly Q has the arsenal that he needs to be an effective support for Nova Esports. But who knows? That's just my assumption.
That is true. And right now, it's looking pretty good for their draft. They have a good chance to really counter HKA. You're seeing Hayate and Yena being picked already. With Verez and Raz as their answer, that is pretty good. You could potentially disrupt Hayate and the Kunai Blitz. Verez is a very good example of this hero that could add a lot of pressure in the early game. With Easy picking a Cricknack, this means that Shaolin is going to be playing the early game yet again, just like game one. They're going to try to invade, keep the pace going, make it hard for Nova to play their defensive or passive play style and, snowball the game. If Kriknak can snowball and Nova does not try to invade or delay their jungle, HKA are going to steamroll game number 2 yet again.
I don't know, man. It's scary to think that you're gonna give Shaolin another aggressive type of jungler here, and we saw him yesterday. No, not yesterday. 2 days ago, where he was making tremendous plays for Hong Kong Attitude. So this man right here, he knows how to play the jungle. He is an opportunist that will immediately go for pull that trigger if he sees that perfect moment to strike. You saw it with the Killen, and definitely you will also see it with this Kriknak. Now, something to be able to shut him down is a #1 priority for Nova Esports. Everything else is going to be secondary, but being able to shut Shaolin down if they can will definitely help them out.
And not only that, they went with a fourth pick Ignis here on HKA. That means that the mid laner could easily just spam, throw out skills, possibly disrupt the momentum or the movements coming in from Nova. So Ignis is a really good pick against this lineup, especially since the Ignis is going to be up against Raz, who is already known to have really bad wave clear, especially in the early game. Raz is going to need the support of the Baldoom to be able to do all of that, but with the last pick, a Bao hovering over a Teamy right now, this essentially means that if ever Nova try to fully commit to a fight, they could just be resurrected by being a bro. But since Abao changed it to an Annette, this is an even better pick if he actually goes for it, because majority of the heroes on Nova Esports will be going for a full dive. Perez will be in the middle of fights, Baldoom will be charging in, Ryoma will be cartwheeling and poking enemies down. All of them are going to dive in. Raz, Fennec, these are dive heroes. What better way to pick than a support hero like Annette that could stop that dive, reset the fights, and allow Ignis, Yena, and Kriknak to just go wild, whereas Hayate would be in the late game just ready to destroy everyone.
Yeah,
So,
basically gonna pounce, and kind of just keep himself pretty safe here. Even though it doesn't seem like there's gonna be a wall around this Hayate because of that Annette, because of basically everybody kind of meshing their skills together. It looks like it's gonna be a good thing, but who knows? We'll just see how it's gonna pan out.
yeah, and right now I am heavily favoring the HKA draft. I mean, Nova Esports, they hopefully have a different plan coming into game number 2, but it's not gonna look easy for them right now because they were essentially um, drafting a lineup that could dive and play aggressively. But whether they play aggressively with this lineup or not, that's pretty much what would dictate the pace of this game. If Nova Esports can start and control the game, at least in the early game, they would have an easier time scaling, moving on to the mid game where they could close it out, rather than HKA, who would practically need to build up quite a bit before anything else.
We have seen HKA go for such an aggressive stance on that first game. Well, that is gonna be one of the things that Nova Esports have to be cautious about. Here it is, guys. Game number 2. Hong Kong Attitude with the first win. If they get this, they get themselves +4 in the overall ratings or scorings. If they lose this, they're still at +2, because again, the way that the group stage system or scoring works is that if you win, you get +1. If you lose, you don't get 0, you get -1. So it's kind of like if you win all games, you're in a really really good spot. If you win most of your games, you're in a sort of good spot. And if you win none of your games, well, just don't think about that anymore because it's just gonna make you sad.
Yeah, and another thing about that, the plus and the minus for the points can be a really big factor. Nova Esports right now are not looking good in their standings, so they are really going to need to make some wins happen if they want to reach the top 8 and go to the playoffs. And based on the movements right now, 1 minute into this game, Nova Esports are looking pretty good. They're not having that much of a hard time, but they are getting poked down really hard. So they're gonna need to reset, try to get away to dive into this early game even more, force out fights, and then make things happen.
They are really going aggressive at this. Nova Esports have kind of flipped on a switch here and are fighting HKA at their own game. The rotations are starting to show into their favor, and this is what's allowing Nova to actually be able to maybe even get the start on the Spirit Sentinel. Never mind. Kreknak does. Actually, I'm not sure. Did Kreknak take it away? No, he didn't. It's still Nova Esports. So they are looking mighty good at the very start of this game.
This is interesting. HKA playing a completely different pace right now. It seems like they recognize that they're not going to be able to keep up with Nova's pace based on the heroes they picked. So if they fight this composition head on, they are going to have a very hard time. It's a smart thing to do
Ooh.
right now that they're just trying to build up.
Breaker though overcommitting
Oh
to
no.
that one. Here comes Outcast. He was just actually at the side lane, kind of farming to his own content. Ryoma, or rather Ruiz, was there to kind of just keep him safe. But when he rotated to mid, he allowed this man to kind of get a little bit of farm. Now he's joining onto the fight, and he cleans up at least the first blood for HKA.
Uh, and you see that right now, Ignis, Annette, they're not exactly heroes that you would expect to steal camps away from a Fennec, but they're doing it right now. Vex is having a really tough time in the jungle.
I mean, after that first stride, it immediately kind of just backfires. This aggressive and range-heavy composition that the Hong Kong Attitude have is playing around the range of Nova Esports. They can't really wrap around or kind of reach around this composition, and they're getting forced out here. Baldoom does have his ultimate, but being able to have used that previously, he's not going to have it right now, and this is what allowing HKA to kind of roam around to their heart's content. Now, Breaker is in a very weird situation where Hong Kong Attitude were rotating to the top side, but he immediately backs away, getting some information from his teammates and saying, no, I don't want this hot potato. But speaking of hot as of potatoes, Outcast, definitely an Outcast onto his own lane, but in the 1v2 survives and actually keeps himself alive through the Ryoma, through the Baldoom. Here comes Hex though. Oh my goodness, Shaolin just comes in. One more auto attack and that might be it. Where's the Swarm? Follow it up. It looks like that's going to be a no. And Nova Esports survive with the skin of their teeth.
Oh, that's tough right there. You want this Fennec to just be able to farm continuously and try to build up, but right now they're not in a good spot. They're having a hard time even after their really good early game start where they were playing really aggressively, but now HKA has taken complete control yet again simply because they were picking smart fights. They knew that their range would be the advantage. They would go for that.
Oh no. Even that actually was what you were talking about, man. A bow. Well, he pays with his life there. A little bit too close for comfort, but here's Shaolin coming in from the side, spots out Ruiz. Wants another target, an easier target for him to kind of manage. But Poseidon, way out into the open, does get a three-man Shoryuken there onto the uppercuts. Shaolin might actually go down. One more auto attack from Vex, but doesn't get it. But oh my goodness, Breaker comes in from out of nowhere, gets the one man, and HKA is now in a world of hurt. Outcast trying to run away here, but with the double buff onto Breaker, he might actually be able to do this with the Varese. But Outcast is pretty good, is pretty strong, is pretty durable with the Yena, and able to escape. Still, Nova Esports able to get themselves a couple for literally nothing, as that was really good from the Nova side.
Oh my gosh. Now, this was a good fight. You were able to kill two very critical heroes on the side of HKA. A net is going to be required for them to apply pressure. Kreknak going to be the exact same thing. If you can stop that, you can delay the game. They don't necessarily need to delay the game, but they need to get these small delays so that they could get into position better for their next objective. Right now, they are getting kills, but still, regardless how many kills you get, if you don't get to convert those into objectives, it's not going to be easy for Nova Esports, especially in the long run.
Kind of just looking at how Hong Kong Attitude are just roaming around this map, they know on how Nova is going to be able to kind of, deal with this. Although Nova finding an opportunity here, spots out the Abyssal Dragon, nobody's taken it, and this will be Nova's second Abyssal Dragon. Pretty good start for them. They definitely need those items because once we hit into that late game, you already said it, man. HKA will have such a tremendous time with this composition of theirs. It's gonna be much even difficult for Poseidon or any initiator from Nova Esports to
Oh
kind of
god.
play around at this one. Oh no, Breaker spotted out. Breaker, Niner, spotting him out. Actually able to escape the clutches of defeat as Nova, the rest of the Nova actually was able to kind of hold on with their teammate. One more auto attack and that tower will be already knocked out. Coming in back onto the jungle, you're seeing Vex onto the backline with the Fennec actually getting a couple of nice auto attacks in, but those nice auto attacks will not convert into a kill. So Nova Esports here are kind of dilly-dallying as Hong Kong Attitude goes in with a play.
That is tough. That is really tough. You want to see Fennec really be able to dive, but Annette is in such good position, she's not gonna allow it.
It seems difficult if you're gonna be chasing down somebody who has the Annette around them. How do you manage that? There's so much anti initiate that she has with her ultimate that it seems trivial to kind of start it out. But I mean, I guess maybe you can try to figure out where the Annette is and kind of manage around it, but it's gonna be difficult.
They need to get them by surprise. If Annette is not in the position to really defend or stop these dives coming in from Nova, they're gonna have it good. And just like that, they were able to take Poseidon, but Vex was able to go in, get the enemy jungler, and Abao already popped his ult in the early stages of that fight. This is allowing more control for Nova to excel in these team fights. If they can continue that and have that surprise factor in the fights, they would be fine.
Surprise factor. Oh, I mean, it's not a bad idea, but it seems like it's kind of just a trade for trade. But Hong Kong Attitude is getting the better of it. As I say that, you can see that the man on the Hayate is kind of just like free farming, so he's gonna be looking pretty strong come later. Because if you look at his counterpart, there's nobody who's gonna be reaching his gold worth of like 6.1k. So in terms of itemizations, he's looking mighty fine compared to
Yeah.
the Nova rosters.
And another thing I want to point out is that HKA, they are using their strengths to play the fights well. Yeah, they are losing some of the fights, they lose casualties while it happens, but it's not going to be a big deal when they know that another teammate is getting an objective in another side of the map. During that previous engagement in the mid lane, Hayate was slowly building up to push the bottom lane, so they may have gotten an even trade, which was the best case scenario. In the end, Hayate was able to get a tower, which is more important than getting an extra kill in that fight. And overall, they're picking the right fights, getting the right timings, and they are converting, making sure that the give and take of the gold or experience goes into their favor, regardless what happens.
I mean, the give and take of this one is that you said it already, man. They get the towers, and looking at it, Nova has gotten no towers whatsoever. And Nova 1-2 Poseidon, Grizzly Q, okay, falling up onto Breaker. They're looking at Ruiz to follow it up, but they did not expect. They checked out that rush, and they got bamboozled by HKA here. Now, HKA, as the man actually got a few connections onto his Shuriken, onto the one, Shaolin
Oh, that
immediately
hurts.
goes in and goes aggressive. And this is how you know that the communication and everything else for HKA is falling into pieces. There's gonna be, of course, a siege turret there, or siege minion there, but without enough HP, they have to wait just a little bit. But of course, they are on the side of the DS lane, and they can definitely get this if they so would want to.
And that is what I'm talking about. If you really want to see these fights happen, yeah, you can make them happen. But then again, you always need to think two steps ahead. Right after you win this fight, what do you plan to do next? HKA knew their plan. They get 3 kills, they're gonna push straight for mid because their waves were already prepared.
Oh no. Oh no, they got actually the man. HK is on the outer wall here. Cricknack, though, you got to look at the minimap. He is down underneath. He could have had such a beautiful positioning there if he was just a second, 2 seconds early. But Nova sensed it. They had their spider senses a tingling, and they had to escape that futile or that very dangerous situation, rather. And while that happened, immediately see how quickly HKA are going to be rotating on the map. The man will be able to break the top tower here, while Outcast was actually already at the bottom. And while all of that was also transpiring, Shaolin starts at the DS and gets the Dark Slayer pretty quickly, netting HKA a big buff.
And there we go. That's another fight that goes into the favor of HKA, mainly because they're not forcing the fights. They're just getting the right kills.
And the right kills are
Another
definitely
fight.
what you need to kind of get into this game. But it seems like the right kills are not happening for Nova at all. They lose one, they lose two, make that four. And with the blink of an eye, they have just kind of turned, or no, they have flipped the tides of battle way more into their favor. What looked like to have been a good start for Nova is just kind of been made redundant, made null and void by HKA here. They're going to be able to get the bottom tier 3. They're going to be able to get the mid tier 3. And the Nexus is already exposed. They just need a minion or a turret here to actually begin it. And Breaker
Oh my
out into the
God,
open
the
gets
man.
connected by the man with that Kunai Blitz. And say goodnight, Breaker. This is going to be a 2-0 for Hong Kong Attitude.
Now they were just completely outplayed there. HKA knew where their strengths are. They knew when to take the right fight so they could get objectives right after. Nova Esports, they were playing like a normal casual game. They weren't, it doesn't seem like they were communicating or they were on the same page with what objectives they needed to take. It gave them a very hard time in how they were going to approach the game here, especially because HKA were very on point with their movements. They all had a plan, a second step on what to do right after a particular team fight or objective, and that made it smoother for them to execute their plan and just completely outplay Nova off the map. Very well played, HKA.
Nothing else could be said there. That was just great positioning, great awareness for Hong Kong Attitude. And at the end of it all, it seems like Nova were kind of caught in a weird, how do I say this, situation wherein they had such a good start already, but then when they had the lead, they didn't really know what they wanted to get. Yes, they got a dragon per se, but you said it, as that game was progressing, Nova, with the kills that they got, were not able to transition that into objectives, into the towers, to kind of get a little bit more control around the jungle. And even though they get themselves a couple of kills, the stalemate wasn't really a stalemate. It was more of just like, okay, we're just stopping HKA here for a little bit, but since we don't get their towers, they can still roam around their jungle. They can still formulate some ganking options. They did, and HKA get that win.
Yep. And just like that, HKA playing really smart, allowing the right heroes to scale and perform well in that fight. Because of their picks in the draft, all the way to the main team fights, they were executing their skills in the right timing, the right positions, to get the right objectives to completely snowball the game.
And next match, guys, it's gonna be HTVC's IGP Gaming up against EVOS Esports. Okay, this is gonna be a match for the day for sure. IGP, I believe the homeboys from Vietnam are gonna be looking to kind of rattle around at their counterparts here, which is from EVOS Esports from Indonesia. It's gonna be Vietnam versus Indo. We'll see what's gonna happen here as we take a quick break, guys, and when we get back, it's the second series of the day. Also following through later, we're gonna be having a 1v1 show match, and once again, the Arena of Valor International Championship is brought to you by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. My name is Asarai, with me is Isaac, and we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
นดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุพผายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟและจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะ ขอลูกแม็กหน่อย เฮ้ นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซะหน่อยไฮเยเทขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเอง ขอร้องล่ะ ไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆ ขอบคุณนะ
ไฮยะเทเฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยเด
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
เป็นไฟล์เหรอไถเก่งจัง
ว่าไงนะ
ออกกำลังกายเหรอ กล้ามใหญ่จัง
โอเรโอโรสิโอมันเฮ้ย ใครเตะวะไฮยะเทโอ้ยฉีโซนะ
เอ๊ะโดนจู่โจมแบบสายฟ้าแลบ
มาชมคนอื่นว่าน่ากินแบบนี้มัน
คาราเกะ
ขอให้เลี่ยนตาย
วาซาเบะมีของอร่อยไม่แบ่งเลยนะ
อะไรก็ไม่รู้ เล่นเกมดีกว่า เฮ้ฮีโร่ตัวใหม่นี่นา ชื่ออะไรกันนะ
ไฮยะเทมีคาราเกะด้วย
ดีนะ
บอกอีกครั้งแล้วว่าห้ามเต้น
คนเต้นกินลำกินมันเอาตัวไม่รอด รอดสิ
ยังไง
หนูรอด เพราะหนูร
รำอะไร
ำ รำ 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 โอ้ยร
ลำไยเหรอ
รำคาญด้วย
ำ รำ
ก็นี่
รำดาบ
ดีนะ นี่พ่อไง
แกไม่ใช่พ่อฉัน
เก่งนี่
ใช่ ฉันเก่ง
แม่ภูมิใจในตัวลูก
แกก็ไม่ใช่แม่ฉัน
ใช่แล้ว
นี่พ่อเอง พ่อ ดีนะไฟเตอร์คนเก่งของพ่อ
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุกผายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมาย เมื่อครบ 3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม 1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน 3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันที สกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็ว สกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขัน อันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะ ขอลูกแบงค์หน่อย เฮ้ นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซ์ซะหน่อย
ไอ้เหี้ยเท
ขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเอง ขอร้องล่ะ ไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆ ขอบคุณนะ
ไฮยะเท
เฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยเด
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
And we're back, guys, for the Arena Valor International Championship 2019 group stage, presented by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. My name is Asarai. I'll be one of your casters for today, and here with me now is Isaac Plays.
Yo, what's up? It's time for EVOS and IGP. Are you guys excited? I am excited. It's going to be a really good game, and we are hoping to see EVOS show their stellar performance, just like how they did it in their previous series.
Yeah, Evos are looking actually mighty fine in this entire tournament. They were able to beat out teams such as AHK in a 1-to-1, and did they actually beat Olympus? Yeah, they did in a 2-0 fashion too.
They 2-0'd Olympus, and that is, making a statement right there. They're an Indonesian squad, and they were able to 2-0, a really, really good team. And on the international stage to boot. An even better statement is that they were able to take a game off of AHQ, so that's really something. If you could show up and play like that on the main stage, then that is something for you to really be proud about. Now, they're going to be playing against another really talented team in IGP. These are former champions. They know what they're doing. So if EVOS can take a game or two off of them as well, that shows that they could play with the best of the best right now.
Oh, former champions. That is, a word, a phrase, a title rather, that makes you shudder a little bit. But you're definitely right. This is a hurdle that EVOS needs to overcome. Well, maybe they won't even overcome it. Maybe they're just gonna trample over it. Just that's how they, kind of interacted up against Team Olympus. And we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
IGP aren't really in a good spot because they are at 0 points. But the thing is, Group A's points compared to Group B is incredibly close. So if IGP win this, they get +2, then EVOS goes to 0, and then the shift of rankings for Group A immediately transfer to whoever gets the 2-0s. But because we're kind of like a little bit more similar in terms of the performances of the teams are much more likely to kind of get the 1-1s or even the 2-0s. So it's really interesting how Group A will pan out.
Exactly. It goes to show that a simple 2-0 could mean a very big difference in the outcome of your standing, especially here in the group stage. You could get 1-1 and stay stagnant, or you could get a 2-0 and skyrocket up.
Exactly.
That small thing in itself, it is already a big factor. And if EVOS can make the plays, make things happen just like what they have been doing, especially in their previous series, then I feel like they have a pretty good shot at beating IGP, even if this team in particular are a group of former champions, very talented individuals.
But that's the thing, though. You just said it, man. Former champions. This just means that even though they were champions, they were the champions before. But now, time has changed. A year has gone by. And this is a new AIC for these teams to prove themselves in the field, in the battlefield. And EVOS, you already saw their performance. They're looking for some more. But IGP, definitely still going to be a hurdle. But not an impossible one if you look at it.
Yeah, and now go into the bans. We have IGP banning out the Florentino and the Darcy, one of the most crucial parts of the EVOS lineup, giving them really good wins against really strong teams. With the Darcy being banned, let's see what EVOS have in store after they ban this Krizix and this Zip. IGP are going to go with a first pick Hayate, meaning that, okay, we have the late game, we have the Hayate, we have a plan here for team fights, and we should be fine. Doesn't reveal too much about their composition just yet, because Hayate could practically fit in wherever they want to put it. There's the mobility there, he has the damage, he has the team fight, he's a pretty good stable hero. It only reveals that this will be their marksman in the side lane.
True.
Now,
yeah.
EVOS in particular, they need to think of what they plan to do next. They're going to secure their senior pick along with a Yena for the side lane. Now, Yena in particular is usually in the DS lane, but it could still be flexed with the AD lane. So just because EVOS picks a Yena and a Xenial doesn't mean that these are going to be sure side laners. It could be a support Xenial or a DS Xenial. It could be an AD Yena or a DS Yena. Very, very flexible composition coming out from EVOS so far. And now that as the draft goes on, we slowly but surely reveal more and more of what the strategy will be for each team. And with the final three picks for both sides, the answer with an Omen, a Kriknak, and the Elsu. Looking at this, Kriknak, as always, gonna be this early game dive, drone dropping, making the damage happen in the early games, especially because he is a little farm extensive. Getting to level 4 is pretty difficult with the Kriknak, especially if Evos play the aggressive game and try to deny the farm from Kriknak. Omen, on the other hand, very stable DS laner. He's just gonna stay there. I'm just gonna farm here. I'm gonna rotate to mid, clear some waves, go back to my lane, try to push when I see others on the opposite side of the map. If I can do that, I'm Omen. I'm good. So far, lineups are very, very interesting. Let's see what happens for the last two picks for each team to really see what their plans are gonna be.
My oh my, look at this. Evo's targeting the Chognar and the Baldoom. This is kind of forcing IGP to go for a much more, I would say, squishy type of support here, which could be the reason why EVOS wants this. They're looking for a much more aggressive jungler to boot, or just because they have a slow-moving mage in the form of this Preda. It's gonna be the Prey wave coming back. The first time that we see this particular hero be played in the group stage. And going at the other side, Liliana into the Lumber. Liliana got that mobility to peruse around the Preda's skill set. Could be useful, but this Lumbar, I'm not sure, but he is probably the only other support that they can get that is on the tankier side compared to the Alice, compared to the Annette and everything else that they can use. And IGP find that team or that battle hardened support for their roster.
I like the Lumber pick. You're gonna dash in, give some armor, give some shields for your team. At the same time, you have the right crowd control. They will have the control over EVOS right now. EVOS are relying on vision, wave clear, and making sure that they can poke down their enemies before the fights happen. If they are going to last pick this Lindis, they essentially have the Xenial diving in with Ayena while the other three heroes would be doing the pokes. They are hovering over an Enzo though, so it really depends what their last pick will be on how they're going to approach this game. Looking like it's gonna be a Lindis though. Yeah. Since it's gonna be a Lindis, goes to show 3 heroes will be doing a lot of pokes. 2 heroes are there for the dive and the defense. Really good stuff. However, they're lacking quite a bit of mobility. Only Yena and Lindis are the heroes that you would expect to really run around easily on the map. And Xenia is going to be most likely following them around. Elsu and Preda, they're there to clear the waves. They're not going to be doing many rotations around the map unless it's going to be a full-on rotation with the rest of the team. So, if EVOS can execute this poke comp really well, it's going to be very hard for IGP to make the dives. Because before the fights even happened, they would have been whittled down by the Prey Wave, by the Elsu snipes, by the pokes coming in from the Lindis. So, it's going to be a very risky play. It's going to be really, really fun to watch. So,
Yeah.
right now I'm favoring the EVOS lineup. It's just going to go down to execution.
Definitely, because I would actually argue, and I kind of like the composition for IGP, but for them to make it successful, there is a certain window of opportunity that they can get. And the one most obvious, at least for me, is that flicker into the Earth Splitter for the Lumbar, hitting the Elsu, hitting the Preda. That sets it up for such a good initiate for IGP. But again, it's gonna be interesting on how it's gonna be played out, because there's just so much peel to be coming in from the Evo side. And by peel, I mean crowd controls that can help these squishy targets zone out the members of IGP. But also something that you cannot forget, Lumbar ultimate with the Earth Splitter. You get yourself the Omen pull, and even the Hayate with his ultimate. And here it is, game one. Imagine this. We started like, was it 3 days ago? It's already a Saturday. No, we started 4 days ago. Make that 5 days ago. We're already at match 17. What is happening? This group stage has gone from total cluster to a bombardment of who's the best teams going up against the weaker ones, or at least we're seeing, you know, a real gravitational pull between performances. But still, I really like Group A. This is seeming to be a much more balanced out against the team versus team compared to like Group B, where BRU are kind of like the dominant hand that you have to beat. You know, the mountain that you have to climb. But still.
Right now, though, they should not be sleeping on this Elsu. He's dealing a lot of damage, and he's going to deal even more damage the longer this game goes. They're gonna need to apply pressure onto this Elsu or this Preda. The problem with it, though, is it's gonna be hard, so they need to commit a lot in order for them to catch these heroes out, especially because they could just clear waves and run away.
Yeah.
If they could actually apply pressure onto that, it's gonna be so much better for them to rotate and take control over the map, because they need to take control first before they can do anything else on the side of IGP.
Here's the thing I kind of want to add. We were talking about how it's such long range for the Elsu, such long range for the Preda, but who kind of follows up that range? It evens out the composition. We have a triple range comp for EVOS if you kind of add the Lindis to the equation, which really helps out them kind of, you know, play around the range of their heroes here. There's going to be the Prey Wave connecting onto Lack, but the damage is not really much to kind of force him or even get a kill there. Good two-man stun from Lack here, having at the Liliana, but EVOS will still just kind of roam around, get themselves a Spear Sentinel, and maybe even transition into the side lane. Chobits, on the other hand, looking at Hans, but that is an Elsu. He can kind of just roam around this one and maybe even get the last hit onto that River Sprite. Looks like no, so he's gonna be fine.
Looking interesting so far. Dead even in gold, dead even in objectives. It's gonna dictate based on the first ever fight. The first fight where it goes out of proportion will show who takes control early in this game. Kunai Blitz is already used. That means that there will be less pressure for EVOS to take this AD, allowing them to probably take it uncontested, especially since they will not have that big skill or game changer that could help contest that AD. Now that EVOS is ahead by one Abyssal Dragon, the next objective here is to get a kill on A lane just so they could apply pressure and push out these waves.
The thing is, Zaniel is just really good at kind of just, you know, providing that map control that it's gonna be, well, it's gonna be easy for EVOS to get a kill, but they might lack in damage. IGP has good damage, but the thing is, the defense is so good. Look at the snipe coming in from Hans. His damage is over the roof. And at the same time, here comes Weirao spotting out the Chobits. There is the snipe coming in from the Elsu. And Weirao just comes out from out of the wazoo. Gets that last hit, and the first blood will be taken by EVOS.
That was some very good knowledge coming in from Weirao. He noticed that, okay, this number is low. We should probably try to take something out of this. If Elsu can hit the snipe, Lindis could finish him off. Pretty smart play coming in from EVOS right now, and this is allowing them to take even further control over the map, dive onto the unprotected Hayate, and could potentially get objectives done in this side lane. If they can do that, this could allow more pressure for Omen to just, you know, be stuck in his lane, because there are already so many lanes that they need to worry about once this bottom lane is open.
The thing is, the tempo of how EVOS are playing, you'd think that they would just kind of, oh, since we have some range heroes here, we could use this to clear out the waves and push. But they add another layer to that. What the layer that they added is we have the ability to actually hit people underneath tower without taking damage ourselves. What we only have to do here is kind of use the Zenial to go for the dive, absorb some couple of tower hits, and we have enough damage to snipe people from afar, and it kind of leaves them not open to punishes, which is kind of amazing if you think at it. And the way that EVOs are doing this is good enough that IGP can't really go for a punish.
And, you know, now that you mentioned a lot of the wave clear, this is going to make IGP really commit just so they could push. They need to get a bunch of kills for this push to happen, because if they don't, this EVOS lineup they're just gonna flash clear a wave and have the wave in their favor yet again. So unless they get the right picks, they're not gonna be able to push any of these lanes, especially with the Lumbar. He's just cosplaying as a blue buff right now. He's not really doing much for his team to make any plays. It's not gonna be easy, you know?
Cosplaying as a blue buff. I love that.
Look at his skin.
Yeah,
He looks like a blue buff.
Exactly. I do like the set. I do like that point because I thought that his Earth Splitter is gonna be able to kind of make a really nice amount of initiation for IGP. The thing is, IGP, even if the Lumbar actually connects a really good ultimate, a really good Earth Splitter, they can't follow through. The defense, the slows for EVOS is just enough that even if Lumbar sets up the best 5-man Earth Splitter of his life, if EVOS have thrown out their slows, have thrown out their skill shots, IGP will be very hesitant to follow that through because they've taken the damage, they've taken the slows, they can't follow it up.
Exactly. And with a lineup like that, the best thing you can do is pressure by map control and catch EVOS by surprise. If you are not going to surprise EVOS with a sudden fight, you're not going to be able to get the right picks against this composition. They're a poke cop. They're just going to keep clearing the waves. They're going to make sure the waves are in their favor before they fight anything. They will not take any fights that are going to be disadvantages to them, and they're going to make it really easy for them to take objectives after because all of the waves will be in their control.
Because of that, you are seeing EVOs stacking up in terms of that gold worth for themselves. Turtle coming out, he's going to initiate onto Polka, but that is just a Zenial. He's not the best character to kind of, try to make something happen. Dragon should be up in about a minute, which could net these players, or teams rather, to fight up against each other. We have seen it, IGP are kind of just, giving the limelight to EVOs, but you never kind of want to keep giving such big objectives such as this. Here's Lack kind of into the mid. Chobits does have an ultimate. Maybe he can catch Alviera off guard. And as 4 of them rotate around this particular lane, an opening can be had. But seems like it's not going to happen. Polka once again. Oof. Just backs away.
This is really, really nice right now for EVOS. They are delaying the game as much as possible, especially since they know that this IGP lineup, it's not exactly the best pushing lineup unless it gets to the late game where a Hayate or an Omen can easily push down waves or push down towers. Right now, they are using the best that they can, and it's going to be all of that wave clear. As they clear these waves, they can rotate more, apply more pressure, and IGP, they're going to need to force really big fights in order for them to get objectives. Either that, or they just throw out all of the numbers and bully EVOS away. But before those even happen, you can already see the rotations coming in. The heroes are separated, they're prioritizing different objectives now, and now KA is here.
Ooh, he got the stun!
Fight up. He gets the kill.
He got the stun as he was using the ultimate. I mean, yeah, that was the only thing that they could have done to deny it, which was still pretty cool. They spot out Weir out here, and it seems like IGP have made a little bit of stride to find the mistakes of EVOs. EVOs have already actually lost 3 of their members, and here we go. Pareda does have the Prey Wave, and while that was happening all across the border, Y-Force is coming in, trying to clear out the wave himself, and Fall, micromanaging underneath his tier 2 tower, will be able to bend or rather stave off the pressure. Weirao or Y-Force though caught out. There's the ultimate, does have the dash, and he survives to fight for another day. Ultimate comes out, or rather snipe comes out from Hans, and he does hit the bejesus out of Turtle. He's looking for somebody else, but Lack was there to kind of provide a little bit of damage. Oh my goodness, there's the snipe, connects onto Lack. Could have actually sniped out Turtle there if he was not careful with positioning, but EVOs, they still are not out of this just yet, or not out of the clear just yet, as IGP is coming out with the Warpath maneuvers.
This is really nice. Y-Force though.
Oh no, they're actually going to be starting it off once again, but oh, Y-Force! Almost. He's trying to actually get the shurikens to go through the tower. Dave, I love that he's trying to do this. He thinks like he's the sniper, But of course, he's not like the Elsa, but still, you never know unless you try, man. He tried and it didn't work, but still the pressure was there. And IGP are starting to actually get a bit more, especially now that the Hayate is coming online.
And based on what's happening right now, this is already showing to be a good match. Both strategies are working so far. IGP are going to start forcing their way in, trying to clear the waves in time for them to push. But you saw the defense. They lost the fight. EVOS did not really play well on the top side of the map. This allowed the tower to be pressured. But you saw the wave clear from the Preda. That's one hero defending the lane. They could do this all day. They could scale even harder and going towards the late game. The pokes are going to hurt even more.
The thing is now that starting this IGP is getting a little bit more of their resistances up and running. It's going to be very difficult for them. But look at this, 2 versus 5. What is happening here? Lacklak is actually forcing out Fall as well as Hans not to be able to get into this fight. They get to 1, they get the 2, and Y-Force as well as Polka get taken away. That was the nice sentiment from EVOS. You saw the mindset there, but the problem was they got body blocked to get into the fight and basically turn it into a 4v2 execution from IGP, or defense for IGP on point. Wow.
And that is one of the biggest disadvantages of this EVOS lineup. You have all of this wave clear, you have all of this vision around the map, but what do you do with it? You can't really move forward because you need to wait for the picks. You try to force it out, they can easily take control of the map and bully you out because they have the superior damage comp when it comes to full-on fights. The DS was easily taken by IGP. Y-Force was a little late there in that engagement. It could have been more, but there was no follow-up because Turtle already blocked the follow-up from coming through. When this happens, it's not going to be easy for EVOS to really take control of the map. They just need to play really carefully now.
Oh! Snipes! Not big damage though. You're starting to see that Elsa is kind of falling off. Maybe not have a good chunk of items. Polka had to kind of leap over the wall. Weird though, out in position. Gets spotted out by Lacklak. That could have been dangerous for him, but he was able to at least keep near his own tower, his own structure to keep himself alive. There's the prey wave to clear out the wave there, but the dragon is doing substantial amount of damage. And while that was happening, mid-tier 1 has been broken down by IGP, and now they are in the driver's seat.
Now, that fight in the top lane turned everything around because all of the lane pressure that EVOS had control over all disappeared. Now that IGP can take control and do their rotations, it's going to be harder for EVOS to take control again. They are not the kind of heroes that can easily rotate and control a particular side of the map. They're only there because they have the superior wave clear. They can make sure the waves don't come in. But if that doesn't happen, it's going to be hard for them to take these fights.
I'll stop you now here because I am here. Look at that Polka coming out, just using his ultimate there. They're using him as kind of like a nuclear device strapped around one of their carries so that when they dive in, it's gonna be, well, how do you say this? It's gonna be like a 2 versus 1 scenario. The problem is, it seems like EVOS are over-committing to these fights. They're not supposed to be a dive comp. Why are they trying to do it? They need to play at the range because IGP are the masters of the close range combat. They have the Hayate, they have the Lombard here, and now it's really flipped onto the side of IGP. It's not looking good at all. There's the sun coming out from Lacklak. He wants somebody to be pinned down, and here is the pull in from the Omen. Oh no, fall into a bad position. Chobits comes in with a huge use onto this Earth Splitter. They go in wild, get the top tier 3. It's looking to follow up. Dimus here. Does he have the ultimate? He actually does. He can rip it out if he so would have wanted to, but doesn't need it as the Omen KA into the front line. Does get decimated by the well, but the damage has been done. Here we are. Nexus exposed. Dime rather has destroyed the mid tier 3, and this is IGP, the Vietnamese squadron, coming out from the wazoo in group or game number 1.
And there we go. IGP recognized the weakness of the EVOS lineup. They could poke, they could clear waves, but that's about it. You're not gonna make any plays going around the map as this kind of lineup, and it's gonna be hard if you are not in control. Because they were not in control from that top lane fight, everything else just fell apart, and IGP were able to slowly creep all over the map and finish off EVOS. Very well played by IGP.
Man, the land of foe, dude. It's the land of foe. They saw how you saw how good they are with kind of just control. I don't even know how they like turned that. That's the thing. It seems like EVOS didn't stick to the game plan. Their win condition was to kind of just, okay, we'll dive a little bit at the very start, then we can use our range to be able to harass them, to get pushed on underneath out the towers. But I think if we see the end game stats later, I don't think they actually were able to destroy a good chunk of towers. So that means that EVOS did not use much of their win condition, and it shows 9-2. That's not good.
Exactly. And you know, with your lineup, you should easily be able to pressure the towers because you have the waves in your favor. But instead, it's the other way around. IGP, yeah, you can have the control of the waves. We'll just counter defend and try to force the fights while this is happening. So that way, we can get even more objectives from you. Because of how the top fight turned out, they were able to pick off two very crucial heroes. Yes, Preda was able to defend the second tier tower, but while that was happening, IGP already knew that Preda could easily defend that. Omen recognized this, so the other members of IGP, they all just went to a different lane and defended there instead. By the time that EVOS could react, they already took a tower, and it's been the same case ever since. They would take attention in one lane, move to another lane to try to take a tower, because EVOS, they can clear the waves, but once the pressure becomes overwhelming, they're not going to be able to take down this lineup, especially with how fast IGP were moving in that game.
Yeah, and the thing was, they used the Zenule to kind of overcommit to the fights, but we'll let you see the highlights too, kind of like get a replay, guys. We'll be right back. It seems like the land of foe getting the one up against the land of Sambal. I did my research, guys. It's right. No, but legit, these two type of dishes I love to kind of mix if I get the chance to, because I feel like it would work so well. In any case, you know, going back to the brass tacks here, the real deal IGP just stuck to their game plan. They knew that they just had to wait a little bit. Once Hayate got online, it was all what they needed to finalize that W. EVOS, on the other hand, it really seemed that they had a good grasp in the early game, but as we were talking about it, during the break, it seems like there was a little bit of miscommunication from the Iena player as well as the Zenial when they tried to collaborate with their team. It really didn't mesh well properly, and they got punched in the face hard after a couple of minutes.
I really, really like IGP here because they did their research. Don't ever give Darcy to EVOS because all of the games that EVOS have won, they had at least a Darcy making the plays. It's really smart, especially that Darcy Jiao Chan combo that EVOS was exploiting in most of their games. It played really, really well. This time, though, they were forced to give away a Krizix because they wanted to ban out the Darcy. With this happening, you know that EVOS are planning for a really big dive comp coming in. They have the KG already. They have the Liliana for her own dive and outside pokes at the same time. IGP, on the other hand, they're going to go for a more stable composition. They have a stable Florentino in his lane. They have the Hayate. They have a Kriknak yet again. This Kriknak is a lot of work as long as he could get the constant farm and momentum rolling for him. So far, both lineups are looking really good.
It seems like we're kind of shifting a little bit where EVOS was playing, the keep away, the range, but now they immediately they went 180. They went for in your face heroes here with the Kilgraf, with the Krizix and the Liliana, and they're looking to fight right now. They're not gonna say, okay, we're gonna play the slow methodical game. No, we're gonna go. Once we get Kilgraf to level 4, or once he starts to roll, this is when we're gonna be attacking. And IGP, on the other hand, they kind of play around the same mentality, but I do fear it once again when Dime is on that Hayate. He is just so good. You can't never really touch him.
I also want to point out that right now, there's still a pretty good flex on EVOS here because you could put KG in the DS lane or in the jungle. It really depends on what the EVOS composition is going to finish up with so that they could decide whether they need a split pushing Kilgroth or a KG that is part of the fights going around with a Krizix. Right now though, it's all going to depend on which support is going to counteract this Krizix engage. The Baldoom was already banned, so I'm looking at a really nice Ormar pick here for IGP.
That would really help out. I do love the Ormar, so how aggressive he can be. Crixie over for that mid lane. It does kind of play around the Liliana. Liliana can kind of dodge around at the Crixie, but if she can't, it does set up a beautiful follow-up for the Kriknak to just kind of whack-a-mole at this Liliana. Now ADC hasn't really been shown yet from the EVO side. They might pop it out. I'm curious to see what they will be picking up with this. They could maybe get in with a Lindis or something. So Honest is actually there, so it will kind of help out with the damage. But for the first time in forever, we're going to be getting out a Richter.
Ooh, okay, I like this one. A Richter dive and knockup along with the Krizix can be very, very devastating. So that means that with a Murad actually going to the side of EVOS, this is a Wirao special. We all know how good Wirao is with a Murad, and he is a very, very strong player in the jungle, especially once he gets his hands on his signature picks. This is a very interesting EVOS lineup for me as well, because all of the heroes that they picked all compensate and enable this Murad. So if they can keep the ball rolling as they go into the fights, EVOS are going to have a pretty good time. For the side of IGP though, they're going to need to wait until the late game to make things happen. Thane is going to be the most likely last pick for IGP here. It means that they're just planning to counter engage or disengage completely. They're not going to pick the Ormar, but instead they're just going to try to push everyone back and dislocate all of the fights before anything happens that could cause this Murad to go wild. Very good compositions from both teams, but I'm favoring EVOS Esports right now.
I kind of shudder in the thought of this Richter just stopping around at all these initiations from IGP, and I'll go the other route. I like IGP's composition. I like the idea of the Thane just being able to body block, and Dime with his Hayate is nothing to be laughed at. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here, even though EVOS does seem to have a much more well thought out or a much more cohesive lineup, especially with that Richter on their composition. It's gonna be a doozy. And is this Richter actually gonna go for the ADC, or are we gonna see a Kilgroth on the ADC role?
Oh, there is no ADC. So that's the thing. EVOS are on a timer. So with that being said, IGP have the late game with one marksman ahead of EVOS. Whatever happens, it's going to go down to the really good execution in team fights.
Execution in the team fights, man. The Thane is back. I love seeing the Thane because a good Thane player can just kind of displace the entire opposing team. It's kind of like a make or break. If you make a mistake when pushing your opponents away, you can actually kind of push them away from the setup of a Kriknak, from the setup of a Krixie, from maybe even the Kunai Blitz of a Hayate. So one wrong push could mean defeat.
Get ready. Minions will be deployed in 5 seconds. Prepare to engage.
Game numero dos. Here we are. Whoa, Polka from out of the get-go immediately starts to ramp through. He's gonna have a shield there, so even though he kind of got bodied to go back into the range of IGP, he's gonna be fine. But Polka is kind of like, you made fun of me with my Zenial. I'm gonna try to make the best out of it with this Krizix.
I like this one coming in from EVOS Esports. They're already making dives happen as early as level 1. You know how strong the damage can be for a level 1 Richter. If they can apply this kind of pressure, it's going to be very hard for IGP to play into these lanes because they're going to go all out in these team fights, dealing a lot of damage and diving, forcing those kills so they could get these objectives. The key player right now for IGP is Chobits. If he can stop the engages and delay enough time for IGP to get in position, EVOS are going to be demolished, especially with the rage advantage that they have.
Like you said, man, it is on a ticking time bomb. I wonder what this Richter is going to be kind of providing as this game kind of, you know, progresses. The thing that does kind of hit you when you're going to be on a comp that doesn't have an ADC, at least for the most part, is that you don't have that really reliable late game. So you're going to have to try to make the best out of it in the early game. But the thing is, when you're up against a Krizix, the early game seems to be kind of controlled. Even if they don't get an advantage, they control it well enough that they don't get you know, overwhelmed by it. But it seems like IGP will be pulling the trigger here left and right center as Thane with the Kriknak looking to overwhelm and push out the jungler that is the Murad.
And that's the difficult thing about their lineup right now. IGP, they're going to rely on their Thane to counter engage. They're also going to rely on their Thane to initiate. The initiation on IGP is really difficult right now, whereas for the side of EVOS, several heroes could start the fights. So with that advantage in mind, IGP need to play careful until the fights actually happen because they are not going to have the control in starting fights.
Abyssal Dragon? Ooh! He almost, well, not really almost, but maybe could have gotten it. I love the way that they kind of just stunned him right in his face and like, no, Dime, we don't want you here. Get out, get out. KA on the other hand, opportunistic as ever, gonna go for the blue golding here, spotted by White Force. He might be in a bit of a trouble, but Lilac is here onto the side. Who will get the blue buff? It seems like it's gonna be Lac.
Nice
But Polka
deal.
actually takes quite a bit of damage. He's in no man's land, had to flicker over the wall. That was he kind of went overboard there. His teammates were already backing off, and he was like, still, I'm going to try to contest.
Now, this is good information from IGP. They know that this Kha'Zix is going to be gone for a few seconds. This is going to allow them to pressure the lanes. They were going to try to force it out on a Richter, but Hans, really smart play there. He decides to just dive in regardless, lose his life for it, but at least he keeps his tower alive. You can respond, but the tower cannot.
Fall comes into the side lane to look for a gank or whatsoever. But speaking of ganks, here it is. Coming in, activating the temporal turbulence. Y-Force in a really cheeky situation had to activate his ultimate as well. Backs away, but IGP does have that advantage. Chobits though eats a bit of magic into the mid lane. Dragon's up in 40.
Now this is another really interesting fact I want to point out. Florentina right now is currently going to win the lane against this KG, but as this game goes on, EVOS are going to be relying on this KG to make plays happen, because KG, as we all know, is a very scary hitter, especially when it comes to fights. You're not going to expect a Crixie to run away from a KG, nor will you be able to see Thane just really run away, because KG has that immunity from control. Once that happens in these team fights, it's going to be difficult for IGP to take the fights fully, so they're going to need to rely on pickoffs just so they can make things happen. If they have the advantage in numbers, they could go on for a full-on team fight.
That's true. Ooh, there's going to be a big fight here. Turtle trying to run away, has to leap over. Has to respect that EVOS was there to really force the situation. Something also I kind of see from time to time is that if you have a character that has CC immunity, and you have somebody who can try to actually push people back. Never mind.
God.
Back to the fight here. Last hit by Hans. Okay, never mind. He just went in for the last hit. Just to finish what I was saying there. You can actually push out the other entire team, and because, like, let's say Kilgroth has an anti-CC, he could just go in and be left out by his own teammates. But it seems like who's going to be left out? It's going to be Wiro and Polka spotted. Turtle starting to get himself this effective crick neck. They're going to be diving fall. He's just a 3 versus 1. I don't think he's going to be able to escape, but
nice
he
play.
does have, you know, the dodge as well as the flicker to be able to get over the wall. So much is happening around the map. And speaking of so much happening, Kilgroth is onto the top lane. Somebody stop him, because he will wreck this tier 2 if you allow him. Oh, he's there.
And that's the cool thing right now when it comes to Y-Force. Yeah, you can take all of these fights, but right now my team is getting chance after chance to slightly defend it before running away. EVOS, they are diving and throwing their bodies on the line for these towers. If they can get away, it's a bonus. That's not their objective to survive. What their main objective is to just keep these towers alive, because while this is all happening, KG is applying a lot of pressure in his lane, and he could potentially destroy another tower before anything happens. But it's going to be really difficult, especially if these EVOS members start falling when IGP use the numbers advantage against them.
Oh, now Dime going in. Breaks at this tower already. Oof.
There we go.
Get it away. I got you. Fall though, spotting out the one. But this is again looking pretty much into the hands of IGP. I don't see the one that you were talking about where EVOS has to kind of start the fights here, start to kind of break away. And honestly, I'm not seeing the Richter kind of come into play.
Yeah, there is no combo right now with the Richter and the Kha'Zix. What's happening right now is Polka running around by himself. Richter is way too busy defending the lanes. There is no full-on impact with the EVOS lineup right now. What they should be using is to utilize their chain CCs. They're not doing it right now, and this is allowing IGP to start the fights and get things going while Thane throws his body on the line in the front line. If they continue to do this, they are going to fall off very hard, because this is a Kha'Zix and a Richter. They should have been in control in the early game, but they did not utilize that at all. And oh my god.
Did you see that? IGP's Chobits smacked it down with the ultimate. Oh, you don't see that every day with a support Thane, but when you do, it feels like the world is yours. Oh my god.
Yep. It's you're in a bad spot when the support is killing your side laner. You need to rethink your strategy now, Evos. If you want to win this game, you need to start playing more aggressively. You're on the defensive end right now when you guys should have been in control. We're now another hero that we want to point out here. He's not having that much impacts in the lane as well. He's way too busy farming, and this is allowing IGP to take advantage of the numbers. They are going to have an even harder time, especially just like that. Dime will go in without without a moment's notice. If he knows he can take the fight, he will take it.
They're onto
They're
the
playing
side.
amazingly.
There's a temporal turbulence coming in from the Murad, but oh my goodness, Chobits actually positioning them. This is what I'm talking about. When a Thane can position properly, his teammates can follow up easily. Now Y-Force is in no man's land. He basically tries to run away, but the shurikens from the Shinobi Master hones in onto the Fishman, and well, you're gonna be seeing it, man. We're gonna have sushi for dinner. Hot diggity damn, this is 1-8 in terms of the kills, and it seems like IGP are not stopping at all. Weera, on the other hand, is actually going to be chasing them down with his ultimate, but it's not going to follow through. He doesn't have the damage anymore, and maybe just go back to the jungle, but that's what you said, man. He stays too long in the jungle. He's already been, even more than Tarzan has. Not good.
Yep. And you want to be a Murad that can apply pressure on the different lanes. Yeah, you need the farm, but you're also going to get gold if you get kills, you get towers. Right now, he's been staying in the jungle, not using the power of a Kha'Zix, a Richter, and a Liliana to follow up. There are so many ways that EVOS can play around with their lineup to make problems for IGP. But right now, it's only IGP that are using their lineup really well. They're thinking of the right plays, the right situations, and they are using it against EVOS to win these fights and take these towers. IGP are in a very good spot, and I do not see EVOS winning this game if they continue with this pace.
Chobits ran away with his dash. I thought that if maybe his opponent was a little bit closer to him, he could have actually delivered one of them into the embracing hands of his teammates. But with that in mind, it seems like IGP have begun to start out the dark side. They're going to try to actually steal this, but they cannot. A bit too far from EVO's side here. IGP Chobits is actually onto the side, forcing them out of the fight there. They've lost Poca already, but come here, come hither. It's going to be KA with the Florentino, pinning his sights onto Poca. And he is down. Fall is down. Hans is down. Weera comes in from the get-go. Does get slowed, but nobody will be able to follow up as Chobits was the only one to deal with the Murad. But still, the damage has been done. They do lose Turtle. They do lose Dime. But the Dark Slayer is there in their hands. Lack onto the side. Oh no, this is going to be big. He activates the ultimate. It's going to be the Starfalls. Oh, the damage. Doesn't get any kills. But the Drake is hitting. Let me call you on my cell phone. No, let me call you on my tower. Here's the highlights.
Oh my god. Now, look at that. This EVOS lineup, they're fighting. They're really trying to win this game. They're doing all of these fights to make it happen, and they could have potentially won that fight, but Weera was on the opposite side of the map. Where was Weera during that engagement? If he was there, they could have potentially destroyed IGP because they were complete. They were going to be able to do it. But in this case, the numbers advantage was used against them yet again. Weera needs to step up. He's not playing like the Murad god that he is known for. It's making it very hard for the EVOS lineup to really engage because there is no Murad pressure. And right now, IGP are already knocking on the third tier tower.
Be there or be square. EVOS are starting to kind of force them away. But you have to take note, there's a lot of AoE that is going to be pumped out here by IGP. KA is actually in a really weird spot, but this is a 2 versus 5. Florentino can actually beat them out because he does have that sustainability to be able to do so. Hans, though, coming in by his only lonesome as the Richter chasing onto Lack like he finally gets it, but this is still the numbers advantage into the side of EVOS. Nice ultimate coming in from Chobits. Not enough, though, but here comes Turtle onto the side a little bit too far. Cannot dive in onto anybody. Maybe he knows Hans is on that brush. Could be big, but they do push him away. And EVOS, from it looked like to have been a pretty bad situation, they make it work with a couple of kills, but still that tier 3 has been destroyed.
Right now, this Richter solo carrying this game. He's trying to buy time to get these teammates of his online, but you know, a Richter can only do so much. If this Richter does not get enough help from the rest of his team, he is going to fall off hard, especially once IGP takes notice.
Hey, KA, what you
Oh!
doing? The shield! The shield!
Woo!
Hans is there. He got it. Richter for the plays. Richter is the victor.
go.
And here
There
comes
we go.
EVOS. They're
Turtle.
swinging back at it again. They
Wild
get the
Force
one. They
going
get the
wild.
second. Here comes Weeraw activating the temporal turbulence. And it seems like EVOS have shown the fangs of the saber-toothed tiger. Here we go. Let me hear you roar. They do lose Poca, but that is definitely a much needed, a much desired team fight win. And with that, Net will be the Dark Slayer as the prize.
Just like that, as I mentioned earlier, EVOs have the superior lineup. They just need to fight together. What they've been doing were separate fights, separate pickoffs, and once they manage to get together, what's a Cricknack going to do when a KG is right in his face, hitting him with this big bad weapon of his? Nothing. He cannot run. This is a KG. It's getting to the point in the game where this KG is going to be hard to stop, and Lack is not going to be able to do enough to stop him, nor is Hayate going to do enough. If this EVOS lineup works as 5 at this point in the game, they can slowly take control, win the fights, and end the game. They are finally on the same page.
But still, even though that was looking pretty good for them, they have much to work with. A second... Actually, all tier 2 towers are still up for IGP here, so it's gonna be much difficult. Although a Drake is pushing onto the bottom lane, they can probably use this to their advantage and maybe push another side lane or force a fight or whatnot. But KA is gonna be doing the forcing himself. He forces Poca to use the ultimate as well as fall. And with this one, this is gonna be EVO's a little bit lacking in terms of that ultimate department. Chobits does have his own, but there's nobody who's going to be able to go for a flank maneuver onto anybody, and it seems like IGP is respecting the power of Y-Force on this KG.
Yeah, I like what's happening right now based on EVO's play. They recognize what their problem was and they made the necessary adjustments so far. Florentino is not going to be able to do enough, especially if he is not controlling the enemies that he's facing. He has the crowd control, yes, but this is a KG. This is a Murad.
They're
Hans
forcing
is
it.
running away.
They're forcing it. Hans is actually low. There's no more damage for EVOS. Oh no!
Damage.
Everything just kind of falls down. How did Hans take that much damage?
That was all on the Hayate. Dime just played really mad there.
Oh, speaking of mad, it seems like IGP are furious. They want themselves a couple of kills here. But now, with their 2 members down for at least the next 30 seconds, EVOs, or rather IGP, have all the time in the world to break at these remaining tier 3s and force EVOs, even though they're looking pretty prime when they're a full 5, still having no tier 3s remaining just kind of dwarfs your advantage, and it seems like that's what they're going to be doing. IGP take away a top tier 3.
Oh my god. Just when things were looking good for EVOS, IGP put the brakes completely and just turned it around. They noticed that if we split this lineup up, we could potentially take these really favorable fights against them. KG is going to excel, but he cannot be the one starting the fights. The attention should not be on him. If things like that happen, it's gonna be very, very hard for EVOS. And right now, the Florentino is online, and this is what's happening here. Murad needs to really deal majority of the damage, get rid of the backline, and force IGP back. If they can do that, the rest of the members of EVOS can slowly pick them off one by one. Hans is doing really good, so that's all they need to work on right now. But it's playing very, very bad because they're going into separate skirmishes, and Weerao's already dead. Hans making plays yet again, but oh my god, Chobits! Again, Chobits!
What? My My brain cannot comprehend the galaxy brain plays of
That game.
Chobix, the 200
That game.
IQ ultimate. He smacked down his sword of justice and basically handed the game to his team. IGP won off a support, last hitting the freaking victor. That is a 2-0. Oh, look what the... Okay, show me the eyes. I see you. Oh, what?
Oh my gosh.
I don't
There we
even know. I don't want to know anymore.
That was nice. That was some plays coming in from IEGP. They recognized it and they just went for it. The EVOS lineup were separated. Wirao and White Force were not playing on the same page as the other 3 members on their team. It caused a lot of problems in it, and it just made it too hard for them to recover. Very well played from IGP. Easy 2-0.
Chobits is a god.
Chobits was a god. That's
God,
all you
man.
have to say. He was a god. Bow down. That was a thing. Last hitting the Richter by a flicker ult. That was awesome stuff.
Exactly. I mean, I can't even comprehend the feeling of this man. He's like a support for IGP, but he became the champion that they needed. Look at this. KA is the MVP for this one. His proficiency is 11.2, but look, that 0.1 difference is where Chobits is at. So that means that Chobits was basically everywhere.
That's garbage. I am not gonna believe that. KA was good, yeah, but I don't care if it's a 0.1. Give the MVP to Chobits. He made the plays and made sure
Oh my
that
gosh.
his team could get to that point. If not for Chobits, KA would not be performing. Turtle would have a hard time. Crixie, Hayate, Dime, Lak, they're not gonna do a thing. Chobits is where it's at. That thing was the MVP of that game for sure. Hands down. KA, you're a good player. I'm sorry, but I'm vouching for Chobits right now.
I'm vouching for Chobits too. It was just spectacular the way he played. Granted, okay, let's give KA the praise that he needs though. The reason why Chobits could do this type of thing was KA was doing 2 versus 1s for a good chunk of time. So even though we all say that Chobits was the man to make the last play, the one who was in the kerfuffle in the midst of all that chaos was also KA. So you know, you can't really put out his effort for IGP.
Yeah, I'll give him that. Yeah, that is true. You know, you're a Florentino, you're doing those 2v1s. It's allowing the rest of your team to follow up on a different basis, allowing you guys to take control of the fights. KA did his job, yeah. But then again, it's a Florentino. You're expected to do that. Thane, on the other hand, he made things get done
Yeah.
and do even more. Chobits MVP. I don't care. Chobits is a god. Let's go to the highlights, please. He deserves it. Let's show that ult.
Alright guys, we're just gonna wait for the highlights to actually pop out. And anyways, we're gonna be back for the next series after a good chunk of break here at the Arena Valor International Championship 2019. We need a breather because that one just took our breath away. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
ดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุภายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะ ขอลูกแบงค์หน่อย เฮ้ นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซ์ซะหน่อย
ไฮเยเท
ขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเอง ขอร้องล่ะ ไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆ ขอบคุณนะ
ไฮเยเท
เฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยเด
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
เป็นไฟล์เหรอไถเก่งจัง
ว่าไงนะ
ออกกำลังกายเหรอ กล้ามใหญ่จัง
โอเรโอโรซิโอมันเฮ้ย
ใครเตะวะ
ไฮเยเทเท
โอ้ยฉีโซนะ
โดนจู่โจมแบบสายฟ้าแลบ
มาชมคนอื่นว่าน่ากินแบบนี้มัน
คาราเกะ
ขอให้เลี่ยนตาย
วาซาเบะ
มีของอร่อยไม่แบ่งเลยนะ
อะไรก็ไม่รู้ เล่นเกมดีกว่า เฮ้ ฮีโร่ตัวใหม่นี่นา ชื่ออะไรกันนะ
ไฮเยเทมีคาราเกะด้วย
ดีนะ
บอกอีกครั้งเลยว่าห้ามเต้น
คนเต้นกินลำกินมันเอาตัวไม่รอด รอดสิ
ยังไง
หนูรอด เพราะหนูรำ
รำอะไร
รำ 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 โอ้ยรำ
ลำไยเหรอ
รำคาญด้วย รำ
สักที
รำดาบ
นี่นะ นี่พ่อไง
แก ไม่ใช่พ่อฉัน
เก่งนี่
ใช่ ฉันเก่ง
แม่ภูมิใจในตัวลูก
แกก็ไม่ใช่แม่ฉัน
ใช่แล้ว
นี่พ่อเอง พ่อ นี่นะไฟเตอร์คนเก่งของพ่อ
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุภายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะ ขอลูกแบงค์หน่อย เฮ้ นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซ์ซะหน่อย
ไฮเยเท
ขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเอง ขอร้องล่ะ ไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆ ขอบคุณนะ
ไฮเยเท
เฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยดิ
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
กิกะเทคไฟเบอร์เน็ตบ้าน 1,000 เมกมาพร้อม2กิกะเทคไฟเบอร์เราเตอร์เร็วแรงทั่วบ้านเพียง 799 บาท พร้อมดูฟรีทรูพรีเมียร์ลีกกว่า 100 แมตช์ตลอดฤดูกาลจัดเต็มกับความสุขที่ได้มากกว่า สมัครวันนี้คลิก
And we are back once again for the Arena of Valor International Championship 2017. Nah, it's 2019. I'm just kidding. You're not time traveling or anything. It's brought to you by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. My name is Asarai, and with me now is Isaac Plays.
Yo, what's up? We are really hyping up the next match because it's going to be another series with HKA, but this time they are going to be facing a really tough challenge in Team Olympus. So I was asking in the chat earlier, who you got? Is it gonna be Team Olympus or is it going to be HKA? What are your thoughts, chat? Let us know. But of course, while you guys let us know, I'm gonna be asking my co-caster here, who do you think is going to take this series, Asarai?
I actually also said my sentiments in there. Actually, that's at the base of it. I really think that HKA can take the game, the entire 2-0 against Team Olympus. And at least one of the reasons why I think that is because during this group stage, they were one of the teams to actually beat out AHQ in a 2-0 fashion, which is not really an easy thing to do, you know? So that's something that you kind of want to keep in your heads. And at the same time, one of the really enjoyable players that I've seen is Shaolin on this jungle role. He has been phenomenal for Hong Kong Attitude. But of course, everything has yet to be seen because this is the first time that these two teams will be facing each other in the group stage.
Yeah, and with match 18, you know, everyone is looking to Sun and J-Jack showing their stuff for Team Olympus, especially when they are now at the stage where they need to really play well if they want to get into the top 8. For the side of HKA though, I'm looking forward to their support. I've been really impressed with Abao's plays, Abao's setups, and his team fights. He's been such a good support for HKA, and I honestly prefer watching him mainly because he's one of the biggest reasons why Shaolin is excelling on HKA right now.
You really think so? I mean, yeah, okay. I gotta give you on that. If you've gone for the support role, I've gone for the jungle role. Now on the Olympus side, how many times have we actually seen them play during this entire tournament? They have actually gone up against EVOS, where EVOS won with a 2-0. And they've also gone up against Nova, where they got the win against Nova with a 2-0. So it's not really the best metric out there to see how strong or where the power levels are, quote-unquote, for Olympus are right now. But still, you got to give them props. One of the ones that you have to kind of watch out for is J-Jack, who was also a really strong contender in that support role. So maybe this series of 2 is going to be a match between support versus support. You never know.
And with that being said, these two supports are going to be the ones to watch. Who is going to enable their team more? Is it going to be Abao or is it going to be J-Jack? Both players extremely talented. But, based on the draft so far, it's going to be a Krizix going to HKA. Now, that is going to be some hype stuff to watch. Still, though, like what other teams have been doing, when they see a Krizix, both, how to say this, AHQ, Olympus, we also saw IGP do it earlier, they would be picking Yena at least, and a Hayate possibly, when they would see a first pick Krizix. Why? because Yena has the mobility. She has a really good silence follow-up as well once she dives in. Hayate, on the other hand, he has the dashes to get away from the Krizix before that pull really comes in. So these two heroes are going to be the most stable ones that you would want to have in a Krizix comp. And after me mentioning the Yena Hayate, HKA, they're going to go back to the Cricknack, but this time they're going to be bringing a Fennec with them. Now that is going to be devastating because the Krizix pull into this Fennec Cyclone. Now that is going to be fun to watch, especially when you see a drone drop coming in from the side. I'm looking at this HK lineup looking really good as long as Abao shows his top tier performance.
Let's call it what it is, man. Wombo combo for Hong Kong Attitude here. It's gonna be really difficult to kind of play around this one, but there's still a bunch more options here. Olympus can go for some peels or something. They can go for somebody who can go for much protect, which is the Zenial, which is actually not bad at the moment. Could actually be really strong. We've seen it happen. Yena going for a split push, Hayate going for a split push, and then Zenial just comes out of nowhere. And it seems like Olympus are gravitating around a fight comp, which could prove useful for that particular pick. But there's still a lot more. We've also seen the Lumber be used extensively well by, I believe that was, who did we watch a while ago? Man, I'm so bad at remembering the names. I think it was, I'm so bad at remembering the names. I think it was HKA that also did that a while ago. But yeah, still, right? You can just tell that there is going to be a lot of rotations that will be coming out. Forced team fights from Olympus.
Oh yeah, and I like the answer with the Raz pick because, you know, Raz, that fireball, the poke that Raz does when he throws out his pokes, it's going to slow, and you know what that means when you slow down a Krizix from a dive. That means the Krizix will not get there in time, get in the right position to make those pulls. So this is a very smart pick from Olympus to ensure at least a big way to prevent the Krizix whenever Raz is around. You know, that only means that Krizix could make opportunities elsewhere, but hey, if it's a 5v5 fight, Raz could be in the right spot to make sure that HKA does not have any good engages for that wombo combo.
Yeah, and you know, displacement versus displacement here. You got yourself Krizix's pull and Raz's push to be able to kind of counteract at each other. It can really help out if you think about it. Now we do see the second phase bans here, Rourke as well as Florentino. I can't really see, my R's are pretty bad. And then Omen and Diao Chan for Olympus's side. This could actually really help out. And there it is, the hover over to Zenial.
Oh, I like that. I like the Senial pick. That is nice. If you're going to use that hero along with a Yena, a Raz, and a Hayate, it's going to prove a lot because of the save that you can do, especially since you're planning to counter engage. This Krizix will most likely be doing the engagements for you, so you don't need to use the Senial to play aggressively. Still though, they're gonna just go full anti-dive. If they do not pick the Senial, why not just go for the Annette? And you know, prevention is better than cure. You could cure a team fight with the Senial ult and save your team, but why not just stop the fight completely with the Annette? Very smart pick there coming in from Olympus.
Well, their mindset's definitely high above. Now the last two picks for HKA, they look around at the Liliana and the Chi. I like the Chi pick here as well. If you can't really chase him down with the Krizix, you also have Chi to kind of solo someone out, and that could always be something used to start a fight immediately. And it just makes sense, you know. There's ways of Hong Kong Attitude to kind of start fights from all angles. They don't only have to look at the Krizix. You don't have to look at the Krizix pull. There is Cricknack with his knockup. There is Liliana with her stun and Chi with her wall stun. It could actually really help it out because if you look at it, Olympus doesn't have a lot of crowd control on their side. I mean they do, but it's not as solid if what you would see Hong Kong Attitude has.
It's very execution intensive here for HKA. If you think about it, Krizix and a cheat together, that would make for some devastating push and pulls. It's gonna be really fun. Fennec, on the other hand, he's gonna be really good with the follow-ups and the pokes from the side, but his range isn't what it used to be. So Fennec is gonna need to play a little bit more on the edge compared to how he used to. Crickdack as well, he's gonna need to go for a full dive to follow up. So based on the picks that I'm seeing here, I would have to favor HKA because of the wombo combo potential, and it's going to be a lot easier for them to go around the map. For the side of Team Olympus, yeah, you have the Annette for the anti-dive. You also have the Yena, the Lindis, the Raz, and the Hayate. These are really, really good heroes if you can poke them down before the fights happen. But if the fights actually do happen, you're gonna need to find a way to disengage and re-engage to get your advantage back. So, like I said, prevention is better than cure. If Olympus can prevent HKA from doing what they plan to do, they can easily win the fights and take this game.
And with that, our drafting has concluded. Imagine this, ladies and gentlemen. We are already at the third day of this tournament. It has been a grueling set of days for these people. We are only at the halfway marker. After this done, there's still kind of like the setup into the quarterfinals, maybe a couple of days of break into the semifinals, and then that's the grand finals, where one of these teams rather, will be able to win $200,000 US. No chump change if you think about it. Like, if you split it 5 ways, it's gonna be I'm so bad at my math. For 40,000 per person.
Yeah.
Yes, 40,000 per person. That is huge.
That would be nice.
I mean, maybe I could just immediately join one of the teams here. I'd like to join Bururam. I like to be their sub coach, and then I get like a little bit of splashback from the prize pool. That'd be pretty cool, right? Right? They won't hate me for that, right?
Sure, why not? I think we'd all love that.
Yeah. Oh, here we are, game 1.
Oh, that was fast.
That was fast.
I was expecting a little more time to just relax before the game, but looks like we're gonna be going straight into the action here with HKA and Olympus for game 1.
Yeah, man, I was contemplating on like, what if that really happens. Now I kind of want to apply for BRU.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But anyways,
I'm pretty excited.
For what though? For getting accepted into BRU, and then
No.
Or
I'm pretty
like,
excited with
okay.
the Krizix just going ham.
Oh man. Oh, okay. We started off. J-Jack is spotted out here. He's gonna be on the Annette. He's showing already that he is not fearful at all to use any of these characters. And mind you that these pro players, even though they're the best of the best in their regions, you'd think that they'd have a huge enough hero pool that they can bring out everything. That's the thing with these type of games, man. You have your strong picks, you have your weak picks. The strong picks could be meta picks, your weak picks could be the meta picks, and that's how the power levels of teams kind of go out. And if you don't have good enough adaptability, you might just be not that good. Boogie though had to force Flicker over the wall just because he was getting pinned down. But no first blood to be had, so he survives, but he will lose a little bit of muster in that mid lane.
That's some good info coming in from HKA. If you think about it, they know that the Raz Flicker is gone for a bit. They could capitalize on that advantage, just go straight mid. Either that, or they would pressure mid even more to get more objectives from the side lanes.
They can try to do so. You're now seeing WoW actually come into the fray. Shaolin goes in and kind of just dives. They're forcing him onto the side here. Somebody wants to kind of go for a flank, which was Outcast, but he did not want to be kind of kerfuffled in the middle of Drac. Look at that!
Shaolin!
They found Shaolin! They also get the man, and this is OP out of the barrage, out of the barracks, just immediately getting their 2-0. And with that in mind, Abyssal Dragon is a freebie for the Koreans.
That was an awesome play coming in from Boogie there. He got his Flicker burnt, knowing that HKA did exactly what I expected them to do. They would be trying to pressure this Raz even more, but Boogie, he's just not gonna have any of it. I'm gonna double kill you guys and get the dragon here along with my team, and there we go. Very, very good outplay there.
It's so quick. Just very good start for Olympus. And here is your highlight. Shelly got caught out way out into the open. They had no disengage whatsoever. I mean, even Albao and the Krizzix can't really do too much if he's that far away from his teammate. And, well, that did net them the kill onto the Kriknak. And Kriknak does not like to be forced out of a good position like that. He does not bode well with it, but he does have a double buff. Maybe he can make something happen. J-Jack coming right here. Here comes Albao. He's going in. He sucks on to 3. Oh, here it is. The bola strike coming out from the man.
Wow.
They dive right in. Albao is so good. One more auto attack. He almost had it, but his HP was not enough. He was alone, and HKA are making a big mistake. How do I say this? Their sequence was not in sync.
That was a painful sight to watch. About making the plays, getting the disables, but there was no follow-up. Yeah, you could make the game-winning pull right there, but who cares? No one's gonna do the damage. You're still going to fail the fight if these players that you're playing with don't do any follow-ups with you. There was Chi. Outcast was still pretty far. Shaolin was not in the right position to be able to follow up. And that is causing a lot of problems because you need to be in sync if you want this Krizzix comp to work.
Well, he's NSYNC. A really good boy band right there. Probably even better than Backstreet Boys. Oh, wait, no, not even. But anyways, HKA here not having a good time at all. No kills whatsoever just yet for them. And not really a good start, especially when they need to be able to kind of keep the ball rolling for Shaolin. He was the man that I said was supposed to be someone to look out for, but OP have successfully shut him off from the rest of the world. He is like, I believe, 0-2 or no, 0-1 as of the moment. And he's really faltering behind, especially against the counterpart in the jungle, which is the Lindis.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. With how things are going right now, I feel like HKA, they're on the back foot here. They were outmatched and outplayed in the first few fights. They're gonna need to rethink their strategy because things are not going well for them so far.
HKA though, it's kind of coming back at it. They're trying to go for a little bit more of control around the equilibrium of the waves, and then trying to maybe hook themselves with a tower that could actually work for them if they wanted to. So what I like about them now is that since they've kind of lost twice or thrice in the team fight department, they just says like, okay, we're just gonna try to go for a bit more in terms of the pushes, but Olympus denies them immediate shutdown onto Outcast. He didn't even know what hit him there.
Outcast did not see that coming. That was a 3-man engage. And now, Olympus, they're up 4 kills. They're up by 2,000 gold. They can continue this pressure, this movement, and play around the map to make sure that this Krizzix comp is not working. Right now, there is no follow-up with this Krizzix. Yeah, Abao can dive as much as he wants, but if there is no damage to kill off whoever he catches, it's not going to work out because they're not going to be able to get any objectives done.
It was supposed to be the Wombo combo, man, but if you don't have the Wombo, you can't do the combo. That's the problem here. And you said it, when J-Jack gets himself that Annette, it seems like he is truly the prevention, and that prevention is not the disease that is Hong Kong Attitude. That is their Hong Kong Attitude's loss in this one. Shaolin goes in with a little bit of harassment, but he can't really dive underneath that tower, not knowing where the other members of Olympus might be hidden. But speaking of which, they're actually corralled right here in the middle. J-Jack gets spotted out, but I don't think they're going to be able to burst down on Annette, especially when she has that wall to be able to kind of push everyone out, or rather away from her.
And that's the cool thing about Olympus right now. Krizzix can try his best to catch some heroes out, but you are seeing Lindis just poking the hero. You're going to get pokes again and again and again. J-Jack is going to let himself get caught, but Lindis, on the other hand, She's not poking the one that's caught. She's poking the follow-up to make sure there is no follow-up, because they know that Krizik is not going to be able to deal enough damage to actually pressure a kill onto objectives. This is a really smart approach by Olympus, because they know how to stop the fights completely. Not just through negating the Krizik's dive, but negating the follow-up completely to make sure that they have the advantage over the team fights. Very well played.
Intelligent understanding of the matchup can definitely give you a 1-up here. HKA, oh, they really want to go for this. Look at how many of them were just positioned around that mid brush. But for now, it's not gonna happen. What other things that I think HKA can do is that they have a Fennec. They have a good amount of pushing power here. If they can just kind of find a little bit of an opening, maybe they can kind of use the Fennec to split push. EZ had to go just dash over the wall because there was too much of OP right here into the mid. But they can still get their tower though. But it seems like Chi might be able to finally get the first one for HKA. Never mind, as here is the 3 members. These are a little bit too overextended. This could be bad. Here comes Boogie. There is the uppercut. And that was just way too lazy from Chi, or rather Outcast, to get away. He could have actually gone underneath the tower earlier than that, but he was trying to bait.
Oh yeah. That was really weird stuff coming in from Outcast. It's as if he did not have a map. Knowing that the enemy is gone and you don't know where they are, that should give you a signal. You know what? I shouldn't be overextending here because I could get caught out. This is a Raz. This is an Annette. This is a Lindis that could potentially go 100-0 right beside me. If this happens, they're going to have a very hard time because this Chi is very crucial in making their composition work.
And I mean, having a Chi that's not going to be able to survive in the fights later on is a definite kind of stranglehold on OP. And this is not looking good at all. But speaking of looking good, maybe Outcast can do something. But J-Jack, he is a wall right here. He doesn't even have muscles. He just has, well, he has muscles, but, you know, not like bodybuilder muscles or something like that. But it seems like he's going to be able to push them right out. Shaolin!
Drac!
That was so low. Here he comes from the sidelines. Sun able to actually micromanage, almost getting knocked out by the man. But they still survive. And Olympus
Sun was pretty lucky
could
there.
have actually have gotten the dragon. But yeah, Sun was a lucky little boy. It seems like Olympus do have control of this entire match.
The only reason why Sun was lucky there was because he had the Reaper's Blessing. If he did not have that, he would already be dead. The next time, he won't be so lucky though, because that is a one-time skill. Once you get that burnt, you're not going to get that again unless you buy a Death Sickle. So it's going to be really hard for Sun to engage moving forward now that it's burnt, especially because it was very pointless for him to receive or lose that Reaper's Blessing there. I mean, the man wasn't in any danger of dying, and Sun just went in to commit there when the rest of his team just sat back.
A little bit of miscommunication, but they still are at the forefront here. But it seems like OP are gonna enforce them. They're gonna say to HKA, we are the stronger team here. And even though we made slight mistakes, you weren't able to capitalize or whatever, we're gonna be able to make the most out of it. We're gonna force you into the mid. But while that was happening, Sun, being the opportunistic man that he is going to be able to get that bottom tier 1 and slowly but surely, you know, take away at the controlled areas around the map here for HKA.
I really like what this support is doing. He's trying to get the attention of HKA to dive onto him because he knows he's in no danger right now, especially with the follow-up coming in from the rest of Olympus. Olympus are using their range against their opponents. Before the fights even happen, they're already whittling them down. This is how you should be playing these kinds of compositions. A lot of teams so far have attempted to do it and have failed catastrophically. Olympus, on the other hand, they have done this to the T. They have been on point with their skills, and their range is proving to be way too hard for HKA to handle right now.
Oh, they're gonna chase them. They want to go for it. But even though they weren't able to fully commit. You saw how much damage WoW was able to do with this Lindis. The HP of Albao from like 1 to 2 hits immediately went halfway under. Outcast, he used this ultimate. They know already that he's not going to be able to use that to kind of crowd control stun, and this means that Olympus have a slight opening. Outcast has no more ultimate, Shaolin has no more ultimate, and this inherently kind of lowers the firepower, the teamfight output that HKA has.
Oh, that is horrible. Now HKA need to be on the back foot here because they know that Team Olympus, they have the Drake, they have the buff, they're gonna get the AD to add even more gold into their pockets. They are scaling way better compared to HKA right now, and you are seeing a Fennec and a Cricknack who should have had really good control in the early game when it turned the other way around. It's 0-6 right now in favor of Olympus, and I don't see any signs of stopping unless HKA find a way to clearly engage and pick off the right heroes here from Olympus.
The thing is, can they do that? Alba already uses his invisibility, so he can't really do too much right there. And I didn't even notice this, but here is the Drake onto the bottom lane. Gonna be able to take away at it. There's the first tier 3. They need to wait for a wave here, but that mid tier 3 is looking pretty dang juicy. It's looking good. And here's the wave, but it's not big enough. But if you think at it, if you look around the map, there's like 50 seconds onto that dragon. Could be another forced fight here by Olympus against HKA. If HKA want to contest or anything, they cannot stay in their base.
All right, and now it's going to be even harder for HKA here.
Oh, they spotted him!
Oh my god.
Oh, this is
Oh
bad.
my god.
They got the one. Albao is already on the run. The man is right here. They're actually counter-engaging, but Easy cannot dip back into the fight. They're turning it back. Outcast has actually found his opening, but there is a revive for WoW. They've mitigated the loss. Drac and J-Jack were the ones to actually have faltered, but that was really good for HKA, even though they lost the 3. That was a team fight that, well, Olympus were not expecting to lose.
That was close. They could have turned that fight, but unfortunately, wow, he was prepared. He had the Blade of Eternity. He could revive, and that essentially turned that fight from bad to pretty much just neutral. Still though, Olympus have the upper hand because it's going to be harder for HKA to take even more from them now that they are already crippled with one tier 3 tower down. As this game goes on and OP still continue to use their advantage in terms of range and poke, it's gonna be harder for Olympus to it's gonna be harder for HKA to even do anything about it now, especially since the buffs are coming. Enraged Abyssal Dragon, they have the Dark Blessing onto WoW. This is gonna be easy pickings, especially if they don't have a way to really wipe this team out.
That's gonna be a double buff if they got the Dark Slayer there. Really nice play from Outcast. He was definitely a non-factor at the very start. He was a cannon fodder for Olympus for so many ganks into the top lane, but now he has found his stride rather, and if he can replicate what he did in that fight, even though there is a good chunk of buffs, there's a good chunk of items already here for OP or Olympus rather, he has a chance. Albao being spotted out as he maybe tries to kind of wrap around from the side, spot out onto a squishy, and then go for it. But here comes J-Jack looking for an opening. Will not find it though. Outcast onto the side, spotting out J-Jack, but because he has no information or doesn't really have a good angle to use his ultimate against the members of Olympus, has to at least back away here and respect that HKA needs a fine opening to get this W in the team fights.
That's all I have to say. I'm waiting for the team fights to happen.
It's okay, man.
I want this to blow out of proportion.
Speaking
just
of blowing out
right
of
now.
proportion, J-Jack almost gets blasted there, but he proved to be a worthy foe, and now Darkslayer is into the pockets of Olympus.
Oh no.
That's a really bad marker if you look at it. Olympus, though, they're not really pushing. The waves aren't in their favor yet, so that's why they're not really overcommitting to this. But once these waves start to kind of whittle down onto the lane of Hong Kong Attitude, that is when Olympus will be starting to look for that starter. Bao, you a close man, but they know where you at. They spot you. You're not the invisible man once again. And woo, what? Who? Wait, was that WoW? He put the man onto like 3/4 HP in the one skill shot. That is huge. You're gonna be able to clear out the wave onto the mid lane, but it seems like the top lane, it's not gonna be the case here. HKA's base is really open, primed and ready. It's an apple, it's a fruit, bared already, able to take a bite out of it, a juicy target, so to speak. And this is it. You shall not pass, the last fight of the Hobbitses. And oh my goodness, they tried to go in the pull with Albao, but he cannot find it. It seemed like the members of Olympus were just, we know what you want to do. You can't set the wombo combo onto us. You have to bait it in. You have to force yourself, but HKA cannot find it.
OP right now, they are playing it smart. They don't have to force anything right now. They can just keep playing like this because they could poke down the towers little by little. It's HKA who need to make something happen if they want to turn this around. If they're not going to be able to do it, this is essentially game.
I mean, there is a possibility. We've seen some of the games actually turn around from this kind of point, but with such a big lead for Olympus, with such really difficult ways of initiating or pick off for HKA, it's a hard-drawn battle to do something like this.
Oh man, 30 seconds until the next Drake though. If they could make that happen for them, it's gonna be even harder for HKA to dive. This is not looking good for HKA right now. Unless they could really man up, take the right fight, get the right picks, and have the right follow-up, I don't see them winning this fight, especially with all the disengage coming in from Olympus right now.
Man, I do like how Olympus aren't really overcommitting. They're still respecting the wombo combo of HKA. This could be big though. They know that there's somebody on that brush. Oh, HKA, their trap could have been really big, but they got scouted out. And now Olympus, they can have the fruits of getting this first, or rather the Enraged Abyssal Dragon, and now this Dark Slayer. Outcast is here onto the side. He got spotted out. No, he cannot try to go for a steal here because he is getting flushed away by Olympus. But here it is, Albao coming from the sides. Huge damage. There's the Bola coming in from the Fennec, but it seems like they really can't chase much. The disparity in terms of items is just a little bit too big. Sun is chasing that onto Outcast. Outcast cannot do too much, but he went in a little bit too deep and easy. Swiped at him, and it seems like it's an even fight, but no, hold that thought. There's the revive for the man. He's actually getting knocked out. One more auto attack, and WoW could have actually have taken it, but man was able to regenerate, dodge the auto attack in time, and it seems like HK Hong Kong Attitude able to keep themselves alive.
Oh man, that was a very nice fight from HKA. Now, this is the problem. You can poke them down as much as possible, but if they are starting to survive these pokes, it's going to be harder for Team Olympus to pressure them. Yes, there are no towers remaining, but it's, it goes to show HKA, they can still find a way in this. They just need to play it smart and engage the right way. If they can get the right picks onto Team Olympus, they're not going to have a bad shot at winning this game.
Deep breath before the plunge into the team fight. Shaolin is not in a good position. He went over the wall, but OP was already there where he was. He got knocked out, and this is not good. There's some big ass minions gonna be running down onto the mid lane, but it seems that is not the target for Olympus. It is the Dark Slayer. This behemoth, this controller of the field, this controller of the map is now giving way, giving power for Olympus, the gods themselves, the Titan killers, to be able to finish off this game. But it seems like they're not. They're waiting for something. I'm not sure what though. Maybe more waves.
They need to control the waves right now. They are going to do the final push once all the waves are on equal sides. The usual reason for this is because you can apply 3 lanes of pressure to make sure that your push is going to be more potent. If you can time it right, then you can time your dive as well and your pokes to make it difficult for HKA to push this. All of these pokes means that they will need to go back to base, heal up before they try to defend it again. This will buy more time for Olympus to poke down that.
No, he goes for it. He follows it up. Shaolin does so much damage. They're actually going to be coming at this. Boogie gets denied. HKA. What was that? They actually found the formula, the method to the madness. Here is the man. Onslaught onto the Fennec. They're still alive, but no. They didn't have a tier 3 anymore. And OMG. The minions actually make it happen. And oh, the mid laner for Olympus was like, give me a high five. I don't think he got the high five. But still, that was such a good play for HKA. But the Nexus was exposed, man. It was exposed.
Yeah, Olympus knew if they died in that spot, HKA could have potentially pushed that. Luckily for them, this is the advantage of controlling your waves first before making that push. You can ensure that all 3 waves are applying pressure, and once HKA or your opposing team would commit to fights in that kind of situation, one way or the other, you would have the advantage. It's either you win the team fight and end the game, or you lose the team fight with the minions pressuring the Nexus itself, or you defend your Nexus from the waves, but Olympus, they're gonna keep poking you down in the process. Either way, it was going to be a lose-lose situation for HKA. It was a story of too little, too late. Could have been, would have been, but the game is done. MVP, wow, 6-0-6. Wow. Wow.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Those words are the perfect way to kind of like elaborate what Hong Kong Attitude were just doing. It was a nice play. You gotta admit, Hong Kong Attitude had the right mentality going into the final fight, but that was the thing. It was the final fight. They weren't able to do that type of strategy during the entire game, and because of that, Olympus were basically able to do what Koreans do in esports, which is to choke, stranglehold your opponent into submission, and they checked out all the objectives in their book of objectives, and they got it, they won it, and it was a hard-drawn battle that they truly deserve.
Yep. And with that being said, based on the stats, it was really good. The performance was amazing coming in from Olympus. They've had a rocky start in the series so far. They haven't been doing pretty well, and they were 0-2'd by EVOS Esports. This time, though, they showed up. J-Jack with an amazing performance on the Annette, especially with the 84.6% kill participation. He did what he could to make sure that the enemy team would have a hard time. Abao especially would have a hard time starting the fights. J-Jack was a god in this game, and it goes to show he still got it. You can potentially do this again in game number 2, and hopefully if he does, we're in for another treat for game number 2.
All right, so we're just gonna be dropping the highlights to you guys, so we'll be back after a short break. And here it is, game number 2's drafting phase has gone underway. Hong Kong Attitude fought to the very last metric, but it seemed like it really wasn't theirs. The true MVP wasn't any of the players of Olympus, but it was the minions of Olympus who got the W for them.
This is something different coming from Olympus. They are banning a Hayate. I want to just point that out because this will leave other heroes potentially open in the draft. They ban out the Darcy, Zip is gone, so HKA could ban out the Krizix or the Florentino. It really depends on what they prefer, but right now they are going to be giving away a potentially critical hero because they did not expect a Hayate ban. This is going to leave a lot of options for Olympus for their first pick, but also it's going to be good for HKA because they could answer with 2 picks of their own.
Can definitely help out, man. Darcy and Hayate, such heavy hitters, you know, but Krizix is open. Krizix is open.
Oh, they're not gonna take it. Okay. Oh, I like that. I like that. Yeah, just because Krizix is open doesn't mean we have to take it. We're gonna take the Florentino instead.
He's not as broken as he thought he was. Hey.
Yeah. This side though, HKA, they could take the Krizix for themselves. That wouldn't be too bad.
You could actually set up like a Krizix Kilgraw type of setup here. Never know. It's always a pretty good thing. The thing is, Shaolin, has he actually used Kilgroth in the past? I think he doesn't like the whammy type of heroes. He likes more of the in-your-face, and then you get yourself a lot more crowd controls, or rather a lot more damage output, like assassins and whatnot. But never mind. Yeah. This is the first time we're gonna be seeing him actually play the Lindis, or this Lindis could actually even be the ADC. I don't know. It really does seem like something out of the ordinary. But Albao is back on his Krizix once again.
This is why I like the global ban system for AOV. I mean, yeah, you're gonna see a Krizix again, but it's like you're showing that you're a slave to the meta. Just because Krizix is open doesn't mean you have to take it. Olympus is making a statement right now. We could have taken Krizix, but we want to have the Florentino even more. I think that's more important. And not to mention, they also picked an Omen, knowing that these two heroes are side laners. You wouldn't really expect a Florentino in the jungle because, yeah, you can, but it's not exactly optimal to do it. So that only means that it could either be Florentino in the AD or in the DS, Omen in the DS or in the AD. It's going to flex the comps in the side lane, and it's going to be looking good so far for Olympus. Not to mention, they already added a Fennec in to their composition. Given that fact, they already know Fennec is going to be in the jungle.
What a cluster for Hong Kong Attitude. This is just a landmine of what do we have to pick to try to understand or outmaneuver the drafting of Olympus. It's definitely like a 200 IQ type of banning or a drafting phase here. You can already see Olympus are kind of just like saying, what do we have to follow up with our picks? Hong Kong Attitude, though, they do have the Yena, mighty trusted. Actually could do really well against an Omen, even a Florentino at the very start. It's a good open-ended pick that can deal with either two of these. But now comes to the brass tacks at hand. What will they follow up as now the second drafting or second banning phase is underway?
Well, they're gonna pick a Yena, which is fine. Then they're gonna go with the second banning phase. Now, I want to point out this Yena. She is going to have an easy time against a Florentino. You would essentially counter a Florentino with a Yena. The question is though, what if Olympus decides to put the Omen against this Yena? If it's very evident this Yena is going to be going to the DS lane, that's a big advantage because they could pop the Omen there instead. It allows more flexibility for Olympus to swap around to avoid these counter picks from HKA. And if that happens, essentially Omen and Florentino could scale even harder than usual because they're not going to be fighting against a hero that would counter them as long as they dodge the matchups.
I'm waiting, man. I'm waiting for the draft here to undergo. What are you gonna pick?
Oh, Grixie. Oh, Grixie. Yeah, HKA are sticking with the meta right now. Since we can use it, let's just take it.
Yeah,
For the side of Olympus, though, it's a completely different story. They're banning an Alistair. They're banning the Murad. It just goes to show we're gonna pick heroes that are favorable for us, and we're gonna ban the heroes that are unfavorable for our current matchup. Just because it's in the meta doesn't mean we have to ban these heroes. You can take them all you want, but we're gonna pick the ones we want to play and ban the heroes we don't want to face.
Hover over the Wisp, an Alice for J-Jack. Okay, you got yourself that hissy fit for a little bit of support action that will definitely kind of alleviate this Yena or these in-your-face heroes such as the Yena and the Kha'Zix that could help out. Wisp, I haven't really seen for a while, and Liliana in the mid. So here we have it.
Roxy. Huh.
So is it gonna be?
Okay. HKA are actually pretty smart with what they did there. Yeah. Yena will counter the Florentino. Roxy will counter the Omen. Pick your poison. I like that.
They just
now
match
it's
it
gonna
up.
be Olympus on the back foot here. Based on the drafts, you went with meta picks for HKA. These are the heroes that could be optimal in terms of performance. For the side of Olympus, they would be complementing each other, playing with each other, helping each other out to make the fights happen. Now, based on their composition, their team fights are going to be good. They can split push, they can run around and support each other. For the side of HKA though, it's going to be completely different. Kha'Zix is going to dive. There's a Crixie with the follow-up. There's a lot of damage and poke from the Lindis as well. Whoever executes better based on their composition will be key in winning these fights. But you need to keep an eye on the laning phase because it's going to be very different. Just because you win the laning phase doesn't necessarily mean that you could potentially win the team fights.
It's a good starter, but definitely true. So what do you think, man? Is it the razzle dazzle of Olympus here, or is it Hong Kong attitudes stick to what's strong for now, strong right now rather, gonna reign true for them?
Well, I'm siding with Olympus for this one. You know, their first game was stellar. They finally showed up, so I'm hoping that they keep this momentum going and show up even more, show the really nice plays, and showcase what AOV is all about. All of this fun AOV action.
Their understanding of the game, or at least for now, the drafting has really come into fruition. The bans that we are not supposed to see as much up against HKA. And now we're just gonna leave you a little bit, and when we get back, it's the second game.
Minions will be deployed in 5 seconds.
And we're back. Olympus and Hong Kong Attitude's second game. We are already at match 18. We've set who are the highest performing teams. Once again, here on Group A, it's a bit of a different story where a lot of these teams are kind of trying to claw into the top because everybody can actually get an advantage here. They're comparing it to the other group, but still, this is where we're at. And every win can really make or break you. Boogie getting knocked up by Easy here, and as he reaches level 2, immediately pushes out at this Liliana.
So it's gonna be the Yena against the Omen. It's going to be the Florentino against the Roxy. Interesting. The side lanes are something that we should watch, but most of the pressure will be on the mid lane based on this game.
Oof. What is this matchup though? I mean, all right. So why has it been turned into like Yana versus the Omen rather than Yana versus the Florentino? Did they
Well,
read? Did they read it?
they would probably have seen it because you can't really expect Roxy in the AD lane. So it's a pretty smart read coming in from Olympus here. At the same time, if you're gonna think of a Yena against the Omen, they could more or less break even. Whereas if you face Roxy with an Omen, you're gonna get steamrolled. This is a Roxy. You don't want to fight a Roxy, especially if you're Omen, because even if you're a crappy Roxy player, you can still beat an Omen.
I keep hearing you say it before, man. Mash your face when you're playing Roxy and you'll still be fine.
Yep.
The memes be real. Shaolin here trying to get the Spirit Sentinel, but this is a quick, aggressive rotation for Olympus. J-Jack gonna just make sure that the Lindis doesn't go back and try to get the Spirit Sentinel, but then they just drop it out. This is just them kind of just choking out at the very start the resources for the Lindis.
And while this is all happening, they are now going to try and get the advantage here because the rotation is coming in. They're gonna try to force fights.
He spot out Sun? No, he was actually invisible there. There's J-Jack. There's the stun committance. Throws out the wave and the ultimate for easy. Okay, Starfalls will be your doom. That is the case. J-Jack gets dropped out. Weird positionings here all around for Olympus.
Well, with that, I guess it's one death for Alice, but that's okay, I guess. I mean, you get some gold. That's first blood. It doesn't really apply any pressure onto the lanes, though. You get rid of the support, but the side lanes are still continuously farming.
It could be big. Sun is, well, level 4. Oh, Olympus are trying to go for lane changes, but it seems like OP beautifully executed. There is the Albao that we all know and love. He gets the 1, he gets the 2. And HKA, they're back in this game.
There we go. That was a nice read from HKA. They knew that Olympus would be trying to dodge the matchups. Because of that, they're going to force an engagement in the mid lane, try to get a pick off, and put Olympus in an even bigger disadvantage. And right after that, they would go on to engagement with Drac before
One more auto
Olympus can
attack!
react.
That was too close. A hair would have been enough. There's Boogie. It was a Roxy that he was chasing, so it's fine. But Hong Kong attitude, I mean, they played in terms of, you know, picking the draft meta-centric, but the way that they're playing this game is so different from what we've seen from game 1 that this is putting Olympus in a bit of a rut. They don't really know how to deal with this at the moment, and now HKA are on a good advantage in terms of that overall gold.
Exactly. And, you know, I just want to point out here, this is all being HKA, you know, making the smart decisions in their approach towards Olympus right now. If they did not read the lane swaps, it would have not happened where there would be a pick off at mid into consistent pressure against the Florentino bot side. Really good reads from HKA is allowing them to take advantage of this game so far. So I really like the actions here, and if they can continue this momentum, J-Jack is not going to be able to do enough to help his team.
HKA, Albao is already into the fronts, and this is what you kind of want to see for a Krizix. He's going to be able to scout them out so quickly. 3 members of OP are already here, but the damage has been done. Tower taken away. Dragon is already up. Nobody has actually taken it, and we're 5 minutes in. But that's not the game plan for HKA. HKA's game plan is just roam around and beat the crap out of the towers against OP. And finally, Shaolin begins. Look at that damage. This Dragon got nothing on HKA right now.
And just like that, they already have 2 towers taken. Omen is gonna be stable in his lane, and he's gonna defend that tower. But right after that, he's not going to be able to do much once there would be 5-man rotations onto his lane. Eventually, HKA can just force pressure onto his lane, take out all the first-tier towers, and start the choke.
Thought it was going to be a big fight there, but seems like it's not going to happen. Oh, 1 versus 1. Ugh, slash it to me. There's the slow. Here's Albao. Is it going to be the follow-up? Looks like he does not have the setup to do so, or he just respected that OP was right on the side there. There was a good chunk of chance that it could have been an immediate counter, and HKA definitely playing a different type of ball game this time.
I really like that play coming in from HKA. They're recognizing the potential of a re-engage coming in from Olympus. So right when it is about to happen, you know what? Let's just disengage, put the pressure elsewhere. As we continue doing this, Team Olympus, they are reacting and reacting and reacting to all of HKA's plays. They're not making any plays of their own because they're too busy following HKA around the map. This is going to allow HKA to continue controlling the pace and momentum of this game, and they will be in the driver's seat on what is going to happen eventually in the late game.
They're trying to push this top tier tower. Mind you that if you kind of look around at the minimap, there's still no towers destroyed by Olympus. They have done a fantastic job at kind of just pushing this team back and keeping it all HKA. The Koreans have been finally pushed by the combination of Taiwan and Hong Kong. For the moment, we do see a stalemate here. Feels like both teams are kind of just waiting for something. Here's Albao. He spots out the one. Could actually suck Drac in, but that's not the target he really wants to. Here it is. A fight ensues. Follows it up. The man is right at the precipice of almost getting J-Jack, and he almost gets it. But with that in mind, Dragon has been taken away by Easy.
I have not seen a good Fennec play so far. Like, majority of the games that we've been watching in the AIC goes to show this Fennec nerf has been very significant, and it's been giving this team a hard time. Fennec has had 0, 1, and 0. That essentially means you're damn useless right now. You need to step up and help Team Olympus if you want to win this game. Fennec is, in hindsight, a really bad pick based on how HKA are playing.
HKA though, boom, easy tower, explosiva. The man, on the other hand, here comes Sun onto the side though. He's going to be able to push him around. They're actually not a full 5-man here, so they're going to be able to find maybe something. But there it is. Yena just comes in from the side, goes in 1v1 against the man. You can't really do it. Albao is on the warpath, finally gets the one. This is the support that we were looking for from HKA, and he does make it happen. Now the tables have turned. J-Jack is the one who is being null and void, and with that out of the way, Dark Slayer is in the sights, and it's an easy site to get to.
And based on what happened in the draft here, you know, it looks like Team Olympus actually got the short end of the stick. They banned something different, and in the end, it looks like majority of the meta heroes went to the side of HKA. I was talking about, you know, being off meta based on what you're planning to do and see what complements you, but it's not really going into their favor right now, and they're having a hard time trying to win this game. If these players don't work together, their composition is not going to work well for them, and they're not going to win this game. So HKA, they're playing for the long game here. They're playing it smart, making the right picks, and ensuring that they slowly choke out Team Olympus, get the gold lead, and ensure that even if it is going down to a 50-50 dive again, just like the previous game, they will come out on top.
J-Jack is pressuring. He's throwing a couple of his skills onto the side there. There's Albao. He wanted to use the ultimate, suck some people in, but all it did was actually give a little bit of opening here for HKA to break that tier 2. Now the tier 3 is already exposed, and now Olympus have to break at this Drake if they want to keep their tier 3 alive, and that is seeming to be the case. But now here they are. They're going to be forcing an issue. There's the suck in. They do get Sun. It's going to be Drac in the middle of the fight. He's not too tanky enough. But wait, hold that thought. I might actually have spoken too aggressively here. But damn! Shaolin just goes in and obliterates the face of Drac. Florentino is Florengano. Now this is the top tier 3 already up, primed and picked for ready, but they clear out the wave beautifully, and OP still are gonna be afloat for this one. But here is the push onto the mid tier 3. They want to go for the dive. Oh, there it is. Sun got knocked up. He's going to be going into the middle of the fight. There's going to be the CC or the AoE thrown out by Boogie. But at the end of the day, it is not enough. They pushed him out. There is no wave. But the thing is, Sun is out. This Omen is supposed to be the tanky one, is being immediately bursted down by Hong Kong Attitude.
Now, that was pretty risky coming in from OP. They lost really bad in those team fights, but they made sure to save the towers. Essentially, their strategy at that point was just to save the towers and fight another day. They can drag this game out even more, but how much can you take when the resources keep coming in from HKA? You need to make that move one way or the other. If you're not going to move in as 5, you're going to continuously lose this game, lose your towers eventually. You were able to defend it now, but what makes you think you can do it again?
It's only a matter of time. I mean, this is kind of like the same situation of Olympus from Game 1, right? Where they were the ones kind of systematically breaking down towers, and it was them who were playing it super safe and super methodical, but now the tables have turned and HKA are on the same side of the boat. And I guess it's more of like HKA being cautious as well. They don't want to lose any more games. They want to be able to get at 1-1 so that they don't get a negative point in this series of 2. And it makes a lot of sense. The stalemate is better than actually allowing your opponent to get that 1 up. But still, this is something that I was kind of expecting from Game 1, at least from HKA. But they at least bring it out here on the second match.
Oh yeah. And right now, oh no.
Oh no, Sun is out. The sun is out, but it seems like the moon is down. Following it up, the man onto the side. The Yena is so good at just kind of zoning out 3 of their members. And well, Darkslayer is still going to go into the hands of Hong Kong Attitude. You can't really go for it. J-Jack, why are you into the front? He's going to get obliterated if his missed positions, but he's fine. But it seems like Olympus have backed away. They can't really take away at this Hong Kong Attitude's Darkslayer. And well, it seems like it's going to be a Hong Kong Attitude game here unless something else changes.
6-0. Looking at the timer right now, 13 minutes in, nearly 14 minutes. HKA are in the driver's seat. The gold is going to keep pouring in. They have the control. OP, they have yet to even break any towers. There are 2 Dark Slayers taken, 3 Dragons taken. Eventually, there's going to be an enraged Abyssal Dragon onto Shaolin. The longer this game goes, the harder it's going to be for HKA. The best thing you can do right now is to either get the 50-50 and try to push out at least 1 tower, or you could wait for the ultra late game and delay it completely where the gold lead would not even matter. Right now, Olympus are in a very tough spot, and whatever happens in the next 3 minutes could dictate what would happen for the rest of the game.
A deep breath for OP here. Really deep breath for Olympus, because now if you can see how HKA are positioning, they're going to go for the final strike. The attack to the jugular, the bite to the jugular to get that final blow. Is to look at it, there's a wave being pushed by Roxy onto the top side. Here's the Drake onto the bottom with 2 siege minions. This is gonna be big. This is gonna be a destruction of a tier 3 and then maybe even the Nexus. So if OP are not successful in defending this, this is gonna be huge. The man does get caught out, but because they do have the wave clear, it's gonna be good. J-Jack is so freakishly low.
No.
How can they really even do this? J-Jack got decimated. There's gonna be the flicker over the wall. There is the 1 second onto Boogie. And well,
there we go.
Nexus exposed. There we go indeed. 1, 2, 3. You're out of here. And that is Hong Kong Attitude stabilizing 1-1. They get the W in game 2.
Now, that was HKA playing their game, doing their strats. It was exactly how they should have used this game. Very well played. They knew the strengths of their heroes and they played it to the T. When you look at Olympus lineup, they should have potentially played better, but they got baited out. They went for the lane swaps, but they didn't think that their opponents would be reading it. You're playing on the international stage. They will notice that you would want to do a lane swap as well. They intercept the lane swap, get those picks, and eventually made it even harder for Olympus to get back into that game. As it went on, slowly but surely, HKA took the towers and choked out Olympus so that they could make sure that Olympus would never ever get a chance to come back. Once they got the right amount of picks, the right amount of objectives, they could essentially go for the GG push and kill the right heroes. Boogie gets caught out once, but during the most critical point of the game, that one death essentially secured the fact that they would not be able to defend anymore. Very well played by HKA.
Fennec also couldn't really do too much in that scenario. He didn't really do a good chunk of damage for the entirety of Olympus, and that was kind of like the make or break part of it. And here is Hong Kong Attitude picking themselves up that W and checking out the points, or rather before that, 100% kill participation. It's easy in the mid lane with the Crixie for the win.
I don't know, man. Like, based on what's been showing up so far in the AIC, Crixie has been a very stable pick. Easy has made it easy looking for this Crixie. 100% kill participation, 4-0-4 for the KDA. That was some really good stuff. But right now, Fennec, on the other hand, in terms of the meta, I feel like he started to fall off really hard. He is still a really good pick, but right now, no team has been able to utilize Fennec really well yet. Majority of the teams right now in the AIC picks a Fennec, eventually loses. So I don't know, but might be the hero in this case. Who knows?
Alright, with that, we're gonna take a break, and when we get back, it's the 1v1s. We're already on to the quarterfinals. It's gonna be Turtle and Vex. Let's wait for it, guys, okay? So we'll be back for the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019's 1v1 show match. Again, my name is Asarai. This man right here with me is Isaac. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอรันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุปผายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอรันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอรันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคคลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอรันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอรันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะ ขอลูกแบงค์หน่อย เฮ้ นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซ์ซะหน่อย
ไฮเยเท
ขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเอง ขอร้องล่ะ ไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆ ขอบคุณนะ
ไฮเยเท เฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยเด
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
เป็นควายเหรอ ไถเก่งจัง
ว่าไงนะ
ออกกำลังกายเหรอ กล้ามใหญ่จัง
โอเรโอโอโรสิโอมันเฮ้ย ใครเตะวะไฮเยเทเทโอ้ยฉีโซนะ
โดนจู่โจมแบบสายฟ้าแลบ
มาชมคนอื่นว่าน่ากินแบบนี้มัน
คาราเกะ
ขอให้เลี่ยนตาย
วาซาเบะมีของอร่อยไม่แบ่งเลยนะ
อะไรก็ไม่รู้ เล่นเกมดีกว่า เฮ้ ฮีโร่ตัวใหม่นี่นา ชื่ออะไรกันนะ
ไฮยาเทมีคาราเกะด้วย
ดีนะ
บอกอีกครั้งแล้วว่าห้ามเต้น
คนเต้นกินลำกินมันเอาตัวไม่รอด รอดสิ
ยังไง
หนูรอด เพราะหนูรำ
รำอะไร
รำ 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 โอ้ยรำ
ลำไยเหรอ
รำคาญด้วย รำสักทีรำดาบ
ดีนะ นี่พ่อไง
แกไม่ใช่พ่อฉัน
เก่งนี่
ใช่ ฉันเก่ง
แม่ภูมิใจในตัวลูก
แกก็ไม่ใช่แม่ฉัน
ใช่แล้ว
นี่พ่อเอง
พ่อ
นี่นะไฟเตอร์คนเก่งของพ่อ
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุภายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะ ขอลูกแบงค์หน่อย เฮ้ นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซ์ซะหน่อย
ไฮเยเท
ขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเอง ขอร้องล่ะ ไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆ ขอบคุณนะ
ไฮเยเท เฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยเด
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
เป็นไฟล์เหรอ ไถเก่งจัง
ว่าไงนะ
ออกกำลังกายเหรอ กล้ามใหญ่จัง
โอเรโอโรสิโอมันเฮ้ย ใครเตะวะไฮเยเทเท
โอ้ยฉีโซนะ
โดนจู่โจมแบบสายฟ้าแลบ
มาชมคนอื่นว่าน่ากินแบบนี้มัน
คาราเกะ
ขอให้เลี่ยนตาย
วาซาเบะมี ของอร่อยไม่แบ่งเลยนะ
อะไรก็ไม่รู้ เล่นเกมดีกว่า เฮ้ฮีโร่ตัวใหม่นี่นา ชื่ออะไรกันนะ
ไฮยาเทะมีแคลเกตด้วย
ดีนะ
บอกอีกครั้งเลยว่าห้ามเต้น
คนเต้นกินลำกินมันเอาตัวไม่รอด รอดสิ
ยังไง
หนูรอด เพราะหนูรำ
เรื่องอะไร
รำ 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 โอ้ยรำ
ลำไยเหรอ
รำคาญด้วย รำ
สักที
รำดาบ
นี่นะ นี่พ่อไง
แกไม่ใช่พ่อฉัน
เก่งนี่
ใช่ ฉันเก่ง
แม่ภูมิใจในตัวลูก
แกก็ไม่ใช่แม่ฉัน ใช่แล้ว
นี่พ่อเอง
พ่อ
นี่นะไฟเตอร์คนเก่งของพ่อ
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุปผายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมาย เมื่อครบ 3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม 1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน 3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันที สกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะ
Want me do my two-step.
All right, guys, we are back at it again with the well, oh my gosh, Arena Valor International Championship 2019 1v1 show match quarterfinals, and there's the smirk from Vex. There's the smirk from Turtle. We are having a Toro mirror matchup. And okay, before we start anything, I just want to say, pizzas are awesome with everything. Okay, not everything at the same time, but they're so versatile. You can eat them with anything. Okay, that's it.
Okay. I also want to just point this out. Thank you, production, for hearing my call. We are seeing Toro in action in the 1v1s. My night is made. My week is made. You know, this is essentially the best ever. There we go, boys and girls. Finally, we are seeing my man Toro against my man Toro in a 1v1. And who better to use them than Turtle and Vex? Yeah, boy.
They have the same skin. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look at that crit.
Oh my god, Turtle is using Crit Arcana. You know what's up.
He's gonna slap you silly. Toro gonna slap you silly. Toro. Is
Oh
it?
my god, yes. The best
Hit,
ever.
do it again. Hit
We're
it.
gonna be watching this for 10 minutes and I don't care.
We've turned this massive online battle arena into a fighting game.
That's right. And who better to use in fighting games than this guy himself, Toro, in the police outfit. Officer Toro going on duty, fighting against Turtle Toro. Let's see what's up. Right now, we're looking at Turtle in the lead in terms of, well, style. Vex is just there taunting and just having fun. You know what? They don't care. They're just gonna keep farming together. This is a battle of last hits. Whoever last hits better in this fight can essentially win the 1v1s in terms of gold. Because I highly doubt they would be fighting in terms of kills. Because how could you possibly die, you know, when you're using Toro?
You can just absorb so much and just heal up. It's you have a shield too. Not like this.
Oh my god.
Look at that.
I love it.
Okay.
Oh, there goes the ult. Here comes another ult.
You know.
Look at the blaze.
Ugh.
Look at the dash. Look at the punches. Oh yeah.
This is
And
the
they
best
both
game
walk back.
ever. This is the best game I've ever seen. I love it. Okay, just
No.
just to
This is the best 1v1 matchup so far.
yeah. We're gonna be looking at maybe a 10-minute game here, so hold on to your horses. Also, this is the best of 3, so you can wait all day long. Maybe we get ourselves a second game that's also a Toro match, or if it goes to a third game, which is also a Toro match, well, that's gonna be fun.
Oh, I cannot wait to see something funny like I don't know.
Oh, he's actually diving for it. He wants to go for it.
Oh!
Look at how he absorbs that tower, though. Vex is so impatient, but he
Oh!
survives. He smacks onto the ground. But I mean, what could you do? Turtle is hot on his tracks, but it seems like he's
Vex
not
is
going to
not
be
a
able
mana.
to. Oh, he's baiting him. He wants him to go in. Come on, come at me. Come at me, bro. Smacks it down. And, oh my gosh, this is like watching paint dry. Not like this.
Oh my god. This is the best match in AOV history. Vex is making the plays right now, baiting Turtle out. He goes and pops the heal. He knows that the heal is up on Turtle as well. So they're just gonna duke it out. Look at that. Both of them are on low health and they don't care. They're just gonna fight each other. And you know what? It can't get any more intense than this. 2 cows hitting each other in the face. How cool is this?
I'm just gonna point it out there. Are they building just tank items too?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude. This is okay. Let's time it. 6 minutes from now, that's when we'll be seeing the winner. But at least in terms of the gold, if we add a little bit more of analysis into this, the goal looking much more favorable for Turtle, and Vex has been kind of just, well, he's been vexing, man. He's just been kind of flexing a little bit in front of his opponent, but he's not really getting these last hits. It's not a smart move to do, and it seems like Turtle's crit Arcana is allowing him to win the duel slightly here. When he gets that crit, it's all up in your beat.
So weird.
Actually,
Actually, right now, Vex is Vex just bought the Heart of Incubus. That means he has damage over time. Turtle, on the other hand, he completed the tier 2 for his support item, and could potentially just go with the Shield of the Essence of the Wind, just to build, you know, a tier 3 support item in a 1v1, and it could still help him be tankier than Vex. If he can do that in 10 minutes, it would be essentially more fun to see who gets to be the tankier Toro in this matchup.
Vex is actually losing. Like, I mean, he's losing ever so slowly, but he's still losing in terms of that damage.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Look at that fight.
Hit it
Look at
again.
that.
One
Look at the
punch.
Punches. Punch. Crit. Punch again. Vex standing still. Here comes the speed. Look at the River Treader at work. Oh, the dash, the jukes, the dodge, the charge. This is so intense, boys and girls. Can you just feel the intensity coming from these two heroes fighting each other?
Beat me down and slap me like the cow I am. Oh.
Look at that. Look at the crits. 178 plus 5 gold. Slowed.
Okay.
Look at the ult from Turtle. Look at the ult from Vex. Look at the knockups. Look at the shield.
I'll drop this, okay, to those who are watching. I was like, the day, I think after day 2, day 3, I was jonesing for some Korean barbecue, right? And the morning before the cast, I was like eating. I was saying to myself, I deserve this. But now after this game, I'm gonna say I deserve to eat myself like a full-on steak dinner, because hot diggity damn Turtle and Vex are making me jones for some meat because of these Toros, bro.
Look at these guys. Oh my god. Vex right now has the mantle of Ra already. Turtle is not having a good time because of that. He just might kill Turtle. Oh boy. Oh, dropping low. This is 7 minutes in. Oh, is he going for it?
You didn't get the the heal, the shield. Vex trying to run away. Ah, no! Turtle!
Oh my god.
Vex was like, look at Vex's face. He won, but he's like, that was the stupidest game I've ever played.
You could see the smirk. You could see it. That was the smirk right there. He's like, what did we just do in this 1v1? Vex is just... Well, now we know. In a Vex Toro matchup, you don't fight Vex with the Toro. Oh my god. That was some good stuff. You can see the players right now. They found that really funny. So that's one game for Vex. And the next game will decide whether he would move on to the semi-finals or if Turtle is going to be taking this to a game 3.
It was such a quick game, man. I didn't even believe. Like, we started, you know, like 30 seconds thinking that it would be that long, but no, it's just 7 minutes. It's not that long. It finished really, really fast, and Vex really did understand how the matchup panned out. But honestly, that was just what in the world just happened.
I swear. You know, if
oh my god, we're gonna get highlights. We're getting highlights of this game. Production, why?
Production is just, yeah. Let's give highlights of this game.
Oh yeah, look at that super slow motion.
The Mantle of Ra wins it for Vex there. The reason for that is, you know what? The damage over time, you might belittle it, but over time, if you're just right beside each other, that's gonna add up eventually. And Vex, really smart pick up there. Oh my god. That was the first ever win for Nova Esports. Awesome stuff.
Yeah. Faux show.
Well, let's wait.
It's a
Let's
best of
wait and
3.
see.
It's a best of 3. So there is still a second game for Vex to win, for him to bring glory, pride for Nova Esports. Turtle, on the other hand, he's IGP. He's a strong. He's in the strong team. You know, he's in the one of the better performing teams here in the tournament. But he also has to prove himself as that player who can win in the 1v1s, and we're not gonna stop anymore. We're not gonna smell the roses. We're not gonna smell the beef. It's already Batman versus Batman. The memes.
Oh
the
my God.
memes.
You know what? I don't care. I don't know how they're deciding this, but God, you know, if we get a lot of entertainment just by watching Vex and Turtle pick really weird comps in their 1v1s, I'm fine with it. Oh my God.
I take it, man. I take it. Oh, we haven't seen Batman the entire group stage. I mean, I know he's not really as beloved as he was before, but this is gonna be fun. So, again, in these mirror type of matchups, you have to think. Again, it's very obvious, but we have to point it out. You have to understand the cooldowns of your opponent. And in a mirror matchup, it becomes more tense than it would in a regular 1v1 because you kind of understand how your opponent works because you have the same mechanics in terms of hero skills. So every single minute advantage will really get you, well, you know, we'll probably win you the matchup. So we'll just have to see how it pans us out.
This is going to end fast. I can already feel it. This could potentially end fast.
What skin is Turtle using?
Turtle's using the I can't remember, but it's the preset skin that comes with Batman.
Oh, this actually could be over already. One more.
Oh my God, that was it.
Turtle's face. He can't even believe it. Okay.
Oh my God.
It's fine. You know what they said to us? Okay, casters. Okay, viewers. We have made you watch through a ridiculously long game of Toro. This Batman game, we got you. Let's make it 10 seconds. Let's make it 20 seconds, you know, just for you. Vex advances into the semifinals.
Oh my God. I was just ramping it up. Okay, this is Batman against Batman. Let's wait. Let's see how things are gonna pan out.
The highlight is them coming out.
Practically showed the highlights of the whole game.
The highlight is them just coming out of the freaking base. Oh my goodness. What a highlight.
Oh my God.
Most incredible highlight I've ever seen.
That was so bad. Oh my God. Guys, I'm telling you right now, if you're looking to enjoy the 1v1s, look forward to watching Vex.
Such a meme.
All of the weirdest things have happened with Vex playing in 1v1s. Not to mention, Sun has also pulled out some really strange stuff in 1v1. So, you know, speaking of Sun, we will be seeing him later. So that's another thing to look forward to.
These meme dream fighting machines, man. Incredible. So with that, we actually finish our first best of series here in the 1v1 show match. One more and we'll have our complete lineup for the semifinals, which we'll be seeing in a bit. You guys weren't able to watch a couple of games a while ago. Sorry, we're just gonna take a quick breather here because we've been dying with all these memes, alright? From the
Still alive, guys.
1v1 Toros to the 1v1 Batmans. We'll be back for the AIC 2019 1v1 show match quarterfinals. My name is Asarai. This is Isaac, who's laughing his buttocks off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a jiffy.
Yeah.
Here we are back at it again for the 1v1 tournament. It's gonna be NT and Sun. And okay, it's gonna be, how do you pronounce this again? Yibneth? Yibneth, because it's gonna be a hell of a long game. Okay.
Oh my gosh. I am so looking forward to this, to be honest. This is gonna be so good. So good. I mean, guys, you know, for the people watching right now, chat, for the memes, would you expect to use this hero in a 1v1? Why not? You're already seeing Sun with that grin. Oh my gosh. I'm hyped up for this. Like, no joke. I want to see how they actually make this work in a 1v1.
I'm looking forward to it, man. Oh
my god.
Do they really just want us to kind of just watch it, such as like, okay, Asteroid, we're just gonna let you watch it just a little bit, you know, or not a little bit, just watch us smack each other around. A while ago it was the meat. Now we need the wood to burn the meat. Got ourselves some tree smacking.
Oh yeah.
Hell
And
yeah.
you know, here's a funny thing. You're looking at Sun using heal. You're looking at NT using execute. So whenever you reach low health, execute is going to deal a lot more damage to finish off your opponent. At the same time, if you base your attacks on this, two of these trees, they're just gonna whack each other, and whoever turns out to be the better Groot is going to play and get to game number 2 with a score above the other.
They're just dancing around. Come on, go face to face. Be like Vex.
Look at Sun smiling right now.
Is this his dream matchup?
Oh yeah.
Oh my
look
gosh!
At
Look at that.
He gets clapped.
Get clapped. I
Oh.
am Groot. I am
NT
Groot.
is just focused on, focused on the last hits.
Yeah. He's gonna recall already. Yes, he is. Is Sun able to kind of reach that range with his slap or his clap rather?
No, he's
Okay.
not gonna be able to. He's gonna get within tower range to do that. He could dash though.
Oof! Look at that.
You're gonna need to connect your clap just
There
to
it
be able
is.
to dash.
Look at that. He's actually pinning down Sun here, but it seems like Sun's abilities have gone again off cooldown. This is good for him.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just point this out again. When you look at Sun right now, he is using the standard Yevnet support build. He has the Forest Wanderer. He has the Green Runes. He has a heal. So he's focused on supporting here.
There's the ultimate.
Whereas for NT, it's the other way around. He has the Desperate Duel. He has an Execute, and he's building the Mantle of Ra.
And he's looking much better with the items that he's kind of building around him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sun though, he got level 4 there, but NT did have his dash on cooldown, and he could basically just kind of like charge out of that ultimate. The barrage of the seeds not really gonna be too effective here, even though it's pretty nice. I don't think that's gonna be the de facto reason how one of these will play out. I feel like either NT or Sun will just kind of bring their opponent with a charge or a dash rather back into underneath their tower, and that's gonna help them out. But at least for now, it's gonna just be bark on bark. Oh yeah.
And they're just slapping each other right now. Here comes the ult. Essentially, this ult would heal you, and it would how do I say this? It would help out the Ibnit, because after several hits on that mortar, you would be stunned. But since you're immune to that control, they would just stand and ult each other. At the same
Wait,
time,
can
I'm
you-
thinking if they're gonna slap each other,
Yeah.
NT has the edge because he's building damage right now.
So wait, does that mean that if you're the one to use your ultimate first, you win because you actually cancel the ultimate of the other Yibnith? Or is it the other way around?
You could potentially, if the stun procs before the ult finishes, because you're gonna pop that ult first, and then it's going to cast this animation, and then those hits, after several hits from the P shooter, you would get stunned. But
I
if
see.
it does not get enough hits, you won't be stunned. Like for example, there, NT gets stunned because of the hits, but that takes it gets hits over time, and you're gonna need to build that up before you get stunned. But if both of you use that ult at the same time, then there wouldn't be that much of a difference because both of you would be healing during the process anyway.
Ooh, slap it. Pump it. Ult it. Sun gets out of the range. It's really helping it out. NT having that advantage. Sun, no ultimate just yet, but he does have the level advantage. I'm not really sure who has the gold advantage here, though. This is the thing. Slap it a little bit.
Oh, like seriously, look at this. This is all they're doing, right?
It's not like, look at that. They have how many meters? Let's say like 7 bars or 8 bars of health. They're just like chucking out 2, not even at the time, 2 after a whole barrage of skills. And this is just a ridiculous game again of tanks.
Sun is in the lead though. Sun is managing the gold advantage very well.
Yeah.
So, you know, if things go on like this, and NT is being dragged away from the waves to farm and get gold or last hit the right way, just like what Sun is trying to do, then NT will eventually lose this. Because right now, the strategy for Sun is to make sure that he gets NT a distance away right before the last hit to negate the gold, to negate the last hit, and to make sure his lead remains intact. It's a very smart strategy from Sun, especially since he did this before. He wants to get the gold lead. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we are watching Groot versus Groot.
They're just slapping away, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be to the wire. Whoever has the best farm here would be the winner. Oh
yeah,
well, hold that thought though.
For them to just kill each other.
They're starting
but
to.
I doubt it's gonna happen because they have a lot of heals.
They're starting to kind of rack the HP here. Look at NT. He got the most out of that. Sun actually loses quite a bit, but still, I mean, they basically just put themselves back up to like that much HP. NT's winning though in terms of the damage. I like this because of how aggressive his itemization is. It's kind of giving him a little bit more of a leeway to kind of beat down on Sun, but still at the end of the day, this is tank versus tank. The world of tanks has kind of joined our world here, and now it's just so I don't know what word to use right
Sun
now.
right now, he's building defensively. Yeah, he has the mantle as well, but look at NT. He has the lifesteal item. He has the sword. So he's building all-out damage right now.
Yeah, seeds come out. You know, I do enjoy seeds, guys.
This is just so weird.
You
like
plant,
seeing them, it's
yeah.
like it's actually glitching out.
You plant 20 million seeds, man, it can change the world. And it seems like after this game, NT and Sun would have planted 20 million seeds each.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Oh, it's coming down to the wire.
NT's starting to lose a little bit there.
Off.
But their ultimates cool down so quickly. 2 minutes though. All right, this is where it starts to get a little bit more tense for Sun, for NT here. Actually, no, for Sun, because NT is winning in terms of that gold. Sun has to back away, and the damage is kind of coming to fruition. Back off for a bit there. Please, for the second one, give us another like Batman versus Batman. Oosh. And he takes damage, but he absorbed it with his shield. 1 minute 30 seconds onto the clock. NT with the clear advantage in terms of gold. And he's denying Sun from getting this last hit because Sun doesn't have more damage items. Sun can't really last hit as good as NT can. Nice barrage though.
Still pretty even. Could come down to the wire.
NT has his ultimate up.
Last 2 waves. The final wave will be before the 10-minute mark.
He can use his ultimate
here.
here.
These are the last 2 waves that would crash mid.
Oh, there it is. Sun. Ooh, did he get the last hit on that? I don't think he did. But no, wait. Sun is actually on the advantage. NT should be able to come back with the siege minion. And now, it's make or break. It's 40 seconds to the timer. Let's see how it goes. Ultimate should be up for Sun much better here.
Try to clear this as fast as possible.
Well, that's how fast as possible can be. He's slapping it. Get it out of the tower. I like it. He's going to be able to use the ultimate to get that last hit. And that should be it.
Yep.
Wait, they could probably go wrap around onto the center. But no, they're just smacking at each other. No, this is it. And I think Sun wins. Sun wins. NT, he has to actually get the minion wave here. What's he doing? Hit the minion wave right now. He's going to try to clear it out. 3, 2, 1. Oh, no. Who got it? It's actually Sun.
Oh,
GG.
very nice.
GG.
Very nice. That was Sun right there. And again, this is the third game. Sun wins again in a battle of attrition.
Wait,
You know, I honestly would feel sad if Sun wins the 1v1 tournament by just out farming his opponents instead of actually fighting them.
Sun was the one who went up against Tura? No. Who did he fight against yesterday? Where he also got that one gold freaking
That was
win?
against Y-Force.
Y-Force. There you go.
Here we go.
That was such a ridiculous. Okay, it's definitely on Sun's hands, cause like you saw it. There was like 200 to 100. Wait. Yeah, he won
Yeah,
by a
the difference
pretty
is
big
pretty
margin.
Unlike the game with Sun and Y-Force where it just came down to one goal. No, that was sick. And Sun did it again. It's a battle of the gold lead. Um, Sun was actually planning to do the exact same thing as well against Vex. Vex lost to Sun in that game. So it looks like we see a battle plan coming here for Sun where he's just gonna outfarm his opponents. Wait, why did NT win?
Wait, what?
What?
Okay, I'm a little bit confused. What
Sun
happened there?
Sun had more gold.
Okay, we have to double check with the production what happened there. Oh no. We're the ones who are idiots, man. We didn't look at the digit right beside 6. It's 6,336 for NT and 6,279 for Sun.
No, that was 6,300 as well.
6,279.
What? No, we need to get a replay on.
I'm looking at the replay. Wait, actually no, let me check. Wait, no. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Sun had the goal lead.
Wait, here's the weird thing. I'm double checking it. There's a frame where the gold of Sun was 6,372, and when you go to the next frame, it went down to 6,279. What happened there?
Why? Why?
You have to ask.
How does your gold decrease? How? What?
What?
I'm at a loss. I cannot believe it.
I'm looking at it.
You know what? I don't care. This is a 1-0 in favor of Sun in my heart, and I will believe it. That I don't know how. I don't know how NT won that game. That was all Sun right there.
Yeah. I'm double checking yet. It was. I think they might have read it wrong. NT got more gold in 10 minutes. Exactly 10 minutes. And then 10 minutes plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 in seconds. It doesn't show on the replay. But if you keep checking it, the gold of Sun was actually getting lower and lower and lower. I don't know. I'm so confused. No, I don't want to comment anymore on this, guys. I'm so confused. We will just get the final verdict from the production, from the organizers to make sure what happened, because we're not the ones who are keeping score.
Yeah, if production says it was NT, then you know what? Congratulations, NT. But I feel like if I don't know. I mean, I haven't really checked that. I haven't tested it, but if you sell your items, would that have an effect in your total gold?
Maybe.
That is a
That's a
pretty
good question.
interesting point. That might have decreased his gold lead because he sold his items. If that is what he did.
We'll just have to wait for game 2 to see if the verdict really is that NT won.
Well, I guess with that being said, after at the 10-minute mark exactly, we understand that whoever has the gold advantage at the 10-minute on the dot should have won. Based on what I saw, it was supposedly Sun who got that win. But anyway, we'll have to wait and see when it comes to game number 2. We will be taking a quick break until the band start.
All right.
Bye.
And we're back here, guys. Yeah, there's a lot of debate happening as of the moment, but we can only just double check if it really is.
Oh god, here comes another one. It's a Roxy versus Roxy.
Oh,
Oh
slap
yeah.
me silly and call me Billy. Oof. It's gonna be something.
There we go. So based on chat right now, if you actually sold items, it would refund. Well, I don't think it's 75. It's 60% of the gold of the amounts of the items, and it would decrease your total gold. There we go. If Sun actually did that, then that would have been the case. Because I don't see a reason why his gold count would decrease. But yes, anyway, let's move on to game number 2, where it is gonna be NT and Sun playing a Roxy mirror match. Now let's see who pulls out a full AP build on Roxy. Oh my god. This is gonna be fire all over the place. It's gonna be one hell of a game to watch.
I mean, what can we say as much? It's gonna be another battle of attrition, like he said it already. It's gonna just be like, slap me silly again and call me Billy.
It could, unless they build damage. Because Roxy as a hero, yeah, she still has the capability of just suddenly bursting down an opponent. It all depends on who builds offensively, and right now, it looks like NT is the one who's really prioritizing building damage here. Sun is actually going to run cleanse on his Roxy though. Is that going to work against NT's ults?
As now they have different skins. Here we go.
Yeah, there we
the
go.
lavas. It's
Look at
actually
fire.
looking pretty
Look
good
at the
strong
fire.
for Sun here. His burns are starting to work out, but now as we reach level 2, it's gonna turn around. But hold that thought though. It seems like NT was having a little bit of advantage as he was denying that last minion hit for Sun.
I don't know who's gonna get this. I mean, it really depends on who builds offensively. Right now, it's looking like NT's in the lead. In terms of mana, though, Sun is approaching this offensively, just like what we talked about. Looks like he's gonna be building a Phoenix tier.
Check into this brush. Oh, I like how NT just kind of approached the brush with a shield so that he'll be able to absorb that first auto attack of Sun much better. But NT did actually take a tower hit here. He might commit to the fight. He has the shield advantage. And this is what we're talking about, the micromanagement. But burn for burn. And both of these guys don't want to give a budge. Sun cannot stop the recall here. And maybe he will recall himself. But he's just healing up. So no harm, no foul for now.
That is nice. That's a wave to be cleared. If
Get
Roxy
it.
doesn't get there in time, he gotta get there in time. There we go. And so far, it's pretty even in terms of gold.
He can even stop the recall if he was like a second earlier there. He knew that the Sun was kind of onto the side. Could have been really something good.
Now Now, I like NT's idea. He's building the Gilded Grease first to negate some of the damage Sun will be outputting, and at the same time, adding a little bit of resistance to himself. I don't think resistance is going to be a factor here, though.
Slap me silly. Here we go. He's dragging him. Good damage. But NT could do the same thing. Although, like you said, that cleanse might actually help, but I don't think it's going to help too much. The damage that they're outputting isn't ridiculous at all, so this is going to be a pretty drawn-out fight.
Still going.
Where's the burn?
Yep.
Did activate
Oh
the
my
ultimate.
gosh. Look at that.
Here we go. Good damage from NT. His smacks are really hurting Sun here.
Yeah, it's gonna start to hurt Sun because NT in particular, he has a ring specifically for health. Now he's investing in damage. So based on the item so far, it's in favor of NT because he's completed more so far. But in terms of the gold and in terms of the itemization, that Phoenix tier would heal you up as well as your mana after every level up. So when you have that, it's going to be a very big advantage for Sun to just stay in the lane and potentially clear the wave fast enough so that by the time NT comes back in, he would miss, let's say, 1 or 2 minion waves. That's already a big factor in this 1v1.
Very true. Oh. It's not yet over though. Still have 6 minutes before we hit the clock to stop. There's the pushback. NT though is pretty tanky, and the duration on that tether isn't as long as you thought it would be. So NT's not really in any danger of dying underneath that tower unless he's really that aggressive and just goes super close to it. Here comes Sun though, gets sucked right in. I love the speed of that from NT. He's using his haste to be able to kind of keep Sun underneath the tower for much longer. But once again, it's not going to be enough because of that extra shield that just kind of absorbs quite a bit of damage. You can recall back to base. And, well, it's not going to be much in your face, so...
I honestly like Sun's strategy, but NT is completely outplaying him so far. NT times his ults and his skills to make sure that Sun would be forced to miss last hits. So if he continues this, he would manage to find a way to catch up, because right now, Sun is in a pretty good lead in terms of gold.
Wants to get him out there, though. Oh, Sun. Oh, Sun. I mean, Sun was in lead of the gold a while ago. And NT was looking to be on the losing side. But then NT just kind of came out and got the W. So it's still something different. Sun here, though, is kind of on the losing side of this trade. So it seems like NT is kind of having a little bit of an advantage. But there you go. That's going to be the heal every level. It's keeping Sun in this game.
Oh, now they're going. Oh, I like the build coming in from NT. Goes immediately for the Tome of the Reaper to avoid even more health regeneration from Sun. So if he gets hit by any of that fire, the regeneration Sun will have will be even lower compared to NT. Whereas for Sun, on the other hand, he's investing in most possibly a Gaia standard, which relies heavily on the regeneration. That's not gonna do much, especially when NT is building for damage here.
Just gotta say, this is the type of game that you can like make a cup of coffee, sip it, you know, kind of swirl it around your mug, and when you get back here, it's still not over.
Oh yeah. We've got 3 more minutes, boys and girls, and if you're watching right now, this is a very intense game of Roxy versus Roxy, clearing the waves, showing some fire on top of water, pulling each other around, and then recalling to base to come back and farm again. Imagine the intensity and the fire. It's
blazing. It's heat intensive, you know? It's high fever.
This is some
Oh my
very intense
goodness.
games. We're seeing a lot of intense games right now.
Smack it.
Oh,
Pop it, bop it, twist it.
cleanse worked. Sun can immediately stop that pull. Sun now has the Gaia standard. So that regeneration would probably come in handy, but Tome of the Reaper is going to stop most of that effect.
There we go. 2-minute mark. Sun's gonna get pulled in, but once again, it's not gonna be really enough. It's gonna be the counter pull, but because he's so far away from the tower, you don't really risk anything happening to you.
Sun is in the lead right now. Look at the gold. Waves are gone, and Sun is in the lead.
Once again, I don't really want to jinx it, man. It feels like it could go really just either way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, after game 1, who knows?
Who
Guess
knows?
we'll have to wait and see.
Right? It'll be like, oh, come on.
Oh,
Don't think he's out unless he's out. He's really out. Just like that.
there we go. I like that move from Sun right there. While his wave is crashing onto the tower, he's going to pull NT away and hopefully miss a last hit or even the experience or gold coming in from that creep.
Oh. Both level 11. 1 minute left onto the timer. Who has it? We're at that last stretch.
This is the last wave that will crash onto the tower, onto the mid lane, and right after that, they could wrap around and get the final extra wave.
Oh man. This is it. 30 seconds onto the clock. They're both burning the waves here. There's a slight lead for Sun. Slight lead, but NT is getting back at it.
Sun is smart. He's already positioned behind the wave to
Oh
get the
no.
last hits. He's gonna do it. NT is not ready for this.
Oh no,
He got
NT didn't do the
last
same
hits.
thing.
NT didn't go to the last hits. NT's gonna rush it. He's
Oh
not gonna get
no,
it in time.
GG.
That's Sun. That's Sun right there. Sun knew the strat. Very well played by Sun. He realized after that final wave, another wave would be crashing before the 10-minute mark, so he could get that last hit first. And we're going to a game 3.
GG. He outlasted it, man. He survived. He is the survivor. Sun's not saying I'm not gonna allow you to get the comeback on me. There's still much to do here. There's still tons to be done. It's not over till it's over, player. Smart man. A smart man with a plan.
If Sun had done that in game 1, he would have potentially won that.
Oh.
NT did not think about that. He knew that it would be able to kill Sun.
Even production
NT made
knew.
a crucial mistake and followed.
Even production knew it wasn't worth to show it.
Yeah.
They were just burning waves. Alright. So I'm just gonna tell you guys that we're gonna take a bit of a breather here, and when we get back, it's AIC 2019 last game between Sun and NT here in our quarterfinal show match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Game 3!
Here we are for the last game where all picks can be had. Look at that anime character for Sun. Animu. Is it anime Violet?
Yep, that's the Dimension Breaker Violet skin.
Hyper Dimension Neptunia? Oh, sorry. Thought I...
It's really expensive. That's all I can tell you right now. I'm not rich enough to even bother getting it.
Oh my gosh. It looks like... Wait, let me get a sneak peek at that again. What does it look like? It looks like an anime character. Hang on.
Yeah. It looks like an anime character. It has character effects. It also affects the appearance of your tower. So it's a really nice skin.
Released around mid 2019.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, this makes you look anime as heck. Ugh.
Oh yeah. I mean, you know, the Zhao-Chan summer skin looks really good.
No, but
then
anime
again, you know, you're
reigns
outshined
supreme.
by a legendary skin.
Yeah, anime reigns supreme, dude.
An ultimate skin at that, because there are a lot of effects on the skin. Look at the tower. It's gonna be changing appearance. It's a hologram of Violet herself.
I love how it looks. So good. Violet, though, still kind of respecting the Diao Chen here. NT already at level 2. Here's trouble on the double. Auto attack, auto attack. But for now, Diao Chen, or rather, Sun does not have a good chunk of damage here. But here's the thing. This is not a control type of hero, right? It seems like you're going to be able to outscale your opponent later on, or maybe even break down some towers. But NT is really forcing his will. Look at that auto attack. Look at that damage. He's going in. He only took one hit, and that was from the tower.
Cancel the restore.
Oh, yeah. Sun is in such a bad spot. NT is out for blood.
Yeah, and Sun right now, he lost quite a bit there. In hindsight, NT is gonna be doing fine.
Yeah.
Up until at least level 4, as long as he can catch Sun. But you know, once Sun gets his damage going, NT could potentially die and lose immediately, especially if NT misses his stun. So there's still a pretty good chance for Violet here. It's just that the passive with Zhao Chan, it negates the damage that a tactical role could do against this this hero. When you have a passive that stops, you know, no matter how strong your damage is, it's gonna be a big game changer. You know, you see that bubble shield?
Yeah.
You're not gonna get hurt when that is up. It's similar to the Malzahar passive in League.
Yeah, I got what you mean.
It's really broken stuff, especially since this Zhao Chan could be really strong because of that. Because you could practically stop the initial attack from Violet, so Violet would need to combo more in order to make things work.
For the meantime, she's actually just kind of backing off here. Curiously though, we've been seeing at least these teams, or rather these players, not really focus on the tower anymore, more so just controlling the wave in the matchup, because I feel like tower is the third priority in this game now, just because the players understand now the dynamics of the 1v1 matchup, that kill or gold is much better than pushing a tower. But with a Violet, it might change because she's good at really taking down these towers, but Yao Chen is also good at just clearing out these waves. She's starting to ramp up though.
Yep. Okay, there goes the shield again. He's going to need to poke down NT and get the reset, and then she can engage. As long as that shield is down, Sun has a chance. Sun is winning in terms of gold though.
He's
NT is
back so
having a
many
hard time.
times.
That's the problem when you're playing a Jiao Chan. You're not gonna have an easy time last hitting. And right now, Sun, typical marksman, it's gonna be really easy for you to get these last hits.
He goes back to the same thing. It's the Sun game. You get those last hits and hope for the gold. It seems like it's gonna be all gold.
Oh yeah. And Sun is actually fine with this, It could drag out as much as possible. It would easily give him some time to just, last hit. And you're a marksman. You could potentially just last hit perfectly. On the other hand, there's a lot more room for error if you're going to last hit with a Jiao Chan, unless you use the skills to last hit.
That's true. And also unless you're really good at getting those auto attacks out to get the final blow, to get that extra gold. But
I mean, look at the disparity in gold right now. It's
exactly.
500 gold.
There's gonna be a big emphasis here for NT to make something. I think he's still gonna do it right now. If Sun tries to go for a minion here, he's gonna just go for it.
Yeah.
He needs to do something.
He's going to need to get a kill to make this work.
He's probably gonna try to make the work kill at around 9 minutes 30 when his items are at its peak power. But the thing is, Sun is starting to get his stride. This is also the one thing I was kind of worried about too, is that you have yourself the tumble. It makes you very mobile to dodge the skill shots. Yes, your next basic attack or your next attack is negated by the bubble, but this just allows Sun to get closer in range of you, and his auto attacks are pretty deadly. So even without the tumble, he's already strong.
This is Sun winning. NT played this wrong. His approach to the game really messed up because he started building attack speed instead of actually sticking with, the usual Jiao Chan build where you could hope for just that one lucky stun and end up killing Sun. And right now, I don't see him catching up in terms of gold.
Boof. Get it.
This is a lead that's way too big. He's gonna need to go for the kill to actually win this now, or break the tower.
He's starting to get more love on the tower though. This is looking slightly better for NT. There's still a good chunk of time on onto the timer, so it's not said and done yet for NT here. He still has a chance.
He could potentially destroy the tower instead of kill Sun.
It's gonna help. It's gonna help. It will indeed, my friend. Just one hit on that tower, and
That was one hit.
Every hit counts right now. Every hit will count. Oh my goodness, this is pretty tight. He's breaking through with it. 3 minutes are left. The thing is, Sun is pushing back the wave. He knows.
Yeah, he knows he's in the advantage now. He's just playing careful because, at the end of the day, it's still a Jiao Chan. You make a mistake, you get stunned, you could get bursted down. But Sun is going to try his best to prevent that because he built a Medallion of Troy. That essentially gives him 10% cooldown reduction. It also makes sure he has enough magic resist to just ensure that even if NT pokes him down, he could potentially survive the full combo. So this is looking like Sun just winning this game.
Oh, it's going in. Look at that though, the chase down from Sun, the ultimate actually being blocked by the minion. Oh, this is bad. Does NT still have his ult? He does. I don't think it's gonna matter too much though. That's the thing.
Yeah, NT bought the Blitzblade instead of just sticking with the standard Jiao build. I think that lost him the game, especially since he wasn't able to last hit enough. So, it's a 1,000 gold lead for Sun right now.
Well, you know what they say, it ain't over till it's over, but there's a 900 gold lead for Sun. And he's already up to full HP. NT's going in. 1 minute and 30 left. There's no chance for him to come back on this unless he breaks the tower, but Sun is already that strong to break down at these waves. It's gonna be hell for NT. The amount of success chance for NT here has already dwindled, and he's one hit. He loses. Just get it already. There it is. Sun
there we
advances to the semifinals. Easy peasy.
Well, that was an easy game for Sun. That was a very crucial mistake by NC. He could have potentially won that game, especially since he was in the lead in terms of poke, but he forgot to utilize what, what the Zhao Chan is good at. It's that, that lucky stun that could potentially burst down a Violet. It didn't happen. There we go.
That's it. Now Sun is just gonna go out and relax himself, get himself a little bit of preparation, because they might actually have a game later. So that's something to look forward to, guys. We're gonna have our 1v1 concluded for the day. We still have the semifinals gonna be rolling up tomorrow and the day after that, with the finals happening on Sunday as well. So it's gonna be a spicy day for us, especially on Sunday.
And of course, we also need to look forward to the next series now that we're done with the 1v1s. Get ready for Nova Esports to come back to the playing field as they go up against an even bigger team in IGP.
Alright guys, so we're gonna take a quick breather here, and when we get back, it's your regularly scheduled group stage 5 versus 5 here in the Arena Valor International Championship 2019, presented by Tencent Games, Garena, True Icon, and True Icon Hall. And there it is, your semifinals for the 1v1s. We'll be right back after this break.
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอรันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุปผายามแรกอรุณส สกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะขอลูกแบงค์หน่อยเฮ้นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซ์ซะหน่อย
ไฮเยเท
ขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเองขอร้องล่ะไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆขอบคุณนะ
ไฮยะเทเฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยเด
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
เป็นไฟล์เหรอไถเก่งจัง
ว่าไงนะ
ออกกำลังกายเหรอกล้ามใหญ่จัง
โอเดโอโอ้โรสิโอมันเฮ้ย ใครเตะวะไฮยะเทโอ้ยฉีโซนะ
โดนจู่โจมแบบสายฟ้าแลบมาชมคนอื่นว่าน่ากินแบบนี้มัน
คาราเกะ
ขอให้เลี่ยนตายวาซาบิ
มีของอร่อยไม่แบ่งเลยนะ
อะไรก็ไม่รู้เล่นเกมดีกว่าเฮ้ฮีโร่ตัวใหม่นี่นาชื่ออะไรกันนะ
ไฮยะเทมีคาราเกะด้วย Let's kill this love
ดีนะ
บอกอีกครั้งเลยว่าห้ามเต้น
คนเต้นกินลำกินมันเอาตัวไม่รอด รอดสิ
ยังไง
หนูรอด เพราะหนูรำ
รำอะไร
รำรำโอ้ย
รำใหญ่เหรอ
รำคาญด้วยรำก็นี่รำดาบ
นี่นะ นี่พ่อไง
แกไม่ใช่พ่อฉัน
เก่งนี่
ใช่ ฉันเก่ง
แม่
ม่ภูมิใจในตัวลูก
แกก็ไม่ใช่แม่ฉัน
ใช่แล้ว
นี่พ่อเอง
พ่อ
นี่นะไฟเตอร์คนเก่งของพ่อ
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุพายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟและจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะ ขอลูกแบงค์หน่อย เฮ้ นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซ์ซะหน่อย
ไฮยะเท
ขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเอง ขอร้องล่ะ ไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆ ขอบคุณนะ
ไฮยะเท
เฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยเด
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
เป็นไฟล์เหรอ ไถเก่งจัง
ว่าไงนะ
ออกกำลังกายเหรอ กล้ามใหญ่จัง
โอเรโอ
And here we are for game 1 in this series of 2 between, well, IGP Gaming and Nova Esports. This is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019. My name is Asarai. The man with me now is Isaac.
Now, IGP and Nova Esports. This is an interesting matchup because right now, Nova Esports, they have yet to win a 5v5. Vex has won several 1v1s and is currently in the semifinals, but Nova Esports, they need to show up and take some games starting now if they want to get a chance at reaching the top 8. And right now, the team in their way is IGP, a really good team of former champions. So they have a very tough spot going into this series.
Definitely, because now Nova Esports is basically at the base of the mountain. There are -4, and the next one in their sights, to at least if they get like a 2-0, is AHQ, who is -2 in terms of the points. Again, for those who are wondering how the point system is going here, it's like this thing. It's right minus wrong. It's win minus loss. So the more wins you have, the better your chances. The somewhat loses you have, your chances get worse. But no wins, all losses is the most terrible position for you. Like some games or some tournaments, it's actually not bad to have all losses because you have a chance to come back. But the more losses you have right now, the more you just keep digging and digging your grave ever so deeper.
Exactly. And as they go on in this series, they're gonna need to start making the plays in order for them to reach the top 8. They probably just already dug themselves in a hole way too big for them to get out of it and reach the top 8. But if there's a time to make a statement now, why not make it here and win with a 2-0, or at least make it a 1-1.
Maybe. I mean, this is
Pretty
again
risky right now.
Yeah, exactly. This is Group A. This is the second day or the last day for them to play. I think this is the second day. Let me double check that.
They still have one more day.
Yeah, they still have one more day, but it's not looking too hot. If they can't do this, then it's all over. Being down
Exactly.
-4 already is not a good option here. But sorry, back to the draft. It seems like IGP right from the get-go get their really strong picks already. Hayate once again for Dime. They really love to kind of get him on this specific hero just because he is all throughout. You don't worry if Dime's on the Hayate, he's fine and dandy. But I do like how Nova Esports are making their composition. This is team fight centric, baby.
Yep. They have the Baldoom. They have the setup. Now they have the Yena as well to dominate the side lanes. Not to mention, they also get a Crixie. So the Baldoom Crixie combo can be very devastating to whoever gets caught out, as long as they actually work together to win this. Now, while this is all happening, you're already looking at the Lindis here to take control of the games. The Lindis would most probably lose in a trade-off between Kriknak, but if she can play to her advantage against a Kriknak, she would usually come out on top. But if the Kriknak can close the gap, it's going to be an easy pick-off, an easy dead Lindis, and this is going to allow IGP to snowball and go hard. Because no Lindis means no pressure and no rotation coming in for a full dive or a full gank to get any objectives.
I'm looking really scared for Nova Esports. There is an Ormar already picked up from IGP. When you always see that Ormar, he's gonna be looking mighty fine aggressive to actually go for the jungle route. And Fennec is actually out here. No, it's gonna go to Ruiz though on the ADC. I thought it was gonna be like maybe they switch up onto Lindis so that Fennec can, zone out Ormar if he tries to go in. But it can still actually do the same thing even though he's on that ADC role of his. So it's fine.
I don't know about that. You're doubling down again on marksman. Right now, IGP have the more stable draft all around. They have a good support. They have the early game. They have a late game contingency plan. They have a pretty stable DS lane right now. So I'm siding with IGP for this draft. But if Nova Esports can think of a way to utilize the strengths of their heroes and play as a team, they could potentially outplay IGP and take this game.
They can pull the rug underneath their feet. I mean, that's something that we can hope for Nova to do. But against IGP, it's gonna be a complete bloodbath here. Still,
It's not gonna be easy.
yeah, it's not gonna be easy, but it's definitely not impossible for them. If you guys know, you better put your hands up. They need the support. Nova Esports needs the Kaioken, man. They need the love. They need the love from their fans. And if they can get that, maybe the energy will transfer and they get themselves their power levels over 9,000.
And with that being said, looking at these highlights, let's take a look at who is playing this series.
Minions will be deployed in 5 seconds.
And here we are for game 1, guys. IGP Gaming up against Nova Esports. Nova in a really tight pinch. They really need this win. A 2-0 would be fantastic for them, but they can't still... you can't really put out of the equation the 1-1. It will definitely help, but the 2-0 is much needed for Nova to keep themselves afloat in this tournament. And right from the get-go, there's Chobits, very aggressive, and I thought I was going to go for maybe the contestant onto Vex, but he's just keeping tabs on where this jungler is.
Very interesting formation right now here coming in from IGP. They're all heavily focused on the bottom side of the map, and they're just gonna be forming up this 4-1 strategy where they would leave this Omen up top. Now this is very common as a strategy whenever you have the Omen in your strats, but if you think about it, Jaina against an Omen, if Jaina can outplay this Omen, it could potentially force the members of IGP towards the top side and allow Nova to take control of the bottom side with their double marksman comp and hopefully get an early tower and apply pressure elsewhere. If they could do this, it's all gonna rely on this Jaina play.
Did you know that Grizzly's right here? Chobit spotting him out. This is gonna be immediately a startup. Oh, nice connections onto the stun. They're really chasing him down. Chobits has to flicker over the wall, or that's gonna be it. And speaking of that's gonna be it, here's the first blood taken by Nova. Not too shabby. Dime actually comes in from the bottom lane into the mid, showing his support for his team, but he can't really do too much. Has to back off. No level force just yet, but we already see Nova making strides in the kill department.
That is nice. You know, it's a good start for Nova. You get first blood. Yeah, it's only the support, but you know, that's at least gonna build up your momentum and confidence as the game goes on.
100% agree. It's gonna help you out. Abyssal Dragon was started there. Maybe it could have helped, but not for now. Ruiz is on this Fennec. I do keep saying this in the past. When you have that Fennec, it's such a strong way to be able to kind of push the lanes, especially when you're let loose. Even for a couple of seconds, you can really deal some damage. Grizzly could have gone for it, but he's overcommitting, and once you dash with the Baldoom, that's it. You have no more escape tool. Maybe, just maybe, he had the flicker over the wall, but the thing was, he got completely locked down by IGP, and it's not yet over.
That was a horrible call by Grizzly Q. There's no reason for you to try to do that engage and try for that steal, because that first dragon is not going to give you that much of an...
Oh no, they're going to actually chase this down. IGP's Ormar, spin it to win it, let it rip. Here comes the Beyblade underneath the tower. Might they go for a dive? Looks like that's not going to be the case. Okay, stop the recall. I wanted him to flicker in.
That's going to delay Breaker even further.
Yeah.
This is going to allow them to potentially take a tower. That was
this
a
is
very
huge.
smart play coming in from Dime.
They didn't even get the catch with the prison. Oh no.
That is horrible stuff right there.
Turtle.
And at the same time, Turtle is already pressuring the top lane tower.
This is divide and
Okay.
conquer.
Alright, now, this all fell apart the moment Grizzly Q made that call to try and steal the dragon. If he were to wild charge in, he would have no way to escape and potentially feed even more kills for IGP to take. It was a very, very stupid call as well, because to begin with, that's a Crixie, that's a Lindis, all the way at the other side. Crixie was still in the middle lane, Lindis was in the top side of the jungle. There was no reason for them to contest that AD. When the support went down, this allowed IGP to get the momentum and force things at mid, getting 2 more
Grizzly!
kills and then splitting them up at the
One
map.
more. Could have, would have, should have. Grizzly still survives, but this is the prime or the superior rotation you're spotting out from IGP. They just know when to kind of control the entirety of this map.
This is pretty tough. And right now, you know, the desperate duel is doing it for Chobits. You would think that, okay, this is an Ormar, we could potentially burst him down, but you always need to remember, if you're facing an Ormar with the desperate duel, the more hits he does, he will get a chance to proc lifesteal after the 10th hit.
Keeps him alive, keeps him in the middle of the fight. Now coming in onto the middle of the screen and onto the side screen, a big fight comes out here. Chobits, one more auto attack, but he does not have his ADC with him. Chobits has been knocked out, and Breaker, on the other hand, that is a support for a DS lane. I'll take it any time of the day. Lack right here, because he is that Ignis, does have some push power, but Poseidon with the Crixie can immediately clear out the wave with her wave clear, and so it's not gonna be the mid-tier 1 just yet, but it's so close to breaking.
This is doing pretty well right now for Turtle. As you can see, Turtle is just having a good time farming as much as he can. He is going to scale so much harder compared to this Lindis, especially since Cricktack can easily close the gap, and you would usually use a Cricktack to counter a Lindis.
Oh!
This is not looking good.
They go
Oh my
underneath the
God.
tower!
Oh no!
This is actually pretty good for KA, but he still doesn't go down. There's the assassin from up above. Turtle smashing it down with the Cricknack. They only get the 1, but finally get themselves the mid-tier 1 though. They line it up for Poseidon. This is gonna be so huge.
no.
It's gonna be bad for Chobits, but it's the support. Still, damage dealt, damage rescinded. Here comes Vex. He's chasing it, but KA back onto the fray.
That was a really bad call coming in from Nova. They all clumped together, and they probably didn't expect it coming from IGP. Once they got that pick, they were able to get a tower, and now all of their first tier towers are gone. This is going to allow IGP to take full control of this map and keep going. And if they continue to do that, they're going to eventually do what they have always been doing, and that is choke their enemies out of the gold and experience, and eventually scale further and scale harder to easily end the game.
They're going at this really quickly. I don't think they'd even know. They can go for the Darkslayer. They have enough time. They're getting zoned out. Perfect from IGP. A quick one. And the very substantial 1 objective as well.
Yep. And they, you know, we're halfway through the 7-minute mark, and they're already finished with the Dark Slayer. The Drake is already up. Nova Esports are not ready for this push right now.
Oh, they got trapped though. This could be a big setup, but it seems like Turtle spotting out Grizzly there. Boomerang was tossed out, or the Bola was tossed out by Ruiz on that tight choke. I really love the idea, but it seems like IGP didn't have to fight around that angle. They're losing on the 1. Turtle just goes in, takes a good chunk of the HP of Breaker and just backs away. He is free hitting to his heart's content, and here comes IGP. We have shown ourselves. This is us, and this is the mid-tier 3 almost knocked out. Breaker coming into the front, but KA finally gets the mid-tier 3 here. They're going to be backing off as Grizzly Q comes in, but it's still IGP with the exit, and they get out of it scot-free with a mid-tier 3 tower, even just as we are about to hit 9 minutes.
Well, this is the revenge. Vex beat Turtle in the 1v1s. So now, Turtle is back with a vengeance in the 5v5s, and they are stomping on Nova Esports right now. They are outplaying this team in every aspect, making the right calls, and right now, I'm just not impressed with Grizzly Q at all. He's getting caught out in the wrong places, knowing that there would be zero follow-up for him, and it's fine to get caught out as a Baldoon, but there should be a reason why you're in that kind of position. The rest of Nova Esports are not following up with your hits, and there we go. He already burnt Wild Prison for absolutely no reason.
Chobits is here.
And now they're gonna get caught in. Oh
Oh
god.
no! Triple man knockup. They're all caught in the crossfire. 1, 2, triple. You're gonna still look for it. KA could actually pull somebody in, but where is it? Shorty fire burning on that dance floor, and it seems like IGP. OMG is now going to be able to clean it up.
Yep, they are
Yeet.
outplayed, outgunned, and outmatched right now. Nova Esports, it's about time for you guys to think of what to do in the second game because this is all IGP.
It's the IGP show. Ouch. Just ouch. Where do you even begin to kind of understand what happened there? And yeah, defeat indeed.
That was some horrible stuff there coming in from Grizzly Q. I felt like it's one of the reasons why Nova Esports had such a hard time in their approach in the game. I mean, yeah, IGP, they played a really good game, especially with how they used their heroes, but that was expected. They did exactly what their compositions were expected to do. For the side of Nova Esports, though, they did the complete opposite. Grizzly Q getting caught out, making questionable calls to dive when he should not have done it. At the same time, Vex getting picked off, Darkbreaker having a hard time because no other members on his team are capable of following up, and Ruiz right now, he is not able to deal any damage on his Fennec because his support is already dead. So all of that considered, it's going to make a domino effect for Nova Esports, and they need to rethink their strategy coming into game number 2.
Now, we're just going to take a quick breather here before we get into the second game. Again, this is the AIC 2019 presented to you by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 is about to go underway, and this is the time for Nova to get it back, or else it seems very grim for them to come back into that top 4 or, you know, overall top 8 that is much needed to get into the playoffs. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we're back, guys. Here it is, game number 2 in this series of 2 between Nova Esports and IGP Gaming. I'm Asarai. Here with me now is Isaac Plays.
Yo. Okay, after that, you know, pretty long break, it's still not going to change. We're still going to be looking into game 2 with Nova Esports against IGP, and they are going to need to show up because the longer this goes and the more games they lose, surely they need to at least take a game off of IGP if they want to keep their playoff hopes and dreams alive. If they're planning to even get to at least the top 8, this is the time where they need to shine.
And the time they need to shine is now. I'm sorry, I just added to what you said because, I mean, there's nothing much that we can talk about there. It was the IGP show, you know? Nova Esports sit at the very back of the studio. This is our show to begin with. Now Nova, maybe it's time for Oprah to say, "You get a win, you get a win, you also get a win." But we'll just have to see how they bring it out of them. They do go for themselves a Florentino in the DS lane, and that is a good start for Nova Esports.
Oh yeah, and this is nice. I mean, yeah, you have a Florentino, but this could essentially mean that, okay, IGP could probably pick something in retaliation. You already know what to expect with a Florentino. This is gonna be on the side lane. So unless you pick, let's say, something like an Omen, something that how do I say this? If you pick something like an Omen, like what Olympus tried to do, it could still work in your favor because this doesn't exactly ensure which side lane it will be on this Florentino. That is if your jungler is going to be a marksman. Or you could just forgo having a marksman for your composition. Whatever works as long as you can take a win. A win is a win.
Yeah, they went for that double marksman. Didn't work so well, but maybe it's a different story this time if they actually decide to go for it. We're still looking at the bans here, but thankfully it is the ARs that are helping us see the bans, or the picks rather. So there's a Raz and a Murad. I actually prefer this. Why don't we have this more often, where we just get the ARs rather than the screen? I feel like this is a really nice way to kind of show it.
It would be nice, but we wouldn't know what the bans are.
What would be the perfect way to get the bans? Is that there's another AR right on the front of them, and then every single time a hero pops out, and then somebody with a hammer smacks them away. So it's the ban hammer, right?
The effects, yeah.
Right? That would give you the
ban hammer.
Yeah, that would give you the impression that it was a legit ban.
That's a possibility. I mean, I'd production, make it work.
Yeah, I'd argue for that effect. I'd pretty good go for it.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing though, it's not gonna be easy now. They have a Murad. Vex on a Murad. That's pretty interesting. The question is whether they can make it work. I want to see that.
Work. Work, twerk.
It's a Krizix, a Tulin, a Lindis, and a Yena for the side of IGP right now. So you already know what to expect. It's a Krizix. They're gonna be diving.
Is that really?
Oh, it's Superman and a Zuka.
Zuka. First time we're gonna be seeing a Zuka?
Oh, interesting.
Indeed.
Because of that Superman pick, I'm inclined to side for Nova Esports in their lineup, but right now I'm really questioning their execution. It's like they're not on the same page. Would be really nice though. Oh, they just last pick a Valheim.
Double ADC.
This is looking pretty good right now for Nova. If they could force the fight to dive in, they could potentially get a lot of pickoffs. IGP are running a very squishy lineup. It's only going to be the Krizix that could potentially tank any damage. So if they could push through with this setup, they could possibly take the game off of IGP.
But if you think about it, man, it's all about the timer. Double ADC. I mean, you keep saying it already. This is like, how would you word this? This is disaster waiting to strike. If you put this composition to go for the late game, you will definitely get shredded by IGP.
Oh, yeah.
So time is of the essence here for Nova. They have to put pedal to the metal, not gonna let up at all, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, or it will run away, you know, to hide you. So be careful, guys. This is gonna be tight for Nova.
Now, I see potential right now in Nova. I mean, think about it. It's a Zuka, a Superman, a Murad. These three in particular, along with a Raz, and then their support hero. Well, Superman is gonna most likely be running support here. Florentino's gonna be put in the side lane. They could still potentially win this based on their composition. It's just gonna go down to the execution, because all of these heroes, you're not gonna expect them to play a team game. You're not there for the team fights. You're there for the chaos, the running around, the pickoffs. That's what you're looking into when you come to see Nova, because you know what? They probably realized we're not playing like a team right now. Let's just pick these really good solo heroes and try to outplay these opponents. And if they could make that work and go for the scrappy fights, then it could potentially work for them, because it's a really squishy lineup coming in from IGP here.
That's actually a good point to kind of just point to, you know, kind of bring out. It's all just about the solo plays right now. This is gonna be more of kind of like a a casual game wherein, you know, 1v1 skill is gonna be where it's at, and it seems like it's working pretty dang well, because right now Grizzly Q is coming out with the Superman, chasing it down. It could be the first blood, and he gets it. The man of steel is real, and Grizzly Q getting the first blood. This is something.
There we go. Like I said, you know, it's not about the team play. Nova Esports haven't been showing any team play, so you know what? Let's just go solo and just go cause chaos across the map. If we can make it work and get objectives that way, then it will be fine.
Oh, he's going to go for it once again. IGP is in a
there's another
world
one.
of hurt. Wow.
Oh, Turtle is dead.
Their composition is working so well. The fight, the might is right. KA is going in. Here comes Chobits from the sidelines. Chobits is on to the Krizik, so he has the range. He has the slow with a double buff. And IQ, or rather Grizzly Q, is in a bad spot. But it seems like, well, IGP are getting caught out here. The Muran comes out from out of nowhere, activates that ultimate, and this has been turned from a MOBA to a brawler, because it's all fight, fight, fight for both of these teams.
Oh yeah, I'm liking the idea. I mean, you know, Nova Esports, they're recognizing where their strengths lie. I mean, they also recognize where their weaknesses are right now, and they're not gonna beat IGP by playing as a team, because we all know that IGP's teamwork, it's a step above a lot of other teams. So you know what?
Oh my gosh!
And there we go.
One more. Oh, give it to me. They're even giving the kills to Superman. You know, he's the man of steel. He's not supposed to kill, but like, yeah. You're still not done. Well, for now they are. But this is so aggressive.
You know, getting objectives though.
That's true, but at least they are starting to get a lot more in terms of that gold department. So it's a good initiate. It's a good way for them to begin this second game. But IGP will adjust accordingly. So like you said, they gotta be quick. Quick.
Yeah, they're gonna need to make these actions happen fast and start trying to convert. They're up by 2 kills, but that's it. They have no towers. They don't have a dragon advantage yet, and right now IGP have the goal.
Oh. IGP are also, since they do have this double ADC, they're able to kind of deal so much more damage to the towers. So however start Nova has done has immediately gone for the wayside, because like at least the members who have been rotating not really getting the most out of it in terms of the resources. But now coming in onto the side monitor, there's gonna be Turtle knocked out. The Lindis finally brought down to her knees. Actually, no, second time back to her knees.
There we go. KA though, about to get a tower.
Boom. It's kaboom. Follow me up. Breaker's chasing it down. Get out of here.
Alright, that's one tower down in favor of IGP. Now the tower in the bot lane is about to go down as well. No one's defending. They're gonna need to rotate down there quick in order to make things work. That's going to leave the AD open as well. So if these heroes from IGP can take this AD fast, it will be done by the time Nova can try to react.
Superman? He won't be able to do it. Thought I was gonna try to maybe get that last hit, but to no avail. IGP here, just onto the rotation. You can already see that the solo play for IGP, or the solo mode for IGP, has kind of gone down already, since we're already past the level 4 mark. When they're starting to have ultimates, you're seeing a lot more rotations come in from them, and Chobits has kind of just been roaming around trying to spot out where the Superman is, and this is where he's going to be trying to fight, because he knows that he can keep the Superman at bay while his other team will be able to just kind of, you know, play onto the wayside. Now Turtle is going to be coming in here. There's going to be Dime onto the bottom side of the lane, going to be looking pretty good. Nice flicker over from Lack. One more auto attack could be it, but Grizzly slams onto the ground and denies the last hit. Denies his teammates from dying, and Nova still in the lead.
They're in the lead, but I'm not liking what they're doing. You're allowing IGP to outscale, and you guys are going to have a hard time, especially with this composition. They're not focusing on towers at all. They're just getting kills. What's the point of getting those kills if you're not going to be converting them into objectives? They're essentially just playing to lose.
The question now here is, do they really have that power to destroy towers quickly up against the composition such as IGP? I think it's just the fight game. If they can get maybe 2 kills, that could really help them out. This is the one. Okay, Grizzly's looking to slam it back down, but he can only clear out the wave here though, and it seems like KA should be able to clear that up very consistently, very quickly with the Yena. Here comes the smackdown. Grizzly Q underneath the tower. Poseidon joins in onto the fight, cannot dive underneath the tower, and Chobits was on the sideways there looking for maybe a shutdown or something.
I don't like this. I really don't like this. Yeah, they get another kill onto Turtle. Lindis is 0-3 right now. But still, you can see the pressure on the map. It's not shifting towards their favor. They're getting all of the kills, but they're not getting any objectives done. That tower in the bot lane it only has a sliver of health. You could essentially backdoor that tower in the bot lane.
One more hit, man. It's just a love tap for Yena, and that should be fine. Chobits, he spots out his target. They're looking... I mean, I feel like IGP are already pretty confident because of how this game has already transitioned. They got themselves a top tower and nothing for Ruiz to come back at this. Zuka is a brawler, but a brawler he cannot be for far too long. This is not Kung Fu Panda. This is just Kung Fu something. Or Panda without the Kung Fu. Breaker will be there to actually clean up the wave. He's going to be able to maybe 1 versus 1 against the Yena, but don't think too much of it. Turtle gets spotted out, and here comes Nova for the revenge. 3 situated into the mid, but immediately IGP are like, nope, you're not gonna get that.
There we go. They get the kills. Turtle is it's 1 and 4 right now. Yeah, that's cool. But come on, regardless how many towers you try to take here, you're gonna do just fine as IGP, because Nova doesn't look like they're trying to get any towers to begin with.
Oh, smacks it. Oh, that was something. I thought he was going to be able to catch Chobits there, but he got the flicker off. He's fine. Dime coming in from the sides. Lack should know that Grizzly Q is somewhere there onto the sideways. He does have the tool-in, so that's a lot of AoE damage as long as he just keeps moving around. There is Finally, an Abyssal Dragon, and here's what we're talking about. They are starting to get some objectives here, and Nova are starting to kind of clump up. But here's the thing. When they try to clump up, Chobits is right here. They have the range, and all they can really do is push back a couple of range characters, but you're basically giving them more range. Not what you want to happen. KA onto the sides. He's waiting for a juicy angle to just pop in as that Yena, but it's not going to happen just yet.
Turtle's dead again. Oh my gosh.
I don't know. This Lind is getting caught out.
Yeah, getting caught out time and time again. Well, that's the problem. The lineup of IGP, they're very squishy. They're gonna keep catching this Lindis out. Then again, I keep trying to, emphasize that when you get kills, you try to convert the towers. That's the most important thing. And right now, I don't see Nova doing any of that. They're just taking kill after kill with 0 objectives. They haven't taken a single tower, and it's already reaching. It's about to reach the 10-minute mark.
10-minute mark is where IGP can give themselves a little bit of an advantage, but here it is, the roaming squad of Nova. KA is in a bad spot, but still, look at these towers. They're so healthy. KA though gets the bombardment, does get an ultimate out, but or rather not an ultimate, but the damage out. He was able to poke him out. No revenge or no retaliation from IGP. Here is Ruiz onto the bottom side, and it seems like Nova are starting to begin it. This Darkslayer is not being taken down quickly though, so they could maybe try to counter it, but it seems like the tower in the bottom lane is where they're going to be looking at. Lindis is going to be chasing out Ruiz, and this Darkslayer is in the hands of Nova. And is this the Nova that we saw from game 1? This is a whole different Nova with a whole firepower of a fighting team.
Oh yeah, they got the Darkslayer. They were able to push 2 lanes. They only need to worry about the mid lane now. They're gonna be dropping the Drake, but they don't have anything to take these towers. They're gonna have a hard time. They need to get a bigger pickoff.
This could be a big fight, because the Q was positioning for something. Dime had to kind of force himself back out. Poseidon is into the front lines. He goes in for the uppercut. He spots him out. But the members of Nova are so quick to be able to get out of that. The movement speed boost really helping out the members here. Dragon will be spawned onto the mid, and this will help them out. Maybe go for the mid tier 1. Nobody will be denying this from IGP, and it seems like Nova are on a pretty good spot here. Turtle will be denying it. Here comes Poseidon, has to force him back out. If they could get this mid tier
really
1,
nice.
this is going to be really good.
God.
This is so huge. Look at that suck. And again, Chobits is your MVP for this fight, but they're pretty tanky. Nova are not going to go down easily with this one. They dive right back in with the help of Ruiz. Actually retaliates and stabilizes with the 2-for-2 in terms of the kills, and a tier 1 tower for Nova. Yes, please and thank you.
That was a pretty even trade, but all of the first tier towers are gone. If Nova keep up this aggressive pace, it's not gonna be IGP that would have a problem. They would have a really bad problem.
It's working well for them.
Nova could play into this really well. They could continuously apply the pressure and go into the enemy jungle. But right now, Chobits is online. He's making it work, and it's allowing Lack and Turtle to finally free hit.
He's running. Can he actually get away? Superman is a fast dude. He's a fast superhero. No, he cannot. There it is. He does get the shield, but nobody is there to help him out. And a shutdown for Breaker. And this is looking terrible for IGP. This is the Superman of ye old, where he was just so difficult to kill. It's kind of looking like he's making the comeback here against IGP.
This is pretty good. I mean, if you think about it, these heroes, it's a Florentino, it's a Murad, it's a Raz, it's a Superman. These are heroes that would excel in fights, especially since IGP drafted a squishy composition. If they're gonna go for these fights, it's gonna be fine for them, because they could potentially take more hits and go on for more pickoffs. They've picked off this Lindis several times. If they continue this pace, it could be completely fine, because they could apply more pressure onto the enemy side's jungle now. especially since all the first tier towers are gone. If they could continue doing this, they could zone them away from clearer objectives like the AD and the Darkslayer, which they were able to just get.
Man, I can't believe the cheese is working. The cheese has not been spoiled yet. You know, this is premium quality dairy product from Nova. They are making it happen. They are making it work. And now they actually have the drivers. They have control of the seat here. They're diving in. Chobits has no way to escape. They have no counter engage whatsoever. They can only engage or re-engage. But their counter engage is not as good. Grizzly Q is in the front line, and he's so tanky. Now IGP are in danger of actually getting pushed out from this one. What can they do? They at least have this mid-tier 3 tower, but Vex is coming in from the sides. He's a pretty smart guy, and he's going to be able to use that temporal turbulence to put in a little bit of harassment and make the opponents, which is IGP, even more squishy. There it is. Once again, hurting Turtle pretty hard.
It's looking pretty good right now for Nova Esports. They played into their strengths really well.
They're
Still
going in under
possible.
tower. Wow, Nova are just decimating them. Grizzly Q is coming in. They do shut down Poseidon though, which is pretty good. But top tier 3 and mid tier 3 are already knocked out, and that is Nexus exposed. IGP are on the back end. Their backs against the wall, and it seems like we have ourselves a game. This could push to a game 3. You gotta be careful.
Oh boy. This is looking really spicy. I'm liking this. If you look at their composition right now, in a 5v5 fight, yeah, you would favor IGP. But if you're going for pickoffs and it's the late game, Nova are going to be equipped with the right composition to take fights. They're not going to be afraid of this Krizzix diving them. They would relish it because they want to fight. Look at Breaker just going 1v3 right now. He's going wild. He's in a sliver of health. He's not backing off.
The thing
He's
is,
going to die, but that's going to be a comeback.
The thing
there
is,
goes the cavalry.
Oh
my God.
no,
Never
one
mind.
more. He's trying to run away. This is a mistake waiting to happen for IGP. They have, or rather for Nova, they have all the cards in their hands and going in one after the other. The ballsy, I feel like I can do the world. Hold me high, Jack. I'm on top of the world Titanic scene. It doesn't work in AOV. You can't do that. You're gonna get bumped. You're gonna get punished. You're gonna get slapped away. And this is something you don't want to happen, because double ADC, when it starts to come online, well, you're gonna be the one who's gonna be shut down and turned offline.
Yep. They would have probably won that team engagement, but Cavalry arrived way too late. Darkbreaker died way before, that comeback could come in. That comeback could set in. And now they're going to be on the back foot for quite a bit again, because IGP have managed to take control over the map and the creep waves. So now that the marksmen are slowly dealing damage, Poseidon gets a pick off. He's being chased right now. Look at the damage on Turtle.
It's not over, man. It's not over till it's over. The Darkslayer is up and up. It's like 4 versus 4. They don't really have to contest this. I feel like there's already enough power for IGP to make something happen, but they're gonna be able to catch out Grizzly Q, who was zoning them out, and now he will get knocked out. No, not just yet, but there's the slow, there's the boomerang, or rather the chakram, and here we are. IGP is staring down the bottom of the barrel, and it seems like they're climbing outside of it, and Nova are digging their own grave.
I like their idea there, though. I mean, that bottom fight. If Ruiz and Grizzly Q arrived, let's say, a second earlier, it would have turned out completely different. That's 2 towers down. They still have 2 tier 2 towers, so it's gonna be completely fine for Nova. But if they take another hit like that, it would swing the favor onto IGP. So it's not looking good for them.
Look at how aggressive IGP are. They're like, You can't backdoor us. It's not gonna happen. Chobi just goes in. He doesn't even care that his teammates are a bit too far. But the thing is, IGP are still a squishy bunch. They have to escape here. And now this is not looking good. Superman is gonna be going for the flank, and Turtle might be in a very bad spot. There's gonna be Grizzly Q, and he actually gets it. There's gonna be the revive for Turtle. They can't make it happen just yet. They're a bit too slow, and they had to give up their Man of Steel, the Kryptonian. And nobody gets knocked out from IGP, but they do waste the revive on Turtle, and that is something.
Yep. That was a pretty significant win. They were able to get the tier 2 tower aside from that as well. So if they continue this pace, they could potentially choke IGP out of the map again. But it's not looking good because Turtle and company, they're gaining confidence to fight back now. Valheim and Lindis. Valheim is going to be the secondary carry. He's going to be popping those disables as well as, that slow coming in from the Frost Cape. Once that happens, there's a Lindis free hitting from the side.
Ooh.
Breaker.
Breaker's HP, oosh. It just kind of diminishes, the law of diminishing returns. But now the thing is, Nova, you know what they're doing? They're kind of just trying to force back IGP so that they can start to work on the waves here. And because there are 2 lanes open up for IGP, they really can't force a fight just yet. Even though they have a stronger set of ADCs right now, if they try to do it, maybe there's going to be enough time for Nova to go in with the push with the wave. But it seems like Dime is on another level here. His Valheim has already increased. Turtle as well as Chobits are on the chase, and it seems like they have found their target. I get you, you little wabbit. And now it follows through. Nova are down to their last 3 members remaining, but without a wave actually pushing for the IGP side, all they can really do is chase down underneath the tower and hope for a kill. They gotta clear out some waves here for their own to kind of push through to the mid tier 3 or the bottom tier 3, but that's about it.
They went back to get the enraged Abyssal Dragon. They could have potentially pushed that, but they know that Nova could clear those waves. IGP took the safe route, get the Dark Blessing, and go for the DS, and before that, that's where you get the double buff and just push it. It's a smart call, especially since they're squishy. You want to try to cover all of those holes that could potentially get Nova on track to win this game. By taking a double buff, you could more than likely secure your chances of winning.
It helps out. Every advantage that you can take it. You need it. Because against a team, or again in this situation where everything is just pretty much almost over for either side, a little help can go a long way. Can they actually do this? Is this enough? Without the wave?
Are they going to backdoor?
Is it a damage?
Backdoor.
Oh, so much damage! Oh my god! They're gonna push them back, but they're getting diminished. They're getting... Oh, they're just getting melted! Oh, you fools! You fools! Nova! Oh no!
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
They could have, but now they're in a 3v5.
Could have.
Make that a 1v5. It's Darkbreaker against the world.
No.
If it was all 5 of them there, it would have been chaos. They could have potentially backdoored to win, but they essentially threw their chances there.
Oh my god. There it is. There's the comeback.
There you go.
It was make. I don't know. That play didn't seem to be a make or break for Nova. I think they could have not have done it and have had a better chance to win, but they decided it was their make or break moment. Maybe if they had a 4th man with them, that could have been... Actually, no. If they went in as a 5-man squad, I think they might have had enough damage. But without an ADC...
Yeah, it should have been all 5 of them just going in. They could have potentially broken that Nexus. But what they did was just 3 of them. Oh, man.
I mean, they didn't have an ADC. If they had an ADC with a 3-man, it would have been a different story. But it's not the case, and...
They literally just threw that game so hard. Oh my god.
Facepalm to the surface of the earth, but still, a good hustle from Nova. You know, that was a pretty entertaining game for them. They really brought their game to this second
Yeah.
match.
I mean, I liked what they showed in game 2, you know? They had a nice idea. They made it work. They tried to get it going, but you're playing against IGP. You're trying to cheese it to win it. You might as well just do it right. If you were gonna dive the Nexus and back door, they should have all gone back. They should have all just gone there as a 5 before making that full commitment. If you look at what happened there, it was just 3 of them diving the core. If there were 5 different targets hitting that Nexus, it would have been a different story. They would not have had the potential to defend that. They could have dealt enough damage before they would all die. But Nova did not think of that. They thought 3 was enough. They essentially threw the game. They could have just avoided the backdoor and tried to win in a 5v5. They could have actually won that.
I agree,
That's
man.
painful.
I agree. But still, I enjoyed the idea. I liked it. Nova only needed one more push to have put this into a game 3, but there he is, your man of the game, Chobits. He got obliterated a couple of times, but he really kind of set himself back. He dealt so much damage for the side of IGP. In any case, we're just gonna take a bit of a breather here because the next one is just gonna be as equally intense as this game right here. If I'm mistaken, it's gonna be Team Olympus and AHQ Esports Club for their series of 2. Let's see what's gonna happen, guys. Again, this is the Arena Valor International Championship group stage. My name is Asarai. With me is Isaac. Don't ya go anywhere. We will be right back.
นดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุภายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะ ขอลูกแบงค์หน่อย เฮ้ นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซ์ซะหน่อย
ไฮยะเท
ขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเอง ขอร้องล่ะ ไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆ ขอบคุณนะ
ไฮยะเท
เฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยเด
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
เป็นควายเหรอ ไถเก่งจัง
ว่าไงนะ
ออกกำลังกายเหรอ กล้ามใหญ่จัง
โอเรโอโรซิโอมันเฮ้ย ใครเตะวะไฮยะเทเท
โอ้ยชีโซนะ
โดนจู่โจมแบบสายฟ้าแลบ
มาชมคนอื่นว่าน่ากินแบบนี้มัน
คาราเกะ
ขอให้เลี่ยนตาย
วาซาเบะ
มีของอร่อยไม่แบ่งเลยนะ
อะไรก็ไม่รู้ เล่นเกมดีกว่า เฮ้ ฮีโร่ตัวใหม่นี่นา ชื่ออะไรกันนะ
ไฮยะเท มีคาราเกะด้วย
Let's kill this love. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
ดีนะ
บอกอีกครั้งเลยว่าห้ามเต้น
คนเต้นกินลำกินมันเอาตัวไม่รอด รอดสิ
ยังไง
หนูรอด เพราะหนูรำ
รำอะไร
รำ 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 โอ้ยรำ
ลำไยเหรอ
รำคาญด้วย รำสักทีรำดาบ
นี่นะ นี่พ่อไง
แกไม่ใช่พ่อฉัน
เก่งนี่
ใช่ ฉันเก่ง
แม่ภูมิใจในตัวลูก
แกก็ไม่ใช่แม่ฉัน
ใช่แล้ว
นี่พ่อเอง พ่อ นี่นะไฟเตอร์คนเก่งของพ่อ
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุปผายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
ครั้งนี้ห้องเราต้องชนะ ขอลูกแบงค์หน่อย เฮ้ นี่มันไม่ใช่ลูกแม็กซ์ซะหน่อย
ไฮยะเท
ขอเงินตัดผมหน่อยสินะ100 เดียวเอง ขอร้องล่ะ ไม่งั้นฉันแย่แน่ๆ ขอบคุณนะ
ไฮยะเท
เฮ้ย ขอตังค์กินข้าวหน่อยเด
เราใช้ไปหมดแล้ว
นั่นไง
เป็นไฟล์เหรอ ไถเก่งจัง
ว่าไงนะ
ออกกำลังกายเหรอ กล้ามใหญ่จัง
โอเรโอโอโรซิโอมันเฮ้ย ใครเตะวะไฮยะเทเท
โออิชิโซนะ
โดนจู่โจมแบบสายฟ้าแลบมาชมคนอื่นว่าน่ากินแบบนี้มัน
คาราเกะ
ขอให้เลี่ยนตาย
วาซาบิ
มี มีของอร่อยไม่แบ่งเลยนะ
อะไรก็ไม่รู้ เล่นเกมดีกว่า เฮ้ฮีโร่ตัวใหม่นี่นา ชื่ออะไรกันนะ
ไฮยาเทะมีแคลเกตด้วย Let's kill this love yeah yeah yeah
ดีนะ
บอกอีกครั้งแล้วว่าห้ามเต้น
คนเต้นกินลำกินมันเอาตัวไม่รอด รอดสิ
ยังไง
หนูรอด เพราะหนูรำ
รำอะไร
รำ 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 โอ้ยรำ
ลำไยเหรอ
รำคาญด้วย รำ
สักที
รำดาบ
ดีนะ นี่พ่อไง
แกไม่ใช่พ่อฉัน
เก่งนี่
ชูกิกะเทคไฟเบอร์เน็ตบ้าน 1,000 เมกมาพร้อมชูกิกะเทคไฟเบอร์เราเตอร์เร็วแรงทั่วบ้านเพียง 799 บาท พร้อมดูฟรีทรูพรีเมียร์ลีกกว่า 100 แมตช์ตลอดฤดูกาลจัดเต็มกับความสุขที่ได้มากกว่า สมัครวันนี้ คลิก
Hey guys, we are back at it once again for the Arena Valor International Championship 2019, presented to you by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. We are prepping up for our last game between Team Olympus and AHQ Esports Club. My name is Asarai, and here with me now is Isaac Plays.
Hi guys. So it's taken a while. We're waiting for a really exciting match. I know everyone's been waiting for this. It's Team Olympus against AHQ. This is going to be something really fun to watch, especially with friends, ex teammates. We're all looking forward to this, but it's taking quite a bit. So while we're waiting for the games to start, the bans and all of that, let's go on ahead and talk with each other first. Who do you guys think are going to win? Is it gonna be Team Olympus or is it gonna be AHQ? Let us know in the chat. Right now, we can't really do much aside from wait, so we're gonna be spending our time talking with the community, discussing games, discussing strats. Share us your thoughts. What do you guys think so far?
Yeah, I'm just listening to your voice, man. It's sounding pretty good. Do you have a new mic or something?
No. Oh my god. With I just want to share with you guys with all of the messages I've been receiving about my microphone. Um I just wanted to share the story that one of my supporters for my content sent me a message, and he's been a really good friend of mine for a long time. He a a streaming microphone specifically for me, and it's going to arrive in just 2 days, just in time for the playoff stage, so that when I cast, you guys can hear me crisp and clean. So big thanks to my supporters for providing me my own microphone. Sell out.
Sell out, dude. Ah, it's fine. I mean, it's the community helping you out so that
Oh yeah.
the memes for Isaac aren't only, oh man, Azrai's voice is crisp, but Isaac's voice is too crunchy. It's not crispy, it's crunchy.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm completely fine with it, but I'm completely indebted for to this community in particular. The PH community who supported me with my AOV content have been an absolute blessing, and I've always told everyone, I would quit. I would be on a break every now and again, especially when work comes up and life, especially with a family. Now that I have a son going, it's not easy to balance creating content for AOV as well as the casting gigs, doing all of these things aside from my personal jobs and my personal life. But at the end of the day, I keep telling everyone, we stick with AOV till the ship sinks. We're gonna be the last ones off. It's gonna be completely fine. I'm absolutely enjoying the AIC right now, so I hope everyone watching right now, you guys are experiencing the exact same thing too.
I think they are, man. They're just enjoying themselves in that chat downbeat row. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, we're just chilling like a villain here. All right, so for those who are maybe unawares of what the overall stakes are for these teams, hang on. So we have a total of 500,000 US dollars as well, the prize pool. The first place prize will be $200,000. The second place will be 110,000. 50,000 for the third, 50,000 for the fourth, and fifth to eighth will be 16,000. And then it seems like those who go below that, beyond that, don't get diddly squat. So being in the top 8 is really something that you need to get for yourselves to get that dip in the prize pool. But of course, aside from that, the reason why we've been doing this 1v1 show match is that the first place prize for the winner of that is 5,000 US dollars. I mean, you can probably buy like five iPhone 11s with that, The metric of how expensive that phone is like you can only buy like 5 of that with the prize pool from the show match, or the prize from the show match. But still, right? At least you can get yourselves an upgrade to play AOV a little bit better, a little bit faster. and that's the way to go. You know.
Oh yeah. The phones nowadays, man, they've been improving so hard. They've been improving so fast as well. It was I could. It feels like it was just yesterday where we were, running phones with 4 gig RAM, and we would be like, oh, 4 gig RAM, you're on the high end specs right now. But now you're seeing phones with 12 gig RAMs, like dual octa cores and whatnot. Really awesome stuff, and just goes to show, as the mobile scene keeps going, especially when it comes to esports, it's gonna keep growing. The graphics are gonna be improving. There's so many things with games that we could just enjoy.
Yeah. Well, excuse you, man. I didn't actually come to the 4 gig RAM. I was at the point where there was no gig in RAM, and I was just playing
Oh
like
my god.
Snake on my phone
Oh yeah.
that still had a touchpad. All right, so yeah, it's been pretty much of a true upgrade coming in from that to this. So pretty smooth, pretty sleek. But
Yeah, it feels good too.
I still do miss those Nokia phones, bro. I still do miss those Nokia phones.
The power of Nokia phones, especially how indestructible they are, even if you drop them.
Yeah.
Oh, those were the days.
Isaac, RAM is not the requirements for high-end games.
I know that,
I
but then
mean,
again, it
it
used to be a pretty
helps.
nice basis for most people, especially when it comes to the speed.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna need RAM at least if you want to just run things smoothly. You could have really good specs on your phone, but you know, good specs or something without the RAM to compensate to make sure things go smoothly, it's another story.
Yeah. It
So they
seems
can
like
tie, end on end.
Yeah, seems like we're just gonna talk to our production to see what's happening here. But when we get back, it's Olympus versus AHQ Esports Club. Don't you go anywhere. Don't touch your phones. Don't touch your computers. Don't touch your seat. Don't lift yourselves up. We're gonna be back after Shakes of a Lamb's Tail. Don't go anywhere, guys. No more waiting required. We are here for the final series of the night. Here at the Arena Valor International Championship 2019, AHQ Esports Club and Olympus have finally clashed. And here we are for game one. My name is Asarai, and with me now is Isaac Plays.
Now, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. It's AHQ and Olympus. Looking at the bans, it's going to be pretty spicy. They already got rid of the Darcy and the Florentino. Olympus now would be on the track to ban the Krizix and the Zip. That means the first pick could most probably be a Lindis, but instead they're gonna go with a Hayate. So, pretty smart thing knowing that Sun has been really good on the Hayate so far. So let's see what OP's answer is going to be. I'm expecting something that could match up with Hayate, but I would probably be saving that until later in the draft.
If you could look at it, HK Esports Club kind of removing a lot of some heavy hitters in the form of that Darcy as well as the Florentino. So that means that they're gonna kind of push Olympus to go for a little bit of the weaker picks. I wouldn't say weaker picks, but you know what I mean. They're not going to be able to duel as well as the Florentino and the Darcy. But still with that, they got Yena through the cracks. Lindis is also pretty strong in the jungle role. But because that is the case, HQ Esports Club are looking for something with a heavy punish game. Could be the Murad. Could also be, I would assume like an Ignis? Or maybe no, even a Crixie could be pretty good right about now.
Ooh. Rush on Murad. That would be really nice. If you want to play something spicy, why not?
Oh,
Looks
Omen.
like they're going to go with an Omen instead. I don't mind that. You want to go and make sure that one lane is at least going to be stable. And the Omen Yena matchup, they're practically going to go 50-50. So I would take that, but they would secure their jungler while OP answered with a Yena Lindis. So having these two picks, you essentially just answer the enemy's picks and you would not be revealing too much in your draft. Aside from the fact that you would still have a mage to pick and a support to pick. So moving forward, let's see what the third pick is going to be for Olympus. And looks like it's going to be a Raz. If they pick Raz into this, it would be fine. So just like what I mentioned earlier, you would like to have a Raz because of the potential CC that Raz can provide, especially with the slows. It could pose a really good factor as well with the Kunai Blitz on whether it would be very continuous when it comes to team fights. If Boogie can make the plays and make sure Kunai Blitz will not be as effective as intended, this would essentially just be a really good Raz pick. They would also
Yeah.
ban out the Jiao Chan. So the only problem now is whether AHU would go with the Crixie.
At least the Diao Chan is not there.
As well.
They do get it out. This could leave HQ Esports Club to go for the Ignis. It's not a bad idea to go against the Raz since Ignis is a super nimble fighter. I didn't even expect, he's supposed to be an old man, but he is just kind of skittering around the map pretty quickly as long as he can chuck out his spells. So it kind of works out still in the end, but at least securing the Diao Chan and the Crixie away from the board will secure that there's no more AoE crowd control available for AHQ Esports Club for the moment. And AHQ Esports Club actually take away, if I'm not mistaken, an Annette. You don't want the Omen and the Murad getting pushed away. So that does make a good chunk of sense. Fennec here for Olympus seems to be their ADC. Love this fact. You give yourself another good character to kind of help in clearing out the waves, which Raz does not do historically. So it kind of rounds out the composition of Olympus here.
I would love the Fennec pick, but right now the AIC has not had a good record so far with teams that have picked Fennec. So you're essentially running another double marksman composition with a Lindis and a Fennec. You're gonna complement that with a Raz who would essentially be facing a Liliana. So poke for poke, stun for crowd control. Both of them are essentially fine, but then the support for the side of AHQ is going to be an Ormar. So if they could time their skills right, these heroes are squishy enough to be locked down and just wiped before the full team fight actually happens. It's gonna depend now on what J-Jack is gonna be picking to see whether it would round out their composition and make it work. And with that, an arrow pick. Ooh.
Jacek has, I believe, used a Alice before. Arum, indeed. That is definitely a moment to say ooh, because this is the first time that we'll be seeing this Arum. So we've seen probably 5 or 10 unique heroes be picked up and brought into the field here in the AIC group stage. And it means that these people are just kind of, playing around their understanding of the picks. Arum, much known for her ability to kind of summon lions to her side, and it seems like it really is going to be the Arum into the hands of J-Jack. Okay, here we go. We got ourselves the Beastmaster, the Beast Summoner, up into that support role.
This is a very nice composition coming in from AHQ, but the Aram pick could be a very big game changer. J-Jack is running a flicker on this Aram. They could practically surprise stunlock a hero, possibly even catch out Rush, which would allow the Fennec or the Lindis to kill this Murad before the fight even starts. So that was a pretty nice pick. If things work well in Olympus's favor based on their movements and their picks, it's going to just come down to the execution and how AHQ are going to rotate. If AHQ do not rotate as you know as aggressively as they usually do, Olympus can take control of the fights and potentially win this game number one.
And this is why we love to see this type of thing, guys. Or this matchup, it's a spicy one. You don't know who's gonna win. Is it gonna be Olympus, the ex-AHQ members, or is it gonna be the Y-AHQ? No, the real AHQ members, the current AHQ members, rather. Can only tell.
Yeah.
And game number 1 is underway. These teams have waited all day to face up against each other. And immediately right off the bat, KSSA shows the power of the Ormar. And coming into the sides, J-Jack. And this is the power of the Aram. You get yourself a nice stopping presence against this Ormar. And of course, your range, you're going to be able to harass just a teensy-wincy bit better. And of course, that's not the be-all, end-all here. What's going to happen, once the fight breaks out? Seems like the Fennec might not be as good of a pick as you were mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, the Fennec nerf is pretty significant. I'm not sure if it's applied here, but the range from 7.25 is going to be going down to 6.25. That's going to be very significant on how Fennec is going to be able to poke in fights. If you're going to be that close as a marksman, you're essentially at the edge and, in the line of fire most of the time. You're going to be outranged by most marksmen as well, but with an Aram, a Lindis, and a Raz, you have a lot of poke before the fights even happen because Aram's going to be tossing lions, Lindis with the Spirit Guardian, Raz with the pokes as well. It's still a pretty good comp and it's very viable. It's just going to go down to the execution.
I still don't know a metric of how these teams are going to be interacting with each other. But again, we were kind of contemplating that this might be a much closer game than it was the other matches that we've seen before because AHQ, they're not really the the most perfect in terms of how they perform throughout this entire tournament, but they're one of the stronger teams here. And also the same with Olympus, who was able to kind of beat out, I believe that was Nova Esports in a 2-0. So that's pretty strong. That's pretty good, right? Actually, no, 1-1 against Hong Kong Attitude too. So that's also, a good metric to kind of watch out for.
AHQ are at the bottom of the barrel, though. They're gonna need a 2-0 if they want to keep their hopes and dreams alive.
And for now, we kind of just start this off really slowly. I thought it was going to be more of an aggressive stance since they did have the Ormar. But Sun forcing out to flicker out here. He has to respect it, but seems he did not respect it enough. Okay, Rush going in, getting himself a nice kill. I do love his skin here, though. He's not the Prince of the Sands of Time anymore, the Prince of Persia. He's become the assassin from the future, and it seems like that's going to be the starting blow for AHQ, even getting themselves a dragon to boot.
There we go. That was the gank right there. Like I said, you're gonna need to overextend a little bit more than before when you're playing this Fennec. Is going to pose a factor, especially now that your range is nerfed. Now, if you think about it, a Murad and an Hayate, they're going to be diving, getting into your face most of the time. But now a fight is gonna break out.
Big fight. And AHQ catches out onto Rush, catches out KSSA. I mean, that's not something you want to happen. Blows being extended, and Olympus not backing down at the very start of this one.
I'm pretty iffy on that engagement, but I don't know why AHQ decided to go for that. It was pointless. They're not going to get anything out of it, but I guess it was a forced engagement. Pretty smart play coming in from Olympus there. But, based on the replay here, you see Sun's movement. He's not going to get away from that. And the shurikens coming in from Hayate, if they connect to you, they're eventually going to start dishing out true damage. And Fennec is not exactly the tankiest of heroes to actually take damage from a Hayate. So running in a straight line like that is just going to allow NT to easily take picks.
Rush actually does not able to get WoW here. Hack, though, finally finds the man, and look at that exchange of blows. Yes, please. They also even found WoW in the midst of it. Drak is down, and this is not looking good. Boogie actually goes into the top lane, but he actually might get dove on by 4 members of AHQ. Here they are, activating Temporal Turbulence. KSSA is there to kind of slow it every single one down, and Hack one more auto attack, and that should be it. But that was weird. He backed off a little bit. Still, though, they get themselves a top tier 1, and it is a tremendous play for AHQ Esports, controlling this game immediately, and here is your immediate highlight.
That is nice. I really like that play coming in from Boogie there. He was not supposed to get away there, but he timed his Arctic Orb very, very well to dodge that last hit coming in from the Liliana. Right after it rears off, pops that S1 and gets away just fine. Very nicely timed. And even if he did get away, AHQ still get the upper hand there. But, getting a tower and not killing Raz in the process is a lot better than getting a tower and killing Raz as well.
True enough. But you can already see that AHQ Esports Club in the goal department is slowly creating that gap between the two of them. I'm not sure how this actually ensues, but it seems like there's going to be another fight here. KSSA is in the middle of all the fray. Rush beautifully executed. Did you see that? He predicted where the members of OP will actually be going, in Olympus falters down. Rush, a man with the plan, and his play makes it so that they catch another beautiful one. Now, there's going to be the Aram throwing out the Lions here, but it seems like it's not going to be enough to stave off the aggression of AHQ. She's a support. Her damage isn't as good as it is if she was into the mid lane, and this mid tier 1 is not long for this world. And followed after that, Abyssal Dragon is up once again.
There we go. Just like what I keep telling you. When it comes to this Fennec, it's not really impacting his team right now. He's going to need to keep rolling out of the way. He's going to need to keep running. At that point, he should have been dead. But luckily for him, he still had the Reaper's Blessing. If it was not up during that time, there would be 4 dead right now, and AHQ would be able to pressure more.
KSSA just scouting out a little bit here. There hasn't been any tower destroyed at all for Olympus, and aside from that, they haven't even touched any of the towers of HK Esports Club because of how proactive this team is. KSSA is right here onto the brush, looking for a little bit of an opening there, but he has to be careful because he might get caught out. Speaking of getting caught out, here's the full 4-man from OP. Hack, though, is a very quick Liliana, and Rush just comes in to soften him up with a temporal turbulence. It's going to be KSSA going in, spin to win, let it rip. Arum activates the ultimate of hers, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to be enough because here is the behemoth, the Ragnarokian, the Viking that is KSSA. And well, very close, very quickly, 8 minutes into the game, we're going to be seeing a Dark Slayer already be taken by AHQ.
And like I said, Fennec poses no threat against this AHQ lineup. You're going a double marksman composition without a clear front line or dive. J-Jack can only do so much as an Aram, but if you're not going to be able to play aggressively as an Aram, you're as good as losing this game. As KSSA continues to play wildly on this Ormar, they take a good fight in the top side of the map, all while Omen is just pushing the bottom lane. Taos is gonna be able to do that any day, especially since the rest of his teammates are not exactly being pressured here by the double marksman comp.
There's no damage. Like, I don't know, they can't find a good position to actually be that marksman comp, because I think if they try to get in range, Rush is there to just whip out his temporal turbulence and make it into, well, a turbulent time for Olympus. And you're right, man, you can see at the split screen here, Taos is just whipping away. He whips his back and forth onto that tower, and basically there's no more base outside of the main area for Olympus here, and they are kind of situated in such a weird angle. KSSA, though, will actually get trapped out, and he takes too much damage. He will be knocked out here, but that was in the price of Sun as well as Boogie right off of the screen, and this is not looking good. They're even diving onto Taos right now with the help, or rather onto Drax with the help of Taos. One more hit, Taos survives, and that is already a bottom tier 3 down and out against OP or Olympus.
They've lost one tower already. HQ, they could just back off at this point, reset, get their objectives, and just continue to choke out OP from the map. They're doing it really well right now, playing to their advantage. They're gonna dive by surprise. They're gonna make their picks. OP, they don't have a clear front line. You're not going to expect the Sienna to start. You're not going to expect the Arab to just simply flicker in unless it's for a pickoff. It's going to be very hard for OP to make these engages, especially since a lot of the mobility coming in from AHQ make it that they are going to be hard to catch in these team fights. Now, as these towers, they get pushed in, they're going to pick off more and more and more, and this is going to open up the whole map for HQ, allowing them to take these objectives uncontested, unless OP want to go for the Hail Mary and try to fight a 50-50.
You can probably try for a Hail Mary here. You can already see them setting up around the brush. But the thing is, KSSA is always the front man. I do love that Aram is coming here from the back line to kind of go for a flank, but she's a support. The damage that she does is not going to be able to kind of really make anything happen. Sun is dealing some damage, and that's going to be 3 members of Olympus. Well, knocked out. Hack was trying to chase down onto Drac there, but it seems like it's already over. 20 seconds onto the clock. They can immediately just push into the mid here, and that's going to be all said and done. Rushes comes in. Temporal Turbulence activate, and definitely a turbulent time for OP here. First game already down in about 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Look at that Nexus. Exposed, exploded, and expounded. And here you go. Your winners for game number 1, AHQ Esports Club.
And just as expected, you are looking at AHQ playing a really good lineup that could essentially poke down a marksman comp for them to be completely irrelevant in the team fights. One temporal turbulence is going to drop Fennec really, really low. Fennec is needed to dive and play in the middle of team fights. And if he's gonna be bursted down that quick before the fights even happen, you're not going to expect Sun to have a really good game. This is gonna be very difficult for J-Jack to play into, and based on how his team is moving right now, doesn't look like they're on the same page. That was an easy AHQ win.
It looked like it wasn't though at the very start. That's a thing. I really liked how Olympus was kind of trying to rotate around the map. They had a set plan in mind. It worked out well for them at the very start, but the thing for that was it seems like they were lacking damage all throughout, and it kind of goes to show you're right, man. The Fennec was a non-starter. He really just kind of throws out his attacks, and because of that 100 range deficit that he was from the previous iteration of Fennec, it really does kind of make it easier for Rush to hit his temporal turbulence at any angle and hit multiple targets, and it just made so that non-factors for those ADCs not looking too good for this game one.
Yep. And Rush played phenomenally in that game. 71.4% kill participation, 4-2 and 6. This standing is really good specifically because of that 6. Yeah, he dealt a big majority of the damage with 31.1%, but if you think about it, he would be doing damage to the right heroes. A good example was the Fennec. I keep pointing out that the Fennec could have been a good pick, but it's not going to work in their composition. One skill from the Murad could drop him low enough, and he is not going to be able to play aggressively. He will be forced back. He was the first blood, and with that, it's not going to be a good thing for a Fennec to be fighting at low health. You're essentially going to give away a kill. It's going to be a 4v5 moving forward, and Raz, he's not going to be able to do the same thing either. They're playing ranged heroes with large poke. If you think about it, the heroes from AHQ can poke them down for them to stop their aggression. They're not going to be able to play aggressively, and they can be picked off before the fight even happens. AHQ, this was a complete outdraft.
What else is going to be happening, once we get into the second game? Adjustments, or yeah, definitely there's going to be sort of some thought process that Olympus are going to have to deal with. AHQ are playing this really, really well. You said it already, the ability of AHQ just to understand how to kind of set the tempo here. And not only that, KSSA on the Ormar, definitely someone that you kind of have to give a lot of props to. Yes, Rush was dealing so much in terms of the damage department, but KSSA, the way that he scouts, the way that he initiates the fights for AHQ is allowing them to get this really amazing set of initiates. And well, that's gonna be it for game one. We're gonna take a quick breather here, and once we come back, it's game two, guys. Don't go anywhere. It's the final, maybe final game of the night. And it begins, guys. This is it. It's gonna be, well, a 1-1 or a 2-0. Again, this is only the group stage. It's not a best of 3. It's a series of 2, meaning that we only have a maximum of 2 games. But every game is important. And like I said, winning is better than losing, especially in this group stage. Because again, if you lose, you get -1. You don't get 0 points. You get -1 in your points, meaning that if you're 0, you're already -1. And AHQ Esports Club are looking to get that too. And it seems like Olympus really hard fought to get this win for them. They're not at the bottom of the barrel, but you can't really say that they're safe yet from getting kicked out from getting into the playoffs. It's gonna be a hard fought match, and Olympus still has ways to go.
Man, this is painful right now. You are seeing J-Jack looking very devastated in the camera. You know, this is a sign that maybe the mental warfare is dealing significant damage onto Olympus. You don't really want to see your players looking like that in the booth, especially since this could potentially be a make or break on whether you get to the top 8. AHQ right now, after winning that game, looking completely fine. This time though, based on the drafts, looks like J-Jack is going to be on a Krizik. So back to the meta for Olympus here. Let's see what AHQ are going to answer with.
Maybe they're going to take a much slower paced game. You saw how quick it was for Olympus to try to make something happen. But the thing is, when they tried to kind of overcommit, AHQ were there for always punish, especially KSSA. Glorious with how he kind of maneuvered around with his Ormar. And the HQ Esports Club here on the other side, you have yourself Rush. Picking up onto the Lindis. They still have another one. They could probably even go for a Omen, but it seems like they're gonna go for the other O, which is the Ormar.
Oh, that's a quick answer there. You saw the Kriziks. You know what? Let's just pick the Ormar immediately, along with a Lindis. So this time, it's AHQ with the Lindis. They're probably gonna say, okay, this is how you play the Lindis, and we're gonna use it well for our composition. Lindis as a hero, if she has the right front line to support her, she's going to excel really hard. Based on the lineup Olympus had earlier, it was not the case, and it just made it really hard for Sun in particular on the Fennec to have an impact, and especially, wow, he's not going to be able to play this Lindis if, you know, they had a really hard time with the front line. So, looking into game 2, this time Lindis already has an Ormar to compensate. I feel like this Lindis would be an even better factor for HQ compared to how it was used with Olympus.
Similar picks from game 1, man. It's the Raz and the Yena once again here. It seems like they're not really gonna let up, except for maybe just the Kriziks, giving J-Jack something that he's at least historically in this tournament used it to a really good extent. But he does get caught up from time to time. But J-Jack's mechanics with the Kriziks is undeniable. Now, HQ Esports Club, what's their last pick for this first phase? Liliana up against the Raz. We've seen this a while ago. It worked well for Hack. But it could also be at least an even out match if Boogie can at least start to kind of ramp up with this hero, which we did not see on the previous game.
We already know what to expect. It's Boogie on the Raz going up against Hawk on the Liliana again. This was similar to game 1, but this time the difference is that they are going to have Yena for Drac. Now this is going to be a very significant change along with the Kriziks. Since they have these kinds of heroes for Olympus, they could make things work even better depending on the last 2 picks that they will make. I still favor the HQ lineup though. There's a lot of poke coming in, and Liliana is a lot more flexible as a hero compared to Raz right now.
Yeah, there's much more that she can do. She can clear out waves actually better than Raz, which could mean that she can immediately clear a wave and then transition onto a lane without really losing much from her own if she tries to go for a gank. But Raz could have to try to match the rotation speed of Liliana, and it could be difficult. So Olympus might be thinking, maybe we have to start doing our own thing. But when they did that on game 1, it really didn't pan out well for them. Now they ban out the Omen. They're looking to ban out the Roxy for this one, and to match it up, Yena is a free pick here. Maybe there's a lot of DS lane bans. That's the thing. Oh, sorry, they already got
Yeah.
Yena.
There's a lot of DS lane bans, so the question now is who is the DS lane going to be for HQ? I also want to point out with the Raz Liliana matchup here at mid, Liliana's wave clear is better than Raz, yes, but at the same time, Liliana's stun in particular and her pokes are a lot safer compared to Raz. Raz still essentially is a melee hero. He's still gonna be outranged by a Liliana because of how mobile Liliana is and how she could poke and stun from a safe range. With that being said, looks like it's going to be a Vine. Oh god, no. I don't like the Fennec pick. They're gonna do it again. They're gonna pick a Fennec without a frontliner for them. This is spelling doom right now for Olympus. I have not seen Fennec play well in the AIC so far, and they're just repeating the recipe for disaster. There's a Murad on the other side already. You would have expected that they would have learned something from the previous games, but it's not looking like it so far. And the last pick is looking to be a Verez or a Tara. Most likely a Verez. I like that pick.
I mean, why not just get the Tara, man? Double spin a win. You got Ormar spinning, you got Tara spinning. Why not? Well, Varus can sort of spin, but not as well. But yeah, I get the merits. Like if you think at it from a more of a matchup perspective, it's really just gonna be able to punish more the kind of offensive game, quote unquote, that Olympus will be trying to do if they try to go for some if try to go for some fights. Fennec is such an easy target for Verez to hook right in, and you're basically in the range of the Ormar. You're basically in the range of Liliana as well as Lindis, and you might be in a tough situation with that one. And wait, Taos is on the Lindis.
This is interesting. This is interesting. They already have Murad, so Rush is gonna be on that Murad jungling. Lindis is not gonna be the jungler. So AHQ looking pretty good right now. I mean, I like the idea. You could still side lane a Lindis, and you're not exactly gonna be really pressured. You're gonna be playing against the Fennec. You could essentially outrange and outrun that hero. Yeah, there's the roll coming in from the Fennec, but that's about it when it comes to mobility. Looking really good right now for HQ. I also want to point out that it's not Sun playing the Fennec this time. It's going to be Drag. So with Sun on the Yena, hopefully that makes a significant change in the performance of Olympus to make this a 1-1.
Aside from that, I like the idea of having the Fennec in the DS lane. You kind of leave him into a certain island, but we'll be back after a bit. Last game of the night, guys. Let's see how it's gonna unravel as we see Drac putting a Fennec onto the DS lane. Maybe it's not the matchup that they're actually looking forward to. It's more of like the players on how comfortable they are with these certain picks. Drac might be the better Fennec against Sun, and then Sun might be the better Yena here. Or at least it's Drac looking for something. But he did actually go to the ADC lane. And Sun goes to the DS lane.
Looks like Sun is gonna be DS laner today. That's pretty nice, but look at that. You know, as I mentioned, you're gonna be outranged. You're gonna try to apply pressure onto Taos. Yeah, that's one thing. But if you think about it, it's not gonna do well for you if there's an Ormar in the Phoenix face. And this Lindis is essentially gonna be able to free hit. Now it's all eyes on Sun here. This Yena can make or break the composition of Olympus. If Yen has a good game, they could potentially snowball and do well.
Man, if that was only a level 2
Job is to
armor,
try to scale.
I think that was like gonna be like a first blood or something. WoW is gonna be rotating into the mid, and again, this Zill kind of just, I don't know what he's really gonna be able to do here, aside from maybe winning the matchup against Rush, against the Morad. I don't think there's much merit to the Zill's synergy with this composition. I think it's more of like an odd man out or something. But AHQ's NT actually gets spotted out here, but they immediately re-engage. Rush comes in from the side, and Rush has been spectacular with this Murad. They're going in for the chase, but no kills will be had. Actually gets Drag to go in a little bit closer to the 4 members of AHQ, but they're not going to be able to get him. He was a little bit too healthy, and well, that is AHQ not getting any kills, but Olympus also not getting any deaths into their hands just yet.
This is painful to watch. The last person you would want to die this early into the game would be the Zill, because you're going to need that Zill to scale well enough for him to have an impact. If WoW does not have a good game here, it's gonna be very, very hard. And it's not going to help his team, especially since they are going to be crippled with a Verez and an Ormar frontlining for AHQ.
So, quick replay here. Look at that. They actually got, wow. He got caught so freakishly well. That's the thing. Zill is, I don't know, if he's not able to use his spells there, he's a very sitting duck. And his resource, I feel like he's more of a glass cannon compared to Murad, who's kind of like an assassin with a little bit more resistance. And Zill there able to explode very quickly, and once again he's able to hop over the wall, but he is getting spotted out every single time by AHQ.
Exactly. Now he was dropped low. He's gonna be forced to go back. Fennec as well. He's being outranged right now, so he's gonna be forced to go back as well to avoid ganks from Rush. As this goes on, these members of Olympus, they're just being outranged and outgunned, especially with this Lindis and Murad together in one composition. This essentially allows them to take these objectives uncontested, because Olympus have no way to engage aside from J-Jack. So if J-Jack gets in, gets the right picks, they could probably get 1 or 2, but that only means that Rush can easily dive in and cut in with a flank. Based on their rotations right now, you also have to consider First Blood was the Zill, so he's going to be playing catch up for a bit, whereas for the Murad, he's going to scale just fine. He's up 200 gold compared to the Zill right now, but with this being said, he has more control over the map since Zill is going to be back farming while he tries to catch up.
Boogie was feeling a bit too aggressive, I would say, there, and he almost got one of the buffs from HQ's side. It seems like it didn't really work. Ormar, though, being able to scout out where the Zill is, and now Drak is in no man's land. Beautiful stun execution. There's the knockout from KSSA, but that tower actually blocking his pathing cannot follow up, and Drak survives. But you can see how good it is that AHQ Esports Club are able to kind of just wrap around this entire map and not really get punished by Olympus.
Their composition is just going to be so hard to execute. If you think about it, you don't have many disables. You're looking at a Kha'Zix here who is a big majority of the disables coming from Olympus. They drafted this just to make sure that J-Jack has a good game with the dives, but if they can't follow up because there are more crowd control coming in from AHQ. If you think about it, J-Jack needs to have the game of his life for them to win and follow up. If he's not going to be able to do it, they're going to be in for a rough time. AHQ are more mobile, they have more crowd control, and they have more damage moving into this game right now. So, in hindsight, again, Fennec is becoming a non-factor.
They still need to be able to challenge AHQ somewhat here. And you can really see Olympus is trying their very best to kind of find these picks, or maybe even at least break down some towers, but it's really not happening. Well, it's kind of on the similar side here for AHQ, but AHQ if you can see the rotations around the map, they basically have full control of it, and now they're going to be able to look at this Abyssal Dragon and get it mostly uncontested, as well, Olympus is just wrapping around, but they're not getting close at all. They're just afraid of the crowd control that AHQ can actually have or give out.
That's already 2 dragons going to HQ, and both of them were uncontested. Oh, that's a dive.
Oh,
There
it's
we
this
go.
big Taos though. They finally get Taos, which is a huge factor here for AHQ. They're going to be able to follow up? No, looks like not, as now OP is on the exit, but they still find Drac. One more auto attack, and that's going to be it. No, they actually get 2. What in the world? They actually get it. Did Rush connect 2 onto 2? That is amazing.
That was a double kill right there. They got a kill onto Taos, but you know, what did it cost? It lost them 3 members. Zill is going to get the consolation prize by picking off a Varese here in the mid lane, but they've already lost the tower bot after losing 3 kills in that engagement. They overcommitted for that, and they did not save any skills for them to get away. They would be chased down, eventually get caught out. Drac will be dealt damage, and it only prolonged the agony because he had the Reaper's Blessing. As this game goes on, it's going to be even harder because they do not have enough crowd control to deal with this AHQ line.
Well, they're re-engaging, but this is only 2 people from OP. Olympus, though, follows it up with 4, but it seems like they were a little bit too early to the party, and now WoW is in a really bad spot. He's not going to be able to escape this, and that is 3 dead indeed. Mistakes were made there. J-Jack, he thought that he had an opening with his team. He actually did, but the follow-up was very much lacking for AHQ.
This is looking like game for Olympus. I don't see them coming back from this, to be honest. Never count a team out, but right now, with the way that they're playing and the heroes that they've drafted to fight against this AHQ lineup, it's another complete outdraft. I really don't like the fact that they're forcing this Fennec pick, especially when there are more reliable marksmen that they could count on. As they force these fights, they are lacking the stuns, the damage, and the impact that they could output. As this goes on, it's just going to be harder and harder, and I don't know what Olympus are going to be doing in order to try to win back this game.
The thing is, if you're going to try to initiate on AHQ, with J-Jack or something, you kind of don't want to be always flickering in and trying to get the suck or trying to get the pull in onto the members, especially when KSSA is there, because that is a freaking Ormar. He can spin to win in the middle of the fight, and he can wreck you pretty easily. But it seems like AHQ are they're kind of drizzling a little bit into this fight. One by one, they got knocked out after the other, but with all of that, they still haven't gotten any of the towers here, and AHQ have already broken almost all the outside towers of Olympus. And objective-wise, AHQ got this in the bag, but Olympus still are fighting back in terms of the kills.
Yeah, this is essentially game. While those engagements were happening, yeah, they managed to get 2 really big kills, but Lindis was just pushing the mid lane. She wasn't having a hard time. She's still scaling. Their mid lane tier 2 is gone. This is going to leave their mid tier 3 last. They have 2 side lanes. Tier 2 side lane towers. That's fine. They could still make that work. But you're not expecting these towers to be up very long, especially when the more important towers are already gone. As this lane opens up in terms of towers taken, this is going to allow AHQ to play more aggressively and push in towards the map, because there are no towers remaining that could actually be helpful to Olympus. And look at that, they're already going for DS.
KSSA, though, is gonna get knocked out. Darkslayer could actually still be stolen here if they kind of flickered over the wall, but they've made that grave mistake. They do take down KSSA, but his life was worth the cost of getting that Darkslayer uncontested. They did try to, but there was a much needed or a much good position of the defense around the area of Darkslayer that Olympus never really had a chance to touch the DS. So that'll give them a little bit of an advantage here. But now Drac is starting to rack up some items. So maybe he's going to be a more effective Fennec for Olympus.
Oh god. I honestly don't know how they could actually bring it back here. They're gonna need to surprise AHQ. Probably just camp one bush, wait for an opportune moment to catch someone out, and then force a push. That's the best case scenario right now. Or maybe, get a lucky pull using the Krizix onto Rush and just burst him down before he could react. It's gonna be very difficult because this Verez, this Liliana, this Lindis, they're going to scale hard into the late game. And, that's not even mentioning Rush's Murad and the impact that Ormar can do for the whole game. Regardless how bad this Ormar plays in terms of gold, he's still going to do fine because he's needed specifically for the stuns. ASU just have way too much crowd control for OP to handle.
The thing is, that's what you call low econ heroes. You're able to make them work without having too many items because of how they're, designed as a hero. They have good crowd control. If they're innately tanky, it really just helps out the case that AHQ don't have to put as much resources into these particular characters as possible. Now, Drag is going to get caught out here. Are they going to be able to chase him down? That's the case, because if they are, it's going to be a terrible time for him. But he's very low at HP. He has to wrap around, and they have opened up the mid-tier 3. Sun is going to be going in by his lonesome, and he will try to kind of fend them back. I love it. They're going to be able to kind of flicker away. They expound at this particular spell, but this means that their tier 3s are still up, and nobody gets knocked down on the roster of OP, and they'll live to fight for another day.
That's still just delaying the inevitable. Drac was out of position there. He was forced to go back. J-Jack nearly died. The flicker from Sun was very crucial in him surviving. But what if that scenario happens again? He's not going to have flicker, and it's not going to be easy. So as this game goes on, I keep emphasizing they lack too much crowd control to fight into this HQ lineup.
He spotted out Boogie.
Oh no.
Oh, they're chasing. They're still chasing. They know that they have the advantage here. They can still go for it. Look at the damage coming out from Rush. He is really a Murad that's so sad, so bad, so good, so good. Actually gets it. And that is Drac, Wow, and Boogie in the blink of an eye, in the bat of an eyelash, already out for the count. And it seems like AHQ won. Tower out. Sun and J-Jack will go in. J-Jack gonna try to kind of bait them around his area, maybe try to force him out of his own HQ, but I don't think he has the damage, and that is it. Nexus exploded. Game 2 goes to AHQ.
Man, that was tough to watch. That was another outdraft. Really painful to watch. Olympus tried, but it just didn't work for them in that series.
You can see the frustration.
I have nothing to say. You can see the frustration coming in from Sun and J-Jack.
So here's the thing, though. It's still not yet over for Team Olympus here, because before this match started, Team Olympus were at 0 points and AHQ were at -2, so technically they kind of just swapped places, but that means that AHQ are now top 4 in Group A. Still, we have 1 day left, and Olympus's other matches, if I can check it, that is which is November 11. They're going to be going up against IGP. Oh, that's going to be a little bit difficult. And that's it. Actually, they're only going to go up against IGP.
That is painful.
Okay, wait. This can still work. Let's see. AHQ are going to be fighting up against IGP as well on November 11. So if IGP can win 2 games against AHQ and Team Olympus can win 2 games against IGP, then they can still get back onto the 4th place. I know that sounds nigh impossible because AHQ and IGP might actually just stabilize with a 1-1. But if that can happen, there is still a minuscule chance of Team Olympus coming back, but it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, yeah. They're gonna face an even harder challenge on the next Group A stage. Oh man, I feel so bad for Olympus. I mean, these are really fun players to watch, and seeing them go down like that, they didn't even put up a fight against AHQ, and this was a very hype match. That was painful.
It was an incredible match for both of the teams. That first game was amazing to watch. The second game, it seems like the Fennec really did kind of brought down the entirety there of Olympus. Maybe they kind of wanted to play a little bit more of the macro game, but macro really isn't in the name of AHQ. I mean, it's not even spelled with an M. It just spelled more with A, I think it just means action. Now, here it is, the standings for today. And wait, hold that thought. Oh, there it is. I thought it was like -1, -1. But no, this is Olympus -2 and AHQ 0. So basically, they swap places.
Yep. So, if AHQ play bad the next stage, they will lose their top 8 standing. If Olympus show up, they can potentially steal the slot away from AHQ. So this is all going to go down on the next day for Group A.
Okay.
But that's
Sorry.
gonna be
Yeah.
a very, very big task. A tall task for Olympus right now. If they want to keep their sights onto the top 8, they're gonna need to show up for sure on the next series.
Okay, here's something to point out to the viewers and ourselves as well. You're seeing EVOS Esports, right? They're at 0 points. The opponents that EVOS will be facing on Monday is Nova Esports and AHQ Esports Club. So that means there's actually still a chance. There's another opportunity for Olympus to come back into this game. So if technically AHQ can do a 2-0 against EVOS here, which they might be able to do, they might, right?
They might, but I highly doubt that you would drop down EVOS to below the top 8. EVOS have been performing a lot better than AHQ so far.
True.
I mean, it goes to show that even if you are considered one of the best teams right now, if your performance is not matching on the main stage, it's going to be a completely different story. Right now, the status, the fame, the recognition, it's all out the window. Here, it's all about how you are going to perform. What's important is the now, and they're going to need to show up right now if they want to have a slot to get into the playoffs.
There's probably two teams that I think are kind of stuck in a certain purgatory of points. It is... wait, let me double check this again. So, it's Team Olympus and Liab Esports. So, they are so close to actually getting top 4 in their respective groups, but they're 2 points from tying it out and 3 points from getting basically the 4th place already. So it's all substantial, or it's all kind of sequential on what's gonna happen in order for them to get back into it. But if it does, it's gonna be amazing to see.
Yeah. So we're in for the last 2 days of the group stage. It's going to be really interesting as we finalize the top 8 of our AIC. So I'm honestly looking forward to Group A again. I mean, I don't want to say that Group B is a done deal, but all I want to see in Group B right now is just whether or not Liab gets to the top 4. Everything else seems to be a done deal for me for Group B. Whereas for Group A, pretty spicy. There's Olympus, there's AHQ, there's EVOS Esports. A lot of things can change. It's been a pretty even bracket for Group A. So looking into that, I feel like some really big things are about to happen on the last day. We'll have to wait and
True
see.
that. All right, guys. So we'll be leaving it to you. See you tomorrow, guys. We're gonna be going for the second to the last day here in our group stage. The deciding factors are already about to start. Tomorrow is the semifinals for the 1v1 show matches. Don't also miss that. Anyways, this has been the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019 group stage, presented to you by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. My name is Asarai. The man with me is Isaac. See you guys tomorrow.
Good night.